All right, thank you guys so much for stopping by. There's so many different screens going back and forth. I had to make sure I got everybody in working order. I have the users who are going to be answering their questions live on stream with everybody. I have the experienced players that I have an opportunity to sit on the opposite side. They did not ask a question in tonight's debate, and so they're going to help us understand what it's like to be on the experienced side. It doesn't mean that the speaker A does not have experience. It does not mean speaker B has more experience. It means that the people who did not ask a question, I was looking for those who can actually give me objective evidence on the opposite side of the coin. These individuals have been community leaders. They have showcased themselves throughout the last 6 months and a lot of different major events in my life in Planetside 2. I trust them to support the channel and support you guys in giving you the information you guys need. Well, none of us here are professionals or experts. We do not have the real answers to every single problem. We are trying something out for the first time. And this is a Planetside 2 debate that I tried to avoid from the very beginning when I first started in Planetside 2. Why? They told me about how salty the Reddit forums were. I went to check it, and I literally had to drink an entire gallon of water to wash down what I saw. And so one of the things that I'm doing here tonight is seeing if we can take the information that we've seen on Reddit, the information that we've seen on the forums, and curate it down for you guys into a debate form where we can actually probably hear two sides of the coin in a more clarified manner, and then giving you guys in chat a chance to vote. There will be a poll right above the chat where you guys are typing right now, where you can select if you're interested or not interested in the subject, yes or no for the subject. Each question will have a different answer pool. I will take the screenshot of how many people voted, and we'll identify if these are even worth it. And we will move forward on each question. Tonight, we're going to try to do a 3-hour debate and try to keep it within that time frame. There's a lot of questions here tonight. A lot of people are excited to have this conversation with us here tonight. And so I'm going to introduce you guys the experienced players who will be speaking on behalf of each question. And I'm here to moderate and to help both sides of the question. I will be supporting Moore's question A. I will be supporting the speaker A. That means the user who comes into the channel. I am going to be on your side, while the experienced players will try to defend their side. And the example is, if we both agree on the same thing, we're not here to just only talk about the opposite side of the coin. We're not always being devil's advocates. So I will show you guys how the format works. Speaker A will get approximately 3 minutes. So usually Speaker A is the one with the question. Speaker B is the one who will listen to the question. They're the experienced players, and they will take their turns as far as answering these questions. They can work together to actually speak 1 minute each on the debate. They didn't have as much time to prepare. Then there is Speaker A's 1 minute rebuttal based on what he heard. He or she or they heard, and they will go ahead and give an opportunity to Speaker B to finalize the rebuttal, and then I will come in. Ask chat, are you guys ready to vote? We're going to go and think of a question that defines what we just saw today. So thanks, guys, for being super positive and respectful in the chat. Don't give my moderators a hard time. There's going to be a lot of timeouting happening from you guys if we see anybody that makes fun of a speaker. Please make fun of me, the way I dress, the way I have my hair, or my eyebrows been removed, whatever it is. Please make fun of me, nobody else. Nobody deserves to be made fun of here except for me. So thanks, guys, for being positive and respectful as always. I'm a little nervous, and I hope you guys are excited. So let's go ahead and get started and introduce these individuals first. Let's go and change the square. We're going to show you the questions for the first debate. But before we go dive right into the questions, we're going to showcase the players who are here. All right. We are currently with Dudus Flutus, GSLD Rapid, and Murderface. And it looks like we just lost a couple players on their way out, but they'll be back right ahead. We have these 6 questions that are listed right here, and I'll be reading them off to you. And we'll start off with worst case scenario and his topic about Beetlejuice, and then the second topic about faction flavoring. We'll give him 3 minutes for the first topic, and then we'll dive into the second topic as soon as we identify Beetlejuice. How's everybody in chat doing right now? As everybody can hear me, everybody can actually understand the words that I'm saying. Is there any issues that we need to know about? Things are good. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Shefka, can you hear me? Awesome. Shefka, your voice came in and out. You want to try one more time?
working correctly?
Perfect. It's working just fine now. Awesome. So we have right here, guys, we have Shefka, Dudus Flutus, Rapid, and Murderface. Shefka, can you please do me a favor and tell me a little bit about you?
I'm a outfit leader in an outfit on the server Miller, Calder's company. I'm here most likely because, I mean, definitely not the best shooter. I mean, I like shooting people in the face, but I'm not that good on that game. But I like the game hidden behind the game when Planetside 2 becomes like an RTS instead of a simple FPS. And I like that atmosphere of the game. The strategic one, and so I'm here to check about the questions and any debates looking around this topic.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And if you guys don't know, Shefka was one of the FCs for the Community Smash. Shefka was also involved in a lot of other events that Planetside 2 had in the last 6 months. He's shown exceptional amount of work on his end to be a part of the community. Thank you, Shefka, for being here tonight. And even if none of these experienced players step up to answer these questions, they're here to at least answer my questions when I have one for them. Thanks for stopping by. TTB Shades, how you doing, buddy?
Doing okay. Still currently at work, but we're almost off rock clock out here.
No problem.
Good for you.
Do you want to do an intro right now, or you want to do it after you clock out?
We can do it right now. I'm nearly finished, so might as well.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about yourself and your background. What server you on, things like that.
All right, so I am the leader of BUA. My background is in infantry coaching and anything like leadership-wise on how to lead, I guess, a point-hold outfit. Although I don't do tanks and I don't do air, so I'll leave up to the rest of everybody else here to discuss that. But my specialties are in that, and I've played on all 3 factions significantly, so hopefully I'll be able to help out today with that.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And if you guys don't know, Shades was one of the individuals who gave me an opportunity to learn this game in a very in-depth fashion. There's a Part 1, Part 2, Part 3 series that Shades has from B-Way, and it's on his YouTube channel. I was a guest on his show. He invited me to be part of their training, and I recorded it. And so, long story short, it was very, very fortunate for him to teach me and for me to learn from him. And so we've grown to where we're at today. Thank you so much, Shades. I appreciate it. Dudus Flutus, how you doing, buddy? Dudus. We'll give Dudus a second. I think his microphone's not working. Rapid, are you there? And all right, looks like Rapid's microphone.
Oh, I am there. Don't worry.
Perfect. Rapid
Sorry, I was in another room.
No worries, no worries. We're gonna go over to Rapid, then back up to Dudus in a second. So, Rapid, tell me about yourself. What server do you play on, and how do you know this Planetside 2 community? I know a lot of people do know you. Just introduce yourself like nobody knows you.
Yeah, my name is Rapid. If you've never met me, I play mainly on Emerald. If you've ever seen an account with Rapid in the name, that's likely me. Probably shotgunning as well. So just I play both infantry and a little bit of the other denominations. I also lead a lot. I also led for a large outfit on Emerald, GSLD, for a long period of time. So I understand the other half of the coin for larger outfits and stuff like that that some people might not be sure about.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And Rapid has been involved in many community events, has been a part of debate subjects with Faber One. If you guys don't know Faber One, great gentleman. I did not get a chance to talk to a lot of the community members here to make this happen. This was very much short notice for a lot of people, so I thank you guys for stopping by and making this happen for me. And Murderface, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good.
If you guys, Murderface, please express to me what servers you play on, who you are as a person, and then I'll express how I met you.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, so I'm Murderface, originally from Briggs, and I play on Connery now. I'm a leader of Venom, pretty large Australian and New Zealand outfit, and I'm a pilot, so I do a lot of flying.
Guys, that's an understatement, man. Like, he does a lot of flying. He has a Twitch channel that literally is just flying. Check him out. That little anyways, and so the way I met Murderface is when I started streaming, of course, here, he gave me an opportunity to learn how to fly, and he clapped me a lot on stream. I mean, it is what it is, but At the same time, he teaches you. So guys, check out his channel. He will teach you how to fly and feel confident while flying and understanding the patterns that people give you in the air. And so we have a very, in my opinion, expert aircraft user here tonight. So not saying the rest of them above are not. So another example of above is Dudus Flutus. Are you there?
Yeah, I should be.
How you doing, buddy?
You know, just chilling.
Thanks for stopping by, man. Tell me a little bit about yourself, and then I'll give you my introduction, how I know you.
Great. My name's Dudus Flutus. I play an Emerald. I am a part of B-Way, Shades' outfit. I do mostly coaching things, and I've played infantry for a while now. I also fly occasionally, and yeah, that's me.
Awesome. And I have a question for you, Dudus. Is there a chance that your microphone can be reset? Do you know anything about it? Basically, it's coming in and out like it's static. If you let me know if you get that fixed, and I'm going to talk about the rest of how I know Dudus. Dudus and I met, I believe it was after the training that I actually received part 1 through 3 from B-Way. I asked if there's a way I can learn how you guys click heads. I literally could not figure it out. Came down to mouse sensitivity, came down to mouse pad surface area. I literally had my cell phone on my mouse pad. I had a lot of things on it, and I finally looked at the surface area because Dudus Flutus gave me a video of his hand movement and his like wrist movement. I mean, it wasn't wrist movement; it was entire arm movement. And just getting a chance to see that video was exponential for me to grow as a gamer, as someone who can teach as well. And so from that point on, I said, "Hey, what else can we do to get me to improve in my game?" He says we can do some 1v1s. You don't want to know the score. It was 100 to 22. You can obviously tell who got 100. That's what I'm talking about, right, Dudus?
Yeah,
sure. No, I'm kidding. I got a .22 KD, and the guy literally just clapped me up to 100. It was amazing 1v1s. I learned a lot about Planetside, and it's incredible to see, and I can't wait to get a chance to give everybody the same level of training that I got. Hopefully when we have an opportunity out there for all of us to experience that level of training as well. Thank you guys for stopping by. We do have a couple more experienced players that will stop by later. When they do stop by, we will introduce them as they come in. For now, we're going to go ahead and start with the first gentleman that I'm going to invite, and I'm going to express to you how I know this gentleman. And we'll start with their question. At the very top left, you're going to see it says topic 1 and then topic 2. That is from worst case scenario. I'm going to bring worst case scenario and introduce him to everybody real quick. And let's drag him in. Worst case, how you doing, buddy? Let's give worst case a chance basically to come right back in. How you doing, man?
Well, just came home from work, so it'll.
No, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for stopping by. Worst case, can you tell me a little bit about yourself and how much Planetside 2 experience do you have? How long you played the game for, and what servers do you play on? Just so that way everybody gets a chance to hear your level of experience and how long you've played, and what is your more go-to style?
So I'm mostly playing infantry. I used to play construction, but sadly that's not possible anymore in a meaningful way.
Mm-hmm.
And I have about 3,000 hours in the game, maybe a bit more. And play on TR, on Miller, Emerald, and Connery. And my approach is usually casual, like I just want to log in and do things. That's about it.
If you guys don't know worst case scenario personally, I know him personally from being a part of my community as a streamer, and he's helped me understand how to take the game's mechanics very quickly after I've been here. I'll tell you a little bit about my experience. I've been here from 2012 to 2015, and I stopped playing for about 5 years because of real life issues. And so from 12 to 15, for about those 3 years, I ran an outfit called AFX Aftershocks on Connery TR. And I was pretty much of a Zerg fit. And it doesn't mean that I don't understand the skill fits. I don't understand the other terminologies I won't use. Competitive fits. I understand it all, but the way my personality works is I attracted a large crowd. And so we had about 5 platoons thick when there was over 30,000 players here. When I came back in 2020 on January 8th and the Rogue Planet got announced on January 21st, we started noticing a huge spike in population. That population hit a maximum roof of 13 to 15,000. And so it still didn't hit the first day's launch of Planetside 2 back in 2012. And so if you guys are talking about Zerg fits, 5 platoons thick at the time was a Zerg fit. Anything less than that was just your normal fits. And then small fits were 1 platoon. Now small fits are 1 squad or 2 squads, God knows. Long story short, that changes throughout history of Planetside 2. The Planetside 2 has been here for about 8 years. Planetside 2 is also a first-person shooter, massive multiplayer online, free-to-play game that you can come check out today. And so tonight we're going to get a chance to get to know all these gentlemen here tonight, and we're going to start with worst-case scenarios for subject. Before we begin, let's go ahead and confirm how we want to move forward on this. So I'm going to read topic 1, and then we're going to give topic 1 to worst-case scenario. I'm going to start by asking what he wants, and I want you to begin with, I want Beetlejuice to be X, Y, and Z. And then once I identify what you want, you can go and spend 3 minutes to help me understand why. And once we have those 3 minutes up on you, I will give you a heads up that you have 30 seconds remaining so you can summarize your statement. So at least it's kind of like a TLDR for those who are hearing you speak for 3 minutes. And then we'll give some time to the experienced players on who would like to step up and speak on the other side. Most likely, I know for the first one, it will be due to Salutis. And then we'll go ahead and we'll do this every single time for every gentleman or lady or whoever that steps up to speak tonight. So worst case, I'm going to read your topic question. Is that okay with you?
Yep.
All right, topic 1, Beetlejuice. And it's in the very top left. Why VS players say isn't even good, in quotes, and still have it as their most used gun. Effects of a typical win more item on a roundless asymmetric game like Planetside 2. With side notes to other weapons and playstyles. So my question is, I want to clarify this before we basically go forward. Are you saying that the Beetlejuice is used by a majority of VS players, and what is your argument here, and what are you trying to describe? Why is this a problem if everyone's using the weapon?
So the majority of the VS can't use the Beetlejuice since it has to be unlocked.
Okay.
By around 6,000 kills. But of those who have the Beetlejuice, a lot of them gravitate towards that weapon and not stop using, but using other LMGs less.
Okay.
And I think that's a problem for the game.
So why is that a problem if a weapon is used by a majority of one faction? Is it not the same for the TR and the NC? There's 3 factions in this game. I apologize for that. So there's the Terran Republic, New Conglomerate, and Vaughn of Sovereignty. It's a 3 faction-based game. I did not describe that earlier. We're talking about a single faction, which is the purple faction, has a specific weapon that the majority of them are using if it's unlocked. Go ahead, continue.
So the main issue I have is because the weapon has a pretty unique mechanic. There's only 4 weapons in the game that work that way. And of all of those 4, only this one is used much. That has to do with on what class it can be used. And the issue I have is that it offers a unique mechanic as inside the VS. So some people stop using other LMGs in the same class. And as well, it is the unique considering factions. So TR and NC do not have a similar mechanic. And I think this has a lingering effect.
Okay, and what mechanic are we talking about? What does the Beetlejuice have? Help me understand, because I know everything about the Beetlejuice. I want you to describe it to me. Okay,
so the Beetlejuice, instead of ammo, it has a heat mechanic. It has a technical 50-round magazine. However, it regenerates the bullets like the engineer repair tool does. So if you shoot and you stop shooting after half a second delay, it starts regenerating at a rate of 12 bullets per second. So it's pretty fast, and it's actually like at maximum theoretical rate, it's around 7 times as much, almost 7 times as much as the ammo printer implant on max rank, and it also has the advantage of essentially printing the bullets directly into the magazine. And with printing stuff directly into the magazine, this weapon has a significantly increased uptime, because there's never a situation, or rarely a situation, where the weapon cannot reload itself in time. So usually if there's like 1 or 2 players coming in, you shoot them and you have to reload at some point. but
Makes-
the Beetlejuice just regenerates.
Makes total sense. I'm going to use Video Game God's summary because this is going to be more advanced summary, guys. Best way to summarize the Beetlejuice is, in Video Gamer God's opinion, is that the heat-based weapon is the same sort of weapon as the Orion with no attachments. Orion is a primary weapon used by the VS. That is a weapon that is unlocked for every single player in the very beginning. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and so it takes the Orion and then basically upgrades it. After 6,000 kills of different heavy assault weapons, you can unlock this weapon. It is a faction unlock weapon. You cannot purchase this weapon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so
And
then
also,
ahead.
the attachments it loses are a forward grip or a laser sight, and on the barrel end, it's a suppressor or a flash suppressor. And considering how accurate the weapon already is, and that heavy assault isn't necessarily a class based around stealth, so the suppressors aren't that necessary, it loses very little for the advantage of gaining heat.
Okay. So, there, guys, I said I'm going to be spending 3 minutes per topic. There's a lot of details on this one specifically. We've already gone past our time. We're going to give a chance to summarize the very end points of it, so that way I can give it to the experienced players. My information that I've heard is that this heat mechanic is a utility feature on the gun that is specific to a specific group of guns. About 5 guns exist on the VS. They have heat. For the NC, they have the God Saw. That is their faction specific. It can switch ammo on it on the fly, and you can shoot vehicles, main battle tanks with it, even though every single weapon does not have the ability to do damage, other than knife can do armor damage. And then the TR, all it's got is an additional 50 bullets. It doesn't have a utility feature that allows it to kind of look cool, a reason to grind for 6,000 kills to gain 50 bullets only. The gun is strong. It's not saying the gun is not strong. We're not talking about TTK, we're talking about utility. Is that correct? Worst case?
It's mostly utility and a reduction of the risk of getting caught off guard while reloading.
Okay.
Well,
Thank
at
you.
the same time, one thing.
Oh,
Well,
so
at the
sorry.
same time, the weapon reloads itself while it's not in hand. So, if I'm close to running out of bullets of ammo in the magazine, I switch to my secondary, can hold my ground with my secondary, or at least run away with a medkit, and the weapon will recharge itself while I'm not using it. That's
Roger that.
also
And if
a
you
huge
die with the weapon being fully burnt out on a heat mechanic, it will reuse. And if you receive a res, you will be having it full ready to use.
It still needs the time to that it usually needs.
Okay.
To regenerate.
It doesn't have the same reload animation as everybody else. If you have no bullets, you respawn and you have to wait for the reload animation. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
As long as the weapon is ready.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Worst Case. If you don't mind, we're going to give the experienced players the same amount of time to have their point of views. I will be asking them questions similar to this. And thanks for everybody, experienced players, for being patient. Let's give them a chance to now speak. Worst case, that is your first point. We're going to come back to you. You'll have 1 minute to speak. I won't cut you off. You'll have 1 minute to go ahead and do your rebuttal at the end of the experienced players debate. Experienced players, I'm going to go with DTP Shades to explain who's going to go first. Of course, it's Dudas. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we have assigned Dudas to speak on this topic, so he's going to take the full 3 minutes for this one. So we'll just have Dudas go about it and handle it. Thanks,
Awesome.
Dudas.
Dudas.
Okay, so the point, I just want to understand it, is that it just has, like, the main point is the utility of it, right? Also, is my mic popping or no?
It's still popping.
Oh, Bobby.
Shit.
10. That's all I get.
No worries. If it gets to a popping point where the chat basically doesn't like it, we can always take a break for you to fix it. No problem. Go ahead and keep going. Or he's gonna fix it.
Okay, fixed.
Perfect. Fixed.
Okay, so the main point is basically that it just has the unique utility, and that utility is very strong, right?
Correct.
Okay. So there's a few reasons why the Beetlejuice there's 2 main reasons that the Beetlejuice is used a lot, and that's one of them is because it's based off of the Orion, which is the most competitively used weapon on the VS, and the problem with the other 2 weapons, well, I guess with the problem with like the Butcher, is that it's not based off of the MSW. It's based off of the carve, but the carve and the MSW both have 750, 143 RPMs, so they're basically essentially the same. It's just the recoil is different. But anyway, the reason why, I guess to go to the point that you had in your question, which is like a lot of people use it but still say that the Orion is better, is because that's true. The Orion does have more attachments to make it better than the Beetlejuice. And like when we're talking about like competitive use or anything like that, it's pretty much more beneficial to have the attachment varieties than just having a heat mechanic. And the heat mechanic itself, I would say, doesn't make it that much more, well, OP, I guess, in a way, because you can't, because if we're talking about like really experienced players using the weapon, they're not going to be caught out as much even when they are reloading. So it's not, it doesn't make that much of a difference. It's essentially an Orion with a variable mag size, in that whenever you shoot something, it obviously recharges, and that just increases the ammo back to 50. So essentially you can shoot more than 50 rounds, obviously. And so there was, let's see, there's one more point I wanted to add to that. Kind of lost my train of thought.
No problem. No problem. So I'll help you ask a couple questions to you to make sure that train of thought moves forward. The idea is you're saying you're okay with the VS, TR, NC's current guns. Can you help me understand? Did you gain the ability to use the Busher, gain the ability to use the Godsaw, gain the ability to use the Beetlejuice?
Yeah, I have the Beetlejuice Araxiomed, I have the Butcher Araxiomed, and I also have the Godsaw Araxiomed.
Okay. That's one of the main reasons why I want people to know that this individual has the right to speak on these weapons, because he has them all Araxiomed. Next question I have for you. To me, from hearing what Worst Case said, he's not talking about on a competitive level. He never described himself as a competitive player. He enjoys construction, and right now, currently, construction is for more of the public. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Maxi. I appreciate it. The best. And so, dude, he's talking about it as the live server enjoyment. If the live server enjoyment has engagements with non-competitive players, more casual and competitive combined together, and not giving you an ability to reload, and you can just continuously reposition yourself without having to worry about reposition plus reload, which is an incredible repositioning. I don't know how to explain it, what I just said, but you have to reposition twice, because repositioning and having bullets versus repositioning and no bullets waiting for reload is a huge difference, in my opinion, from the experience I've gained. What are your thoughts on that?
I would say that, about the competitive side of it, there is an important, in my opinion, there is an important aspect to the competitiveness of the weapons, just in terms of like, if we're talking about faction balance, if we have, one faction that has competitively, like, overall better faction weapons or anything, then that's obviously going to impact the debate. So I think it's good to say that, each faction does have, well, the TR, the Butcher is basically, in terms of competitiveness, equal to the Beetlejuice. But in terms of like your positioning, in your positioning example, there's, if you add more bullets into a magazine like the Butcher does, you can also do the same thing that the Beetlejuice does.
Okay. 30 seconds for you, just so that way make sure we both have the same time.
Yeah. So it's essentially the same thing when you just add bullets into the magazine. Obviously, I'm not saying that not reloading is the same thing, but it's the same in that if you regenerate bullets, you just go back to having more bullets in your magazine, which is what the Butcher does, for example. So, well, that's just to speak on that.
Is there a utility mechanic in the Butcher?
The extended magazines and the fact that it has a slightly faster fire rate than the Carve, yes.
Okay. And so having a faster firing rate is the utility feature that you say is for the TR, and the utility feature for the Godsaw is the ability to shoot a main battle tank, and the utility feature for the Orion, which is not on the Orion, it's on the Beetlejuice, a heat mechanic, right?
Yes, the
Okay.
utility for the there's also the utility for the TR, which is the extended magazine factor, not just faster fire rate.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're going to go. Is there anything else you want to add before I go to worst case and give him his chance of 1 minute rebuttal? And then we'll go to you for 1 minute rebuttal. And then we'll go to the entire chat, and the chat will get a chance to vote on this subject as far as what direction we want to take it.
I'm good.
Thank you so much, Dudas. I appreciate it. And thank you so much, worst case, for being patient, giving Dudas a chance to express his points of view. Worst case scenario, give me 1 minute. Why? I wonder what the hell's going on in the damn chat. Oh my god. I didn't even get a chance to see what's happening up there. Thank you guys so much. I just want to make sure you guys all understand. I do appreciate you guys coming in and subscribing and sending bits my way. I will, at the very end of each debate, when we switch them over, get a chance to call you guys all out. I have it now open on my cell phone so I can actually say thank you guys directly, so I can stay on topic on each point. Worst case scenario, are you there?
Yeah.
Once again, thank you so much for being super positive and respectful on the channel, everybody here. Now you have 1 minute, and we're going to strictly stick to 1 minute, and we'll try our best to see if it's even worth doing this strategy. 1 minute goes to you. Explain to me based on what Dudas' basic points are, or if you want to add to what you were describing earlier, and then we'll give Dudas 1 minute, and then we'll go to voting. Go ahead. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Okay, so I don't doubt that the Orion is better in a competitive setting than the Beetlejuice because of the attachments. It makes complete sense. The difference is, let's talk about competitiveness. There's a 1v1 setting, or maybe a scrim with like 6v6, 12v12. I don't know. I don't play this a lot. And the most important thing in a competitive setting is to kill the enemy faster than you die. And that's not true in the Planetside, in the live game setting, because the skill levels are vastly different compared to a scrim where most of the players usually are experienced. I doubt there's new players in the scrim. And with this huge skill gap, the downsides of losing the attachments don't come into play. Like, I'm not that good, and even I roll new players. It's easy.
10 seconds.
Okay. And on top of that, it makes the heavy assault self-sufficient in terms of ammo, allowing to farm more.
Awesome. Thank you so much, worst case. Add your last point after the 1 minute. Is there anything else you want to add before we go to Deuce?
Well, yeah, the weapon is too strong when in a setting that has no matchmaking and a huge skill gap. That's essentially the problem.
Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and move over to Dudas Flutus. You have 1 minute. Are you ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, begin.
Okay, so what happens when you have a heat mechanic is, again, it's just essentially, like you said, it's just extending the magazine that it has. And so my point with that is that you can do the same thing that the Beetlejuice does, like if not better, with just an extended magazine by itself if it has enough ammo inside of it. So take the EM6, for example, that it has 200 rounds in it. You don't have to, most people would not be able to use all 200 rounds in their magazine by the time that they die. So you can essentially do the same thing with other weapons, and essentially with the Butcher as well, because you have 150 in there. That's 3 times the original magazine of the Beetlejuice. So essentially you can do the same thing with the other weapons, and that's why I don't really have a problem with Beetlejuice.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's exactly 1 minute. I appreciate it. Everybody in chat, we're about to do a vote, and I don't know exactly what is the best title for the voting. My point to make a voting opportunity for everybody in chat is to describe what we just saw today. This is my first time doing this, so I'm going to basically think of better questions in the future. This is the first question. I'm thinking of a question that is going to help the developers and you guys as a group to identify what you guys enjoyed on each topic. Beetlejuice, should it be looked at? That is the first question. The second question is going to be, what faction needs a better utility out of the 3 factions? I'm going to do 2 questions. We'll do 2 polls. First off, we're going to say the Beetlejuice, and then we're going to put in called the heat mechanic. Heat mechanic, and I'm going to ask Dudis, and I'm going to ask worst case if they are okay with that wording to make sure I am not making a question that is against their decisions. So, worst case and Dudis, I'm making this question right now that is going to be voted by the entire community. The topic question is Beetlejuice colon heat mechanic dash. Should it be looked at? Looked at means should it be revised in any way? More of a buff or nerf, whatever the terminologies you want to be called, that's what I'm going to say. We're going to say yes and no. No means it's good as it is. I can't write it's good as it is. I'm going to put no, it's fine. And yes, please look at it. Okay? Do you guys both agree on that? Or you guys want to change the titling?
That sounds good, yeah.
Awesome. So I'm going to basically type it in right now in chat so you guys can see what kind of text I'm putting in. That is the title. Here goes the vote. You guys will have 2 minutes to vote and giving us opportunity to go talk to the next individuals for faction flavor for worst case scenario, giving them an opportunity to look at topic 2. As soon as we identify topic 2, we're also going to be talking to Bladed Hawk and giving him a chance to talk about his subject as far as the Butcher and the Beetlejuice, and we're going to bring in Agent Ross to talk about the examples of faction flavor on topic 2. We're going to bring in Yanis about faction flavors for topic 2, and then we're going to bring in Vitalis if he's here about the same thing, faction flavor. All of those are faction flavor questions for topic 2. For now, we're going to bring in Bladed Hawk while you guys spend the next 2 minutes trying to vote on this subject. Good luck. Have fun, guys. I hope you guys enjoy the vote.
Archie, to be clear, you want them to type yes or no in the chat.
No. It's right there. There's a vote now in the chat. You guys can click on should it be looked at, yes or no. So in the chat, you guys can say, please look at it. The second vote is going to be who deserves more of a faction flavor. We're going to say a buff and say none. So it's going to be TRVSNC and then none. That's going to be the second question as far as the Beetlejuice, Butcher, and Godsaw. We're going to identify which one do you guys think needs the most love. Are you joking me? What? Ladies and gentlemen, the polls are going through. It is currently even across the board. This is not normal. Did I do a good job of asking this question? This isn't normal, but this is unbelievable.
We can just do another minute or two.
No, it's 2 minutes.
If you want.
Is it done? No. It should still go. It's still going. We have less than a minute left for you guys to keep voting. You get about 40 seconds remaining. I'm going to bring Bladed Hawk in here in a second while you guys enjoy that vote. Give me a second, guys. Thanks for being patient. Worst case scenario, you're going to hang out here for topic 2 and also topic 1 with Bladed Hawk. I'm going to go down and say hi to them while you guys enjoy this. Oh, this is out of control. All right, guys. How you guys doing? Thanks, guys, for being super patient. I appreciate it. That was a pretty tough topic. We went through pretty much a lot, and I cannot believe the votes are like this right now. It's the first time I've ever seen this. I thought it was going to be a unanimous yes, but it looks like it's not. Bladed Hawk, are you there? Awesome. I'm going to bring you in, and I think we have outside of certain weapons, basically all weapons are identical. Factions, more faction specific. Agent Ross is not here. Agent is. Perfect. Agent, I'm going to bring you and Bladed Hawk for topic 1. We're going to finalize the Beetlejuice questioning, and then we're going to go and talk about topic 2 with worst case Janice and Vitalis if he is there. So let's go ahead and bring you two talking about your opinions of what your topics are, and if you guys want to add to what we just discussed. Let's bring you two in. Be right back, guys. Agent Ross and Bladed Hawk, if you could do me a favor, are you guys okay with maintaining TOS for Twitch, Discord, and YouTube, and means maintaining no racism, derogatory, or sexist comments? Awesome. Also, try not to customize because it's a family-friendly channel. I appreciate it. Nope. No, you already know about it. You have endorsement. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. So the Beetlejuice heat mechanic should be looked at. No, it's fine is the official vote. I'm going to take a screenshot of this so I have it for the future. This doesn't mean that the developers should not look at it. This doesn't mean they should basically apply themselves tonight and get this fixed. This is just for our own sake, our own knowledge, and our own data. So we can use this to identify better questions in the future, better topics for you guys, and move forward. Because I'm telling you right now, I'm not an expert when it comes to making questions up. And so when we show a little bit of a taste towards all of you guys on how we can make better bleeps, I just noticed all the bleeps happening. When we can know an idea how to ask better questions, maybe we can get more professional advice from individuals who can think of better questions per topic so we can get the right data we need. Thanks, guys, for basically doing the first question. I'm taking the screenshot of the poll so I can have it ready for evidence for the future. So we're going to call Beetlejuice. Thanks, guys, for being patient. Beetlejuice. Should we look at it? Awesome. So next question, guys. This is going to be a question based off of new poll. And the question is, what weapon out of the three... Now, how do we do this? Beetlejuice. Godsaw. Make sure I'm spelling these guys right when I send this to you guys in chat. Godsaw and Butcher. What weapon needs more support? What weapon needs to be looked at? What needs to be looked at? Okay, thank God. There's not enough text I can put in a question. So here we go, guys. I'm going to put it in the text. I know I probably misspelled it. Is that how you spell Godsaw, Butcher, and Beetlejuice? And if that's correct, I'm going to go ahead and say, is this a good question? Experienced players, please let me know if there's a better question format. It's in the chat, in Twitch chat. I'm so sorry. I just put it in. Butcher is spelled Butcher, right? I did it right. Butcher. Buff. Okay, so then we're going to put in the question. Beetlejuice is going to be question number 1. Godsaw will be number 2. And then Butcher is number 3. And then we're going to put in none of the above. And then the last one will be, I have no idea. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that because then people are going to vote that one. Okay, so we're going to go with... okay, we're going to say all equal. All are equal. Keep as it is. Perfect. Keep. All are equal. All are equal. Perfect. I think this is it. 2-minute vote, guys. Good luck, guys. I hope you guys can vote this one in so we can confirm responses minimum 2. Oh, okay, thank God. You can't vote more than once. That would suck. I'm like, no! You can vote on all of them? I'm like, that makes total sense why it was equal last time. No, that's not true. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get a chance to see what is happening here right now. There goes the polls. We're going to get a chance to see it live. I'm going to now make it to where you guys can all see it here as well. And there you go. We're going to get a chance to see. So now we know that we do not want to change the gun Beetlejuice. The Beetlejuice is fine as it is. What gun do you guys want out of the 3 to be re-looked at? To just get a chance to see another opportunity at it. And this is an example of what weapon that we think needs some support. We're not talking about to become overpowered. We're not asking them to basically turn it into a flying vehicle. This is giving us an opportunity to understand it. So, guys, you have less than 1 minute to vote. And now we're going to go and introduce Bladed Hawk. And we're going to introduce Agent Ross, who want to discuss their points that are very similar to the discussions we just had earlier with the worst case scenario on topic 1. Bladed Hawk, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for stopping by. Can you please tell me more about yourself? What's your Planetside 2 experience? What have you done as far as making this question come about? What is your experience on the question? Did you get killed by it 5,000 times and you're like, I'm sick and tired of it, it's time to make it a question? Help me understand it a bit. Oh my god! I scared. Thank you so much for that. Icom coming in. My moderator saved my butt. I was in the middle of taking a screenshot of there. We're gonna start over again. Bladed Hawk. We're gonna go and let me share. Orion, can you cut that out of that section? We're gonna do it again. Okay, ready? 3, 2. I'm just kidding. All right. So, please, one more time, Bladed Hawk. I just unmuted you. I put a mute because I go to the top channel to be safe, and then I forgot to unmute you. One more time, Bladed Hawk. Who are you? Start from the beginning.
So I first got into Planetside, 7 years ago when the game first came out. Played it for like a month or two, dropped it, and got really bored immediately. Came back with the escalation update. Ran some guys with WTAC. Started running around with them, doing some platoons. Slowly worked with that community, and have really come to like WTAC as a community. But my question comes from looking at what guns would it be worthwhile to Araxium? What would be, what is a goal to set for myself long term for playing the game? And it's like, all right, which weapon category do I want to Araxium? Well, none of them for NC looked that interesting except for the Godsaw. And the Godsaw is only interesting because it can, it has a unique mechanic. Looking at say like the Butcher, or for that example, any of the carbines for any faction, all of them just have underbarrel shotguns, and that's cool, but it's just an underbarrel shotgun slapped onto the gun for 6,000 kills, which is a lot of time put into the game.
Makes total sense. You're basically doing 6,000 kills to get the Godsaw, but you don't feel like you've been rewarded enough, correct?
Or so looking at all of the directive weapons in general, like you have the, what is it actually called, the Gauss Prime. It's the Gauss rifle, except for its bullet has faster bullet velocity. And I guess there is the fact that they do cosmetically look cooler, but for 6,000 kills, I just would be cooler if they were more just unique weapons instead of just basically buffed reskins of the default weapons. I guess is where
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna act like I don't know anything. I do know how long it takes. Can you help me understand what 6,000 kills means as far as time played for you, and what's your kill death ratio? Not to make fun of you as far as kill death. To give an idea, like, are you somebody who goes around and gets like 40 kills per second? Help me understand, how long would it take to get 6,000 kills for yourself?
So for myself, I'm currently sitting at about 300 hours in the game total. And I have probably around, just with a single weapon category, you're focusing on just LMGs would probably be my most used weapon category. I have maybe a total of 1,000 kills, with my most kills on a weapon being around 400. So probably a minimum of 2,000 hours probably to get all of those kills for just a weapons category, and that's not including the fact that you don't know you don't always want to be playing heavy for LMG, or you don't always want to play medic for the assault rifle. You might want to spread out and do others. So it can take, a couple thousand hours to get Araxium weapons.
I just heard you say something that was a key feature for me in this, not an argument, but more compliment for you. You said you have a total of 300 hours in Planetside 2, is that correct?
Yeah.
Awesome. You are a point mark that I need so bad. Everybody has over 18,000 hours in this game, so it's fantastic to hear somebody with less than 1,000. Why? Because the new player experience. You are not a new player, but you have 300 hours in there. A lot more in the fact that you are looking at the game as, hey man, I don't really want to grind my butt off to go get these Araxium-based weapons like the Butcher, Godsaw, and Orion, or vice versa, what you just described, the other weapon, which I have no clue about. They take a long time, 6,000 kills to be able to get there. And when you do get the weapon, it's not rewarding enough. It doesn't feel like those 6,000 hours were worth the grind for a stronger adversary for you on the field. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's just they don't feel unique. They feel like buffed reskins of the default weapons, essentially.
Got it. Because this game is 400 versus 400 versus 400, when we do give you a buff, just as a single player, I'm not a developer. I don't work for RPG. I don't work for Daybreak. If I give you a weapon with 20% increase in something, kill rate, reuse rate, anything, when you give that to an entire platoon of 48 people, it becomes a severely deadly weapon. And you give that to 400 people, it becomes almost impossible to balance. And that's my opinion as far as what I've seen the game do for the last 8 years, is that it's an extremely hard game to balance. I know we're talking about balance questions right now, and I'm going to talk about that at the beginning. But It's just to help you understand. That is probably one of the main factors behind it, but I think that it does need to be looked at. So that way you don't get a severe kill of TTK, maybe a better quality of life option. Things that can make you more excited to basically want to grind for it. Is that correct?
Yeah, so for directive weapons, it would be more interesting to see something that is based on their unique playstyle, new playstyles that are unlocked, and so they aren't just straight up buffs to a weapon, which is basically what the Butcher is, going back to the LMG debate. Godsaw has, you can unique fire mode for armor damage. The Orion has the heat mechanic, though it looks like all Vonu directives have that for the most part. The Butcher just straight up gets buffed. That's all you're getting with the Butcher when when you directive it. Where it would be unique to see if it had any form of utility on it,
Mm-hmm. So my question now is, we're going to summarize it, give it to experienced players if they want to discuss it, if they want to add to it. I think we've had a long discussion already on as far as weapon mechanics for the Beetlejuice, and then we talked about the Godsaw, and we talked about the Butcher. We have a vote poll that you can see clearly that the Butcher has gotten a 69% vote 41, 11 for the Godsaw at 19%, and then 3 for none of the above, and 2 and 2 for people who are still voting for Beetlejuice. That's awesome. So the next question I have for you is, what is your question for the experienced players? What would you like to summarize it for them so they can actually have a debate subject? I want what? I want the 6,000 kill weapon to be what?
I would say I want to see probably the amount of kills remain the same. It's a good grind. It's, I think, a appropriate amount of grind. What I want to see is a different type, them be new playstyle enabling weapons that give you new and unique paths in the game, not just straight up reskins or buffs.
Cool. Thank you. Let's go ahead and give it to back to Shades. Shades will basically direct who's going to be speaking. Shades.
So we have chosen Rapid since no one else has answered from the team for this one. So I'll be taking the majority of the 3 minutes here unless somebody else happens to come up. But for now, Rapid, you are it. Feel free to step forward.
Roger that. Rapid, go ahead, buddy.
All right. I'd like to point to a game that I think Arshee has played. Is Modern Warfare, the newest release. If you look at that game, right, they do have the same thing of get a certain amount of kills, get a reward. And in that game, you just get a skin. For 3,000 kills with an LMG, you just get a different skin for your LMG and MW. You get a Obsidian skin. So, and kind of the same thing in Planetside, right? The weapons aren't too different. Like, they have small little mechanics here and there, but by the devs adding certain features behind a play wall, by playing for a certain amount of time and getting a certain amount of kills, you cause this, assumption of the weapons just being strictly better or other things, mechanics, right? If you look at the Beetlejuice, for example, would you like more, arguments about this weapon or that weapon being good or bad by adding more unique mechanics? Or would it be better than just to release it as just a brand new weapon for the faction, right? Everyone gets a new weapon, everyone's happy. If someone, only a small select group of people that have played for a certain amount of hours gets a weapon, usually people complain about that kind of stuff, right? And of course, Daybreak is looking at the content flow and just trying to push out content for all players right now. So it's just, Kamikaze is actually coming out a video on the new directive weapon ideas that he did on stream. But it's a really tough issue to tackle because it's all about, hey, other games really don't do it, and we're just, we want to give content to all players, not just the top elite, stuff like that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And you had basically less than 1 minute. You want to summarize your point so that give Bladed Hawk an opportunity to know how to rebuttal you.
Yeah. One thing I would say is AAA titles give less for rewards. And 2 is walking behind a play wall prevents new players and creates opinions before achieving the weapon. If someone had the weapon, they can form those opinions. And then the 3rd would be something along the lines of giving weapons to all players rather than just a select group of players.
Okay, well said. Bladed Hawk, you'll have 1 minute to go ahead and discuss it. It'll be a strict 1 minute, and then we'll go back to Rapid so he can actually have his final statement, and then we'll see how we can actually make this into a question form. You ready?
So, yep. So my answer to that would be, so Planetside is free to play, so you aren't paying to get into the game, and so I also feel like there needs. What is the end game in a sandbox like this? I feel like having unique but not overpowered weapons that give a new playstyle as a reward for playtime in the free in a free to play environment increase engagement and give you a new goal to work towards. And while definitely those could be a balancing nightmare, that is also why making them be something that is unique, potentially even too not that good, but just enable different play styles within the game, I think would be a lot better. And my other thing is, so yes, other games give you just skins, but they're already giving us technically new weapons with this that are just basically buffed variants. So they already are giving us skins of those default guns, but they're also buffed. So you already are getting a buff to your default weapons by getting that. So I don't think I feel like you would
10
actually be
seconds.
getting more out of it, out of the game, if it was just unique utility options instead of just straight up buffs like most of the directive weapons are.
Awesome. Thank you so much, buddy. And let's go over to Rapid to finish his 1 minute response, or you can pass if you like.
I'll continue just saying, if you give more utility to a certain group of players, and it's going to be, of course, a balancing nightmare, right? We look at the things that we talked about earlier, but as well, there are weapons that they did try to introduce that new unique playstyle by adding the different alternate fire for the God Saw, and that just really didn't take off. And they're afraid of introducing a new mechanic, and then people complaining, "Hey, I grinded out for it." Look at the NSO LMG, for example. People grinded that out, and then they were really mad about it. Dudas, do you want to chime in on this?
Like just about the uniqueness of it, I guess, right?
I'm going to go confirm right now with Bladed Hawk to confirm the finalized statement. Bladed Hawk, you want to see more endgame tools for players to grind for and to be excited about and refresh them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so how do you guys feel about it, Dudis and Rapid? Do you guys want to see that as well, or do you guys think that's not a good idea for Planetside?
Well, for right now, I kind of agree with Rapid in that it's, like if you were to release a weapon with a completely new playstyle or whatever, it would just be, balancing nightmare or whatever. Because we've had examples of that.
So you would like to see releases in shorter spans, like what they're doing right now with the Punisher and reworking the Punisher first before they actually revamp a bunch of weapons at once.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, like
Okay.
the Punisher already provides a lot of different playstyle changes.
Awesome.
Like especially with the light assault and having the little propulsion.
Oh, I love
that
that
it
so
does.
much. Shh, we won't tell anybody.
So you just if you're gonna do that, it needs to be like slow, and you need to actually see the balance of it.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to Bladed Hawk to finalize the statement. You're on the fence of saying, hey, make changes quicker. Do this as a continue the pace that Planetside is currently at. Is that correct? Bladed, you're on the fence of quicker. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say quicker. I would just say more overall endgame content.
How fast do you want to see it? Because they are going down the path of more in-game content. It's just they can't push it as fast. They are going down the path that Dudis agrees with, and you want to see it more often. And is that so? Like, you want to see it in bursts versus a large patch. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go ahead and how do I write that in the question? That's a good question. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and saying happy with existing patch releases or smaller, please. Is that a question? I'm like trying to find out how to questionize this. Rapid, what about you? Do you have an idea how to want to questionize this?
I would say, would you rather see more guns? For example, like the Punisher, right? That could have been a direct reward, right? Would you like to see more guns added as direct rewards, or just added to the game in general? I think that would be a better way to phrase it.
And Blade, what do you what is that? What you agree with? Is that your question example? More directive weapons or more guns like the Punisher that can be purchased?
I would say both, honestly.
There does have to be a trade-off.
Yeah, I would say you can't go one way too much or the other. You still need new weapons for everyone. On the other hand, I feel like they should do something to change the existing directive weapons so they make them more unique, like the Punisher. Because the Punisher, I'd say, is a good example of what I think would be a good idea for directive weapons as far as an idea of unique utility that it brings.
Okay, I'm probably spelling this wrong. Give me a second. Confirming if I spelled it right.
Can I chime in?
Personally,
Yes. Go ahead. Worst case, while I actually confirm this.
Okay, so what I see with the directive weapons is not that not all of them are even upgrades. Like there's actually straight downgrades. For example, the SMGs have high velocity ammo and a forward grip, like complete opposite of what usually SMGs does. And I think a lot of directive weapons, I don't have the stats for all of them, but they neither fit the classes they are being played on, nor are they offering anything that's really special. Just an underbarrel shotgun isn't going to redefine a class. And maybe they could be looked at in, for example, the underbarrel shotgun on some of them could have a heat mechanic for all, like an auto recharging underbarrel shotgun. Then it might be actually useful. That's just an idea, though. So
I think a big concern with adding endgame content is look at the implant system, for example. Implant system has been looked at a long time as endgame content, but it also adds a new playstyle. For example, power knifing with a vampire plus carapace is an example of that, right? That is, you're locked out of that until you end up rolling it, right? The same thing, kind of looking at getting 6,000 kills on a weapon, right? You're locked out of that playstyle until you get to that point of the game, and for some players that is frustrating.
So I'm gonna stop you guys right there. Tell me if this is a question. Can I get all of you guys in chat confirming this is a question you guys agree with, and then we're gonna move forward. The answers to those questions, I have it ready basically to have you guys posted. A, more directive weapons. B, more viable weapons. Both A and B for third option, and fourth option is going to be D for none of the above. And so let me confirm if this is the text that you guys want as a question, and then we're going to move forward if you guys want to rephrase it. No? Let's get Max this when we typed the no before I typed it.
Wait, sorry, what do you mean by viable weapons?
Viable weapons like Punisher. You can buy with 1,000 certs or our 700 daybreak cash or something like that.
If you have the characters, make that unlockable. Maybe I don't know. The viable sounds so pay to win.
It's characters unlockable. I don't have enough text. That's the problem. So it's a buyable that you can buy with certs. It's not just with daybreak cash. You can. It's not going to be. None of the weapons right now in Planetside 2 is pay to win. You can literally play the game and pick up any gun you want. So that means a pay to win model is a gun or an item that you have to pay money for, and you'll never obtain it without money. That's not what Planetside 2 has here. You can get any item you want with grinding, and that's really cool that they did that. So that's basically the question. You guys don't have a Judas, Rapid, and Bladed?
You could probably rephrase the question, more directive or unlockable weapons. Just
more
condense
directive.
the text.
Unlockable is the same as directive, isn't it?
Well, it sounds better than buyable, I think, because buyable does give the pay to win aspect of.
Or certable weapons.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I can't spell certable. How do you spell certable? Certifiable. I'm just gonna put cert.
CERT
weapon.
ABLE, I think.
I know it doesn't work.
It's not a real word.
I'm making it work. More cert based weapons. There we go. More cert based weapons or cert based weapons. All right, so we're gonna do more cert based weapons. I hate this thing. Doesn't give me enough room. All right, more directive weapon. Okay, the grammar is off because I don't have enough space. I apologize for you guys, but you get the damn gist. All right, let's go ahead and do it. 3, 2, 1. The vote's going through. And you guys go ahead and start making your votes now. We'll get an idea how you guys feel about directive weapons, how you guys feel about purchasable weapons, which are considered certable buying weapons. That means 1,000 certs for a weapon. What do you guys want more of those two? And if none of the above means that whatever Planetside 2 is doing right now, you're happy with it. None of the above really means their direction is good. Both means you want to see more. And so cert-based weapons means you want to see more cert-based, vice versa directive. And I hope that's been clarified for you all. You have 2 minutes to think about it. and then vote. And we're going to go ahead and move over to Agent Ross, give Agent Ross a chance to express his point about the weapons overall, and if he has anything to add to the conversation, or you can say overall everything's been said. Agent Ross, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing awesome.
Thanks for stopping by, man. If you guys don't know Agent Ross is coming from PlayStation 4. If you have any friends on PlayStation 4, Agent Ross runs an outfit over there, so feel free to go check him out and be a part of his outfit. It's FTOT. I'm looking forward to getting my PlayStation on and getting a chance to play over there with them. And so I'm just waiting for the damn observer cam. It doesn't exist, but I'll have to do it without it, and I most likely will die 1 million times as I showcase their outfit. So, Agent, your weapon, your topic. I'm going to read it out loud to you, or you want to read it?
It's fine.
I will read it. So topic 1. Outside of certain weapons, basically all weapons are identical regardless of faction. We should have more faction-specific things in general. Oh, this is a faction flavor question. I apologize for that. Is there anyone else that did not have a specific topic as far as Beetlejuice and the Butcher? Okay, looks like we're good. Bladed Hawk, thank you so much for your time and energy. And thanks for stopping by, buddy. And we're going to go ahead and move over to faction flavor as the next topic, okay?
All right.
Thank you, buddy. That was Bladed Hawk from Western Tactical. Love the, if you guys don't know them, go check them out. They are on NC Connery. They also did some amazing events, and thank you so much to Dr. Moneypants for all the work he's done for the Planetside community. All right, so let's go ahead and start with worst case scenario for topic number 2, deflavoring of faction, examples of TR, and various items as examples of Emissary, Swarm, Colossus, Dragoon, Obelisk. And this is not from a balanced point of view, but more of a cosmetic approach. This is an example of faction flavor. And then we're going to go with the same thing with Dudis's faction balancing examples, and then going to Agent Ross as far as talking about faction, and then going to Janice about faction, and then going to Vitalis about faction flavor. Lots of flavor of factions here tonight. I don't think I have those individuals up above. Janice is not going to be upstairs, and we don't have Vitalis. And so we're going to basically work with the 2 individuals here tonight, which is Agent Ross and worst case scenario on this topic. There's a lot of people that talked about it. That's why I combined it into one question. And then we can move on to the other questions that have nothing to do with these topics above. Worst case scenario. Help me understand your topic. 3 minutes goes to you. It's going to be a strict 3 minutes this time, so we can give everybody a chance.
Okay, so this is mostly not necessarily cosmetic, but a feeling approach, basically. Like the examples I'm going to give, they're vastly different in terms of balance. Like, for example, the Swarm and the Striker. So I'm just starting in the order that I put them in my question. So essentially, back when some faction-specific sidearms were released, the Vanu got a chargeable gun, the NC got a shotgun sidearm, and the TR got a full auto sidearm. And some weeks later, there was another full auto sidearm released, only it was neutral, so everyone can use it. Like, I feel like while full auto in itself is not necessarily a faction trait of DTR, but it was on a sidearm because it was the only sidearm that was full auto. And for example, the Swarm is essentially the old Striker with shooting multiple lock-on rockets. Like, and in terms of balance, the new Striker is clearly better. No questions asked. And like, it feels like it's slowly taking away faction flavor from the TR. The Colossus tank has gotten the Prowler abilities of a lockdown mode and a lockdown shield. And the final thing of watering down, in my opinion, faction flavor is the Dragoon versus the Obelisk. And both of them are really weird. Like, the Dragoon is full auto, but has vastly decreased recoil attachment that makes it semi-auto. And at the same time, it can equip explosive ammunition, which apparently is a Vanu faction trait, like the lashing ammunition. Meanwhile, the Obelisk is semi-auto, has heat, so it's what's it called, VS flavor. And at the same time, the Obelisk, and that's what really the weirdest part is, it has an attachment that doubles the fire rate, doubles the magazine size, and makes it full auto throw hip fire. I don't know how good that attachment is, but this attachment, that reads to me like usual TR faction flavor: bigger magazines, faster fire rate, full auto. Like, why? It feels like this is an unnecessary attachment to a Wano weapon, because it's not a Wano faction flavor to have this stuff. That's about it. Like, purely from a feelings approach. Like, I feel like TR weapon faction flavor got watered down over time and given away to other factions too much.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. You have 19 seconds. You want to summarize the question over the experienced players so I can have a chance to debate on it?
No, I'm basically done. Like, there's
awesome.
Nothing to add.
Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and move over to Rapid. Rapid, you're going to be speaking on this question. Can you summarize what you heard, clarify, and then go ahead and begin? I'll start the timer as soon as you clarify what worst case said.
Yeah, he mentioned a different faction, a number of NS weapons who have similar faction traits in his eyes to TR weapons, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to clarify why those weapons are significant enough in difference for them, and why some weapons are used and some weapons aren't used.
Very good. Is that what was that how your summary was? Worst case?
What do you mean?
I'm saying I had Rapid summarize your question back to you, so that way you can confirm if that's the topic that he should be talking about.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, Rapid, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think I guess let's start with the Emissary versus the Amp. I do believe they're two completely different weapons. The Amp, for example, is a CQC SMG pistol, while the Amp is a mid-range pistol. Emissary also has, I think, a lower HSR multiplier, while the Amp has the full HSR multiplier. They're also different damage models, and the fire rate of the Amp is pretty much double of the Emissary. So I don't see how. Yes, I guess they are both full auto, but the Emissary does shoot at the rate of a semi-auto in my eyes, based on having half of the fire rate of the Amp.
Okay. Anything else you want to add on this?
I guess the next one we'll go on to is the Swarm versus the Striker. I have seen both weapons used, and the Swarm is used significantly less than the Striker for multiple reasons. But again, at the end of the day, the Swarm isn't the one people are using. The Striker is still being used, and then when people play on the other factions, they still don't use the Swarm. They rather use the Lancer, which is great anti-air, or they use the standard launcher on VA or NC to counter air.
I'm gonna summarize the topic for this example for topic 2. Topic 2 is talking about the Terran Republic as a space. This is mainly the Terran Republic. T2 Striker had a lock-on mechanism, was removed. It's now called the Swarm. Everyone can use it. The lockdown mechanism for the Terran Republic was a reload speed increase plus attack speed increase, velocity increase. Was removed on attack speed increase, changed the barrage. Now we have it on the Colossus. The Colossus is used by all three factions. The Swarm, all three factions. Colossus, all three factions. We're looking at Dragoon and Obelisk. I'm probably super lost on those two, but I'm assuming those were on the TR, and now they can be used on all factions. And the point is, the Terran Republic is getting a deflavoring, and the other factions have more flavors because they get to use more TR-based mechanics. Am I correct on that worst case? And then we're going to go back to Rapid.
Yeah, that sums it up. Like,
okay.
As I said, this isn't as much about balance. Like, I'm obviously aware the Striker is
just
now
faction flavor straight up. We're talking about everyone's getting a flavor of TR. Everyone's getting a chance to have a chocolate freaking ice cream, and we wanted to be the only ones with chocolate ice cream. And so that's an example. So Rapid, go ahead and goes to you. What are your thoughts on that? Do you agree? Disagree? TR has enough faction flavoring. Keep your damn chocolate ice cream. Whatever you want. What's going
on? I guess, yeah, let's... going on to that topic, right, is... another thing is Lockdown. Lockdown is not really a mechanic exclusive anymore, ever since Sunderers could lock down as deployable spawn locations. They have Deploy Shield and they have Stealth. Both are really strong options. So Lockdown has, on a TR, yes, has been changed recently to be a little bit different, but at the end of the day, all factions can use Sunderers to lock down, so that mechanic isn't as exclusive as meets the eye. And Shields are technically an NC flavor, and the difference being, I think, on the what's called the Colossus. It's more of just a looks cool thing than actually functionality. You take a lot of damage in lockdown, and the survivability on that thing is already pretty awful. So you just really want to just drive around and stuff like that with it. Moving on to the what's called obelisk versus the dragoon. Of course, the attachments to faster fire rate aren't really used as much. They usually use the manual calibration instead, just because you want to kill someone off, and you know it only has 6 bullets in the mag on the obelisk, which is just awful. Versus on the TR, you use the explosive ammo just because, you know, it's just fun, but it's not really. It's not. I don't think it's very similar to the lasher ammunition, but I guess I can't really say. It just at the end of the day, the particles seem different.
Awesome.
But I know Henrik wants to hop in on this as well.
Awesome. Let's give it to Henrik, and then before we go to Henrik, let's make sure we get a chance to understand who Henrik is. Henrik, how you doing, buddy? And his microphone's off. Henrik, your microphone's not coming through unless if you guys can hear him, and I'm the only one that muted him somehow. No.
Nope.
Give him a chance to come in on that one, and then we're going to give a chance for Henrik to speak, and then we're going to go over to Agent Ross after we give a clarification over to Worst Case and a clarification over to Rapid and Henrik. Henrik, your mic is not working still. Perfect. I heard you. Henrik, please let everybody know who you are. Imagine nobody knows you. I'd like to actually get to know you as, like if you and I were talking one-on-one. How much Planetside 2 experience do you have? Where are you from? What server do you play?
I play on Miller. I'm an outfit leader. I've played, I don't know how many thousands of hours at this point, probably between 2 and 3. I don't really want to think about how much time I've spent leading and playing Planetside 2.
We're also talking about Planetside 2 afterwards. Like, how much time you spend outside of Planetside 2 talking about Planetside 2?
Oh, yeah. No, I don't want to say that either. It just makes me depressed.
Okay, so Henrik, you play for VCBC, Von Cream Bun Community, and you're on Miller, which is a European server, and I had an opportunity to do an outfit spotlight for your outfit. And how I met Henrik is we had leaders of the Planetside 2 community back in the day, about 3 months ago, where we would talk about the dev notes and the patch, and Henrik came in and blew my mind with his level of intelligence and the way he spoke, and just very clear, concise, and helped me feel more confident in these conversations with other leaders. And so I thought Henrik would be a great addition to this tonight to understand these points of view. Henrik, do you understand the question? Can you please clarify before you speak on debate?
Yes, so it's my understanding that the faction flavor for the TR is being watered down and given to other factions, which seems unfair.
Well said. All right, so go ahead, speak 1 minute, and then we'll go ahead and give it back to Worst Case Scenario.
Okay, I do agree with this, actually. The TR, I think, do lose out. Just to clarify, I'm a VS main, though I do play all 3 factions. The TR do lose out because of the design of the TR. More bullets, more bullets, more bullets. Where else can you really go with this? They did some nice things with the Dragoon, like with the explosive ammo. But again, I feel like the TR kind of lost out on that one. But it's very difficult to add more interesting faction flavor to the faction. Where are you going to go? I mean, with the NC, you could give them Tengu type ammo for one of their rifles as an alternate fire mode.
20 seconds.
Yeah, I've said my piece.
Awesome.
I just think that the TR need a little bit more faction flavor, but from where?
Awesome.
Suggestions would be good.
I do agree suggestions are good, but I'm gonna say one thing about that, the caveat behind it. How do I say it without sounding like I'm a cocky? I'm an influencer. I'm a streamer. Get it? Okay. I can say what I want, but I'll never say that because I know I am an influencer. That means what I can say can influence people. And I don't want to basically lead the developers down a path that they created the book of called Planetside 2. I want them to be the authors of their game. I'm here to give them valuable data for them to be excited about what they believe the Terran Republic should be, if they think this conversation was very valuable to them or not. Same as NC or VS, where I'm not going to be here to tell you guys to think of ideas for them, because the only time I think we're needed to do that is if Rel, Andy, or Justin Goldenbach put a tweet out saying, we need ideas. Believe me, they have millions of ideas. I sat down with them and they have tons. And so this is very important for us to note, that if they need us for that amount of work, don't spend that time trying to think of what the TR needs, so that way you get frustrated because your voice wasn't heard. Use this time to identify what you think wants to be looked at. Is that okay for me to say that, Heinrich?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, guys. And then we're going to finalize with worst case scenario. Worst case, you get 1 minute, and then we're going to go 1 minute back to Rapid and Heinrich combined, and then we'll finalize the statement to go over to Agent Ross, and then Agent Ross will finalize his statement, and then we'll go over to Clutch. Clutch will be the next speaker, and then we'll go to Zealous, and then we'll go down the list. Go ahead. Worst case, 1 minute goes to you.
Okay, so essentially, like Rapid, it's not necessarily that I disagree with Rapid, but you were talking a lot about balance, which, as I said, isn't necessarily the point I'm trying to make, because I know some of the weapons are better or worse depending on who uses them, and not every watered down faction flavor actually watered down the combat power. And aside from that, like, yeah, essentially I just want more faction flavor, and I want a specific faction flavor that doesn't get taken away. Like, for example, heat ammo, as the Vanus have. There's only, I think, one heat ammo based. No, the engineer turrets are heat ammo based, and that's the only other weapons. Everything else is Vanu. Like, I want something like that for TR, like something that sticks out as a faction flavor. And obviously, by the way, also for NC, because their faction flavor is pretty much non-existent also.
Awesome.
On infantry.
So we're gonna go, and we're gonna turn this into a 3-part. We'll first give it back to Rapid first, and then we'll go to Heinrich. We'll see if we can do 30 seconds each. Right, 30 seconds go to you, Rapid, and then we'll go to Heinrich 30. Go ahead.
Yeah, I still do think each faction has still has flavor. Of course, I'll agree slightly that I think they should look into expanding on that flavor, but NC still does have flavor. They have the Aegis Shield, Sabot Ammo, the Jackhammer and Airhammer being really just unique weapons, as well as Vanguard Shield and the 200 damage model, TR having Lockdown, the Chain Gun, the Banshee being unique weapons, and the Parabola Barrage are also great examples of how they still do have flavor that we haven't lost. It's just, it's just a tough spot where the TR is, because it's very easy to change the game by balance by adding either more RPM or more bullets, etc., to a weapon when you're designing new weapons. And they've kind of pushed themselves into a designing, I guess,
10 seconds.
Hole. So, yeah. It's only so much you can do to change how the game is played without in an FPS game as well.
Awesome.
You can't put too many mechanics.
Thank you so much, Rapid. I appreciate that. Heinrich, 1 minute.
I agree very much with Rapid and everything he's just said. I think the bigger point I'd like to make is it's good to say and identify these types of issues where things are being either taken away or watered down, because there's a lot of crossover between all of the factions. VS is supposed to be the most accurate. There are other more accurate things that TR and NC have. I don't have an issue with that. It adds flavor to everyone. But I think the most important thing is not to just say, I want something, but to give an example of how the devs could introduce something. I think that would help them a lot more than just say, I want a new gun. Well, what sort of gun do you want? I want more flavor. What sort of thing would add flavor to the TR? I think that'd be a better thing. That's my 2 cents.
Makes total sense. Well said. Thank you so much. And we're going to go ahead and go to the voting. I'm going to be asking the question over to Worst Case, over to Heinrich and Rapid to confirm that the question is fair for everyone. I have created a question already. My question for all of you is, does the TR need more unique abilities, aka faction flavor? It's a simple one, yes or no. Rapid and Heinrich, do you guys agree with this?
I do, but I would also add, and if so, what?
It's hard.
I think,
that doesn't have it doesn't have a blank button, so I could just do simple responses like this. You
can have like a choose one being the question, and then the two answers would be create new faction flavors or buy into old faction flavors. For example, on TR, the spin up mechanic on some weapons, whether they should continue adding that to new weapons or should they just design the new mechanics to add to those weapons.
Or even a spin down mechanic like the Kindred.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly.
Or you could
this is
ask,
so hard.
or you could ask the question entirely different.
Yeah.
Which faction do you think needs the most faction?
That's what I'm gonna do next. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that next. I'm gonna do the TR first because that's the main question, and then the second question is which faction needs the most flavor, more unique abilities, needs more support. NCTR and VS. We're gonna give a chance to give you guys an opportunity to see the broader picture and more condensed because this was a condensed about TR, and I'm gonna do a broader question too. I just want to make sure both questions are similar to each other, and that means that it's more of a broad term. If I go specific about, hey, they're existing or whatever, I just want them to be looked at. The whole point of these questions is, does the TR need to be looked at? Yes or no? Or you guys are happy as it is? Does the TR need more unique abilities?
Phrase those questions.
I'll say yes.
Would you like new mechanics or?
Oh, I see. Yes, needs new mechanics. I can do this.
Ask if factions need new mechanics or just keep the current mechanics and figure out how to, keep those mechanics on the faction. Something like that.
I hate this stupid thing. Okay, so mechanics.
Yeah, those could just be the responses.
I can't use mechanics. It's too much text. Keep existing. I'm gonna say current mechanics. Yes, current mechanics. Needs new mechanics. No. No is going to be simple. Keep as it is. Okay? So, does the TR need more unique abilities, aka faction flavor? Response number 1. Yes, dash, needs new mechanics. Response number 2. Yes, dash, current mechanics. I can't say keep current. Stupid. Maybe I can do keep. And just get rid of mech. What's it called? Mech. Mechanic. You guys can get that. Keep current. We'll just say keep current. That works. Awesome. I think I got it down. If this doesn't work out, we'll just do another voting poll. I'm going to send it in. 3, 2, 1. You guys have 2 minutes to vote on this one. I'm making a second vote on this to give you guys a chance to see which faction needs more unique flavoring or none of the above. None of the above means you're happy with what it is. So go ahead and vote, guys. Right there above the chat, you can click on that and saying you want new mechanics for the Terran Republic. You want the existing, but the existing that they have right now, just keep the current. We just want more of the current, or keep as it is. And so this will give you an opportunity to see what mechanics are you guys happy with. Mechanics means new. You guys want to see them become a vampire. You shoot a freaking bullet and you get 1 bullet if it's a headshot. I don't know. I'm making stuff up. Don't do that. I was kidding. So
life leech ammo.
Yeah. It is an MMO.
The more friendlies you hit, the more damage you do.
That's good. The TLFT will go crazy for that. They'll be like, yes, we gotta let it kill steel mechanic.
First 1,000,000 damage bullet after killing 1,000 friendlies.
Don't do that. It might be an April Fool's thing, and they'll blame me for that. It's too good. Reload on T kills for the butcher. Oh my god, that is super funny. That should be an NC passive. All right, thank you guys so much for all your questioning here. Worst case scenario, you've been fantastic. That will be probably the final question that you'll be here. You can hang out for when Agent Ross is finalized, and then the two of you guys will move on to the next questioning. We will read Janice's, we'll read Vitalis's, and then we'll do a 3-minute discussion between experienced players to just talk about it. And then we'll finalize that statement for Janice and Vitalis because they're not here. But we will address their questions that are probably the same thing we just discussed. But I haven't read it yet. We're going to go and introduce Agent Ross while this is going through. And then we're going to basically start the next vote right now. As soon as this is done, it looks like, yes, the new mechanic. 35 votes go over to it. 10 votes go over to yes, keep the current. And 6 votes no, keep the current. So we're going to take a screenshot. We're starting the next vote right now. And screenshot save as. Does the TR need more DACA? Wait, what? That's not it. Save. New question. I can't do question marks in a save file. Okay. And now let's go and do a new question real quick. Polls, new poll. And the question is, which faction needs more unique abilities? aka faction flavor. It's the same question. I can't put a question mark at the end because it's not enough text. We're going to say NC, VS, TR, none of the above. Happy as... None of the above. None of the above is happy as it is. Okay, guys? So that way you guys can pick your factions. Is that okay, guys? As far as Honric, Rapid, and Worst Case, I'm basically rephrasing the question to say which faction needs more unique abilities, aka faction flavor. Are you okay with that?
Sure.
The responses is NC is 1, VS is 1, TR is 1, and then none of the above is 1. I think we can do all of the above. No, that shouldn't be it. We should basically be specific to one. Or do you think all of the above is important as well?
No, don't do all of the above because everyone's just gonna vote for all of the above.
Yeah,
don't give people the easy answers.
That's
Make
true.
them choose.
None of the above is probably the only one I can think is an easy answer. All right, 3, 2, 1, starting the poll.
You forgot NSO.
Oh crap. We'll talk about that later. Thank you, buddy. I hope you guys are going ahead and making sure, voting for what you guys believe needs attention to your faction. I'd like to see how many faction biased people are here. Or if you guys are not going to be faction biased, that's the whole point of voting, is to identify your game, what needs more faction flavoring. And that's the point here. We're not trying to give... I guarantee you, when this is all done, if they decide to listen to anything we said tonight, they are going to look into these little mechanics to help all of you out. They're not going to just do only one. But in your opinion, what needs more faction flavoring? What needs to be spiced up a bit? All right, so you guys have 1 minute remaining, and during that 1 minute, let's get Agent Ross to explain who he is, where he's from, and how long he's played the game for, and was it only PS4, or did you ever play PC, and things like that. Agent Ross, how you doing?
Doing awesome.
Thanks for stopping by, man. Tell me about yourself. Are you a platoon leader, alpha leader? Alpha leader. Tell me what FTOT stands for. None of us know where... I mean, I don't know. Maybe a lot of people here do know. Talk to us like we don't know each other.
All right. So, I started back in about March or April because I was...
Agent, you're cutting in and out.
Am I cutting in?
Yeah, I can't hear you. You're cutting in and out.
Shoot.
No problem. Go ahead and try it again.
All right, so basically I started back in March and April, and then I just scrolled through the PlayStation Store and I found Planetside. I didn't know what it was about, but I ended up playing anyways. I did a little bit of research, so figured out what the game was about. Found out the outfits are a good way to start getting into the game. Found FTOT. And really, I just got engaged, and then I ended up becoming an officer, and now I do squad leads every night. So yeah, I have about 300 hours in game. So yeah.
Awesome, man. And so your question, I'm going to read it, and then we're going to summarize it so we can actually move forward on faction flavoring. We went through a lot. Your question is topic 1. Outside of a certain weapons, basically all weapons are identical regardless of faction. We should have more faction-specific things in general, and vehicles need to have more unique shapes and or colors, as it will add more spice to the game. I'm going to summarize it for you. Are you talking about all 3, or are there 2 very similar and one's not? Help me understand this. Are you saying every single faction looks the same?
No, so basically, I find that certain weapons... Well, I guess not all cross-faction weapons... Not all weapons in the game are the exact same, but that a lot of weapons are extremely similar, and that I find that a little bit boring or unamusing in some senses. And then, like, certain vehicles, we have 7 common pool vehicles. They don't have a unique... They need to have a little bit more color, shape, identify them. And
You're cutting out pretty bad right now, Agent. So I'm gonna summarize it for you, and then we'll try getting getting your microphone fixed again. You want to see the shape, the geometry of vehicles, of weapons, of armor, of looks, as like probably turn the human into an alien, and turn each piece of make the three factions completely different. So when you look at them, you can identify them not just by color, but you can tell them apart by shape as well. Correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Cosmetics have made it very difficult to identify the colors because of how many cosmetics out there, like giraffe cosmetics, makes it to where we look very similar to each other. So the shape would help a lot, right?
Yep.
Okay. And is that your argument, saying that you want to see more shapes and differences between the factions, correct?
Yeah, because I feel like TR can follow their theme of like speed, I guess. Maybe make Valkyries a little extreme.
Or evil. I'm sorry.
Sure. And then NC, like they can make them look a little bit more bulky to make them look a little tankier.
Yeah.
That follows, I guess.
Awesome. And what about the VS?
So, yeah, VS, I feel like they can have something similar to like the Scythe on like Valkyries or anything similar to Magrite and stuff, where they.
You want to make it more of those geometric shapes based on their armor and the way they look. Yeah, makes sense. Well said. Thank you. Anything else you want to add before I go to the experienced players or comment on this?
Not really, no.
Thank you so much, buddy. We're going to go ahead and head over to the experienced players, and whoever that wishes to speak on this, I'm going to go to Shades and confirm who's going to speak. And then at the same time, my question over to you guys is, what is your stance on that? You want to see more of that in the game? No? Yes? Help me understand the very beginning of your statement before you start speaking about it.
Do this.
Oh. Hello? My bad. I cut out. Okay, so all right. So we got. Whoops.
No problem.
Speaking
I'm
of, like, what's
waiting
going
for
on?
Shades.
Okay.
No,
yeah,
I'm kidding.
I'm here.
I'm kidding.
All right. So we have Dude is speaking first on this topic, and then after we have Shefki.
Awesome.
There might be a third in Rapid if he says he confirms. Otherwise, just those two. So
that.
Dude is take it off.
I'll do 1 minute each for both of you guys. So once it hits the 1 minute mark, I'll go to Shefka. Once it hits the 1 minute mark again, we'll go over to Rapid. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna try to keep this short because I have much to go to. But so in regards to like faction uniqueness or whatever, there's from my perspective, there comes a point where you're eventually going to be like I mean, this kind of goes back to like the uniqueness of the factions in general, but like eventually you're just going to end up stealing from one faction or the other. But in the end, it's going to be like, oh well, this is based off of a TR, NC, or VS weapon, or whatever you want.
20 seconds.
But if you're, what's that?
20 seconds. Continue.
Oh, okay. So I feel like yeah, you can add more uniqueness to the factions, but like if we get to the point where it's like, oh, VS got a new shotgun, they're stealing from NC or something like that, or they got a new, fast firing weapon, they're stealing from TR or whatever, then
I give you 20 seconds.
Yep, that's done.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, dude. Let's go to Shefka now.
That's my piece. Yeah.
I think it should is. Shefka, 1 minute. The question is simple. More shapes, more differences instead of just color for factions. More geometry space. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so if it's just about skins or cosmetics, yeah, it should be improved, because I believe that as every new players, as we were someday, we had some troubles to make the difference between TR and CRVS during the night. Impossible to see who is who, instead of having the pins up to their head. But it was they look so familiar one to another, so it's really hard about that. And I want to extend a bit also about if in case they want to always has been, yeah, definitely. The thing is, if it's just cosmetic, that's my point of view. If it's also like want more faction flavor weapons with specific capacity, the thing is you always have it's always a danger, and you always have a risk
10
to
seconds.
unbalance the game. So that's always the thing when they had faction specific weapons. It's always a care if it will unbalance the game between the factions. So that's very complicated.
Okay, so you're saying the shape of the object can actually unbalance the actual faction, is that correct?
No, not the shape. I'm saying, so the first thing I was saying was about the shape. Of course, I would love a bit more differences because you can't see the difference when you are new to the game. But if it enters about creating new weapons with specific statistics to weapons, then it's a different topic because it could unbalance the game if you don't balance it correctly when you test it.
Well said. We're basically only going to be focusing on just the shape, no adding stats, just making it to where the Terran Republic looks like they're like evil shades, and we're looking at the NC looking like they're football quarterbacks, and we're looking at the VS looking like alien technologies. As an example, like make it more intensified to where you can see the difference, almost like you see in other MMOs between orcs and humans and things like that. So now let's go over to, I think it was Rapid.
Rapid's actually not going to speak on this topic. He says those two got it covered, so we'll leave it at that.
Fantastic. Let's go ahead and move over to Agent Ross. Agent Ross, what are your thoughts on that? You have 1 minute, and then we'll go and finalize it.
So, yeah, I really have my say on it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for Agent Ross. The overall aspect here is to see, do we want to up the beginning? Means that if you're a new player, everybody's armor already stands out different than what we see right now. So the majority of this question, I'm assuming, is beef up the level 1 armor that we all start with, our starting armor, so that way it stands out. Then we can add more cosmetics to that. Then basically sitting here for 8 years worth of armor looks.
Can
Shefka,
I add a detail on it?
Go ahead, Shefka.
Yeah, I think also a lot of players, obviously most likely the new, but someone, even old players, are disturbed because the camos, when you wear some camos, it really disturbs you even more. For example, the most ridiculous one, the pink one. I mean, you can put it on every faction you want. I see a pink camo, I'm shooting because I'm not sure which faction it is, because it's covering everything on the guy. And so the issue of the camos is covering so much of the guy that you can't really. I mean, there is an issue from my point of view there, but it's a personal point of view. But I think it doesn't help either.
Okay. And so do you agree that they need starting armor to be separate? Separates, like for instance, let's assuming this. I'm not telling them to do this. The TR will always have spikes on their shoulders, and every single time you see a person with spikes, that represents the Terran Republic side. Kind of similar to where when you see a box-shaped box-shaped main battle tank, it's a Prowler, no matter how many cosmetics you put on it. Are you saying something like that? Are you agreeing with that? So that way they have one specific look, and you'll see that with the alien technology for the VS, and you'll see that with the NC technology?
Yeah, definitely they should. Add something, some flavor there.
Okay, I agree. I can say I agree as well. I like to make sure that those spikes are going to always stay neutral in tone, so that way they can't be purple all of a sudden and make it to where you look like a VS character all running around. But again, I'm going to say yes, they need. The question says, should we look at starting armor for all factions? Is that how you want to basically phrase it? Or should we look at unique armors for all factions? Permanent unique armors. What is it called?
Arshee, real quick, Mr. Honrick wants to actually chime in on this topic, if you don't mind taking me for third.
Let's go and basically ask Mr. Honrick for the questioning on this. Honrick, go ahead and speak for the next 30 seconds to a minute, and then we'll go and find out how we should questionize this. Go ahead.
I just wanted to quickly chime in and say, I don't necessarily think the armor needs to be changed too drastically. I just think there needs to be more faction color on there. Regarding always shooting at pink because it's pink, there is a little Dorito above everyone's head who's friendly. That's something I've trained myself and my fellow outfit on recognizing, so they don't immediately start shooting at friendlies. It's a very obvious thing.
I would say it's obvious.
See the pink camo as an.
I would say I'm going to be on opposite side. I'm going to be your devil's advocate. I'd say it's obvious for players that have been here for X amount of hours. God knows how many X. Any person who comes in this game doesn't have red versus blue. I came in with red versus blue. And that was after 5 years later. I start this game, I shot the blue and purple colors because I was red. And it was just confusing because I was used to seeing red as enemies. And so overall, those Doritos will get used to over time, and then you'll get used to it seeing, okay, enemy Dorito. But when you're close to this target, when the target's this close, and he's sitting on your right side or left side inside of a holding point, you don't look up at the Dorito because the Dorito is the same size, far and away. And so that's the last thing you see. You see camo, and you say camo is not purple or blue, ignore. And that's the typical idea behind it. I have small amount of evidence, small amount of YouTube videos showcasing people hiding between everyone because of camo changes. But
I can completely understand that. Maybe it's just me. From day one, I never had an issue with this. Maybe that's just my peripheral vision being able to notice things more than others. I don't know. It might be a personal thing.
No, but again, that's the best part, is that at least we have your opinion and then the opinion of a new player, like Agent Ross is here coming from PS4 from, recently from new players are not a problem. We're talking about 8,000 plus hours, Agent Ross. You're not a new player. You've been here for a while. But anyways, this game's been 8 years old, and we're just talking about faction coloring or faction unique looks. So we're going to say faction coloring, faction unique looks, or both. How does that sound?
I like it.
Faction coloring, faction unique.
I just want to add one thing though.
Yeah.
So I like the idea that I think it should be some prowlers are box shape. You're
cutting out a bit.
And Mag Griders always think that should.
Yeah, this is pretty hard. Like, he's doing that's pretty hard. Agent Ross, your voice is coming in and out. Can you go ahead and type in the Twitch chat, and we'll have one of the gentlemen here help me read that out loud for you. I'm right now making the question. We're going to call faction coloring, and then we're going to call faction unique armor, and then we're going to call it both above. All the above, I guess. And then none of the above. And that way you guys can identify, do you think, when we say faction coloring, we're saying when you wear pink armor, you will have more purple, you will have more red, you will have more blue on your purple camo.
Am I mistaken, or was that a feature like in the early days? Like it was a lot more pronounced in early Planetside?
I have no idea. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
I've never seen...
Because I remember the VS armor being really flashy.
Yeah. I'm just saying in general, faction coloring means you will, any cosmetic you have, that color will still be on you. And then at the same time, faction unique armor, no matter how many armor pieces you put on, or whatever, there's a specific piece on your body. That means everyone's shoulder pads are different, and you can just check out shoulder pads and you know that's a NC, VS, or TR without looking at coloring. That's faction unique armor. All of the above or none. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And or faction colors. Here we go, guys. 2 minutes to vote, and we're sending that through. And thanks, guys, for being super patient. And now we're gonna go and grab Clutch for the next topic.
Arshee, just
up,
before we go to the next topic, I'm out of here. I gotta go to the PIL
you
match.
little.
So
Just kidding.
thank you.
Thank you so much, man. I
thank you
appreciate
for hosting,
it.
though.
Of course,
thanks
man.
for hosting, and thanks for everybody for
Everybody in chat, let's go give it to Dude is Foolish, man. Thank you so much for stopping by and giving us an opportunity to hear your expertise. He's helped me a lot from coaching as far as how to maintain the idea of 1v1s to the highest extent. So thank you so much, guys. Give him a big cheer. Dudis, have a great time. PIL is next for Dudis Flutus, and good luck on your match.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and say thank you over to Worst Case Scenario. Worst Case Scenario, thank you so much for stopping by, giving us the opportunity to hear your points of view. It's been very, very hugely helpful to give us an opportunity to hear your perspectives of the game and the amount of time you spent in. Thank you so much, Worst Case. And then we're going to go to Agent Ross as well and say thank you so much for the time you spent as well, and and to write up this question, come stop by. I appreciate it, buddy.
Sorry. Thank you for having me.
Of course, man. Thank you. Agent Ross, I salute you as well. We're going to go ahead and move the two of them out. And then we're going to go and try to grab Commander Clutch for the next question. But before we grab him, We're going to respect those who actually posted a topic. So we're going to go ahead and read Janice's from GSLD that is not here right now. And then we're going to go ahead and read the next individual, which is from Vitalis's. And then we're just going to summarize it as a whole so we can give the other people who are actually here for voice. So let's start with, if I can make this smaller. Awesome. Janice, their topic. Do the factions really have identities outside of their main battle tanks and ESFs? Aside from those 2 vehicles, all other vehicles are NS, which is a common pool where everybody can grab. Like the Lightning, we all can grab. The Harasser, we all can grab. Flash, we can keep going. Sunder. Doku weapons, I don't even know what the hell Doku is. It's like Goku weapons. We'll ask more about that in a second. Doku weapons are probably the most unique faction-flavored weapons out of all of them due to the special properties, while all other pretty much fall into the category across the board. Right now, the VS directive weapons like the Beetle are the most special because they reward you with a new playstyle with their heat mechanic. Overall, we heard that earlier. If you guys just stopped by, feel free to go check the beginning of the VOD. We spoke about it in topic 1, what the worst case scenario. I think we've hit all the points. Everybody that is here, my experienced players, you guys do agree, so we can move on?
Yeah, let's move on.
Awesome. All right, so it looks like right now, faction coloring and faction unique looks. Do we need more of them? You guys said none of the above. That means what Planetside 2 has created from the start to finish, you're happy with what the starter armor looks like, the starter colors, the cosmetics. Thank you guys all for basically voting for that. Let's go ahead and take that screenshot and move on to the next debate topic. Let me save this screenshot before I forget, because I will rage quit. And move this into a PNG. Save. No, you can't do slashes into a screenshot. Save. Awesome. All right. So now let's go ahead and go to the next debate. We're going to go and read. There's so much on my screen. We're going to go ahead and read Vitalis's report. On Vitalis, discussion number 1, distribution of skill. How important is it that a roughly even distribution of skill and or experience is maintained between 3 factions? If it is important, how can it be achieved and maintained in an organic way that both respects balance and doesn't penalize a faction for simply having attracted a critical mass of experienced players over time? How important are factors such as the faction flavor or a lack of a more objective term, fun, in this description? As far as topic 1 is concerned, I'm assuming, because he's not here, I'm going to make it up. Vitalis is talking about how do we take players such as Dudus Flutus, who's an experienced player, and people similar to these individuals that are on my left, and spread them out to the TR, NC, and VS. Let's see if the experienced players here have an objective point of view where they can say they have an idea how to do so. If they have no clue, we'll move on, because that means it's not a topic that we have an idea how to answer. We'll start with Shefka, then we'll go to Shades, Rapid, Honric, then Murderface. So you're more than welcome to say pass, and then we'll give you guys 1 minute each so we can basically finalize it. Each question was supposed to get 8 minutes, but we're going to summarize up to 1 minute per experienced player. Shefka.
I will pass on that.
Fantastic. Shades.
That's a big one. Really, I would have to take like actually 30 minutes to digest that. And that's definitely not something that can be easily answered. So I'm gonna have to pass.
No problem. If you want me to come back to you, if you have an idea at the end of it, when somebody else speaks. Let's go to Rapid.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Shades on this. This is just a tough topic to discuss. Overall, I guess I'll add some things to it. It's tough to balance skill, and you've seen groups rise to counter skill as well, which has been interesting to happen. But Shades, you fool.
That's okay.
But like for example, I think Gobs, Fools, and Fiji from Connery is a good example of when you do add skill to a faction, you will get people to counter them on the other side. Whenever you see, for example, B-Way lead ops, you'll see backs want to play more because they want to play against B-Way, right? Because it gives them a good run for the money, gives them good practice on live that they can't really find anywhere else. So I think it just happens naturally. I think it is a slight issue that we can look at fixing, but I don't think it's large enough where we need to just look at it immediately until it becomes an issue. I guess it's something we should start thinking about solutions for, but it's a very tough problem to balance for. And so far, the current systems in place just work. So that's my statement.
Thank you so much, Rapid. Honric.
I agree very much with Rapid. I do think it's a self-policing thing. You will see an elite fit rise on another faction because there's already an elite fit on the other. In the similar way, and I don't say this in a derogatory way, Zerg fits. You will see one rise on one faction as you will on another. It is a self-balancing thing. I've not seen a massive imbalance regarding this, but if players do see this, then start it yourself. The best way to do it is to take the lead. Regarding incentivizing people to switch faction for, say, a day and do something like that, I would think it would be very difficult for Daybreak, Rogue Planet, whatever they're called now, to actually do this, because certs are very easy to get. They can't start giving away Daybreak cash. I don't see a good way of incentivizing players to start playing other factions if they are already very heavily tied into one.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I'll just end with, I think it is self-policing.
Okay. Murderface.
Yeah. So from a pilot's perspective, this is actually an issue, believe it or not. So, for example, on Emerald, we've got obviously VS for Scythe, which typically is actually underplayed because of how strong the actual Scythe is. So what ends up happening is all of the good pilots who typically play on VS get kind of ripped into, which is because essentially they're using an overpowered, at least in terms of a good pilot's perspective, it's an overpowered vehicle. So what ends up happening is all the good pilots shy away from using the VS Scythe because it's so strong. So we've got that issue where we've got a lot of new VS pilots, and I've come across this a couple of times, who get really angry because TR have essentially some of the best pilots, and so do NC have the best pilots on Emerald, but VS have really no one apart from a few people who will log on from the other factions to essentially.
To help with your argument, I know it's been 1 minute. Can you tell me how often do you fly? What, like when you play Planetside 2, how many hours do you do in one day? And when you do it, how much of it is in the sky?
So, as of late, I've been doing more living at the moment. But when I do fly, normally I'm like 4 or 5 hours. I've spent like maybe 3,000, 4,000 hours actually flying aircraft at this point. So
how many hours do you play in one day? 4 hours, right?
Oh, it can be 4. It was
4 to 8. This is some.
I don't. Yeah, 4 to 8.
Okay, so 4 to 8. And how much of that time would you say you're in the sky?
So probably 80 to recently, probably about 80% of it, maybe.
Awesome. Well, that's basically clarified my answer that you have the knowledge to describe the air of Planetside 2. So how do you keep your nanites alive? Do you just not die?
Yeah, but I try not to.
Awesome. I'm just going to tell you, I was in his lib pilot, and I had a great blast while he's flying around, dodging everything, making me scream like a little. And yeah, it was really fun. Thank you, Murderface, for that. I want to make sure everybody understands how much time you put in the sky. Murderface, everyone. All right. Is there anything else you want to add? Shades, you want to add to this? If not, we'll move on.
I would say it's a really hard topic, so I'm just going to pass.
Thank you so much. All right. So Vitalis, topic 1 is over. Let's go topic 2. Tying into the above subject. Fun. What the is that? How do we quantify it? How does it factor into a broader discussion of balance? How do we measure fun? What makes certain factions more fun to play than others? What can be done to make other factions more fun to play while still respecting the overall balance of the game? Is fun even truly a relevant factor in factions accumulating experience and skill players over time? I'm going to summarize it to make it easier. I'm just going to assume this. Winter Gaming is a streamer. He's currently streaming on Emerald, Terran Republic. If you enjoy his streams and he is an influencer, you might join him because it's exciting to be a part of his army. That means priority number 1 is the person, and then you join the faction because the person is a part of it, and you deal with whatever they offer you. That is what I'm noticing as far as the idea of skill, distribution of skill. There is also influencers, then there's also skill fits. That basically make you excited to want to join them, so you put in the effort to be a part of their organization. How? It's the same thing. The question is the same as above. There's really no way to balance it, in my opinion. The only way that's possible is when you are playing on one faction and you're noticing every day you have no fights. It's up to you to pack up your bags and move to the other faction to balance it for yourself. And that is traditionally how it works. And the game has been doing that for 8 years naturally. And that's my topic as far as an experienced player, observer, commentator, whatever you want to call me. What are your thoughts on that, guys? Anybody want to add before we move on?
So the team has decided here that they don't really have an answer to it, so I'll answer it for the team.
Go ahead.
On like the subject of fun, so I'll take the whole 3 minutes for it.
Okay.
So how do we quantify it? That's really, I think, up to the person that's actually playing the game. Obviously, this is a MMO, RPG, FPS, RTS, and a sandbox faction, right? You can build bases, you can shoot people in the head, you can fly galaxies. It's up to you, whatever you want to do. At the end days, it's sandbox, and it's really up to you and your friends or whatever you guys want to do to have fun. You guys have plenty of opportunities to do it, so it's really up to the player, and there's nobody that should tell you like how to measure it. It's up to you. You're the person playing, right?
Very true.
That's basically all we have to say on the topic.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it. And another tip and trick for you guys, if you want your faction to succeed, connect with your opposite factions. Connect with your TR, NC, and VS factions, and give them an opportunity to be enjoying logging in every day. Having collaborations like we're going to be doing tomorrow, where Connery is going to have the biggest Bastion war you'll ever see. And they got together through the efforts of themselves, working together with the networking that they have been brought to by, I don't know, years or weeks. God knows how long they've known each other for. But we are about to see something legendary on Connery tomorrow. So that comes down to making your outfit succeed on every single faction if you're a part of these events. That is another tip for you guys. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on. And we're going to take a 2-minute break because I am dying. My interior is dying. I need to go to the restroom. And we'll be back to go and speak to Clutch. That will talk about redeploy side. Thank you guys. Let's go take a 2-minute break, and I will rush back upstairs to grab some water because I have no water, and we'll be right there. Thanks guys for being patient, and everybody, all of you guys in the streaming live channel, you're more than welcome to talk. I'm going to mute myself, and then I'll come back and we'll say hi to everyone. How's it going, everybody? Thanks for basically waiting. This is the Planetside 2 debate. If you have just tuned in, we are talking about a game that is a first-person shooter, massive multiplayer online, free-to-play game. This community has been around for about 8 years, and this topic is very sensitive. We're talking about balancing. We're talking about changing the format of the game. We're talking about things that you want per your faction. Typically, these topics I avoided like the plague. Why? Because it can lead to everyone feeling like they did not feel like they got heard. They can take all the blame and put it onto me. No streamer or influencer or person wants to take all of that under their belt. I've received so many DMs from the community, and they've asked me to hear my opinions and what we can do as a community. And so I'm doing this as a one-time thing for all of you to see if it's even possible to have this debate with this community. If it turns into a positive result where you guys are very excited to see more like this, I will be posting this on YouTube. I will be giving you guys links to that. You can check it out at youtube.com/ArsheeTV, and we will have this summarized and placed in the future. If you guys enjoyed it, feel free to go onto their Discord channel, !Discord, and go to the ArsheeTV feedback. Let me know in that feedback channel. That's where I actually check. If you post it on Reddit, I won't probably see it unless somebody links it to me. I'm such a busy guy, only because I'm trying to make this into a real-life task or goal for myself. So thanks, guys, for being super patient. We're going to go dive right in and get a chance to see Commander Clutch and his question on redeploy side. And thank you to all the experienced players and all of you that are in the current channel above waiting for your question to be answered. Here we go, and let's dive right into the debate. And let's go ahead and switch out Vitalis out, and we're going to start off with Clutch's question. And how's it going, guys? Clutch, how you doing?
All right. How you doing?
Doing good, man. Thanks for basically being super patient here. Commander Clutch from Kusa. I know him from the ArsheeTV community from when we got a chance to do his outfit spotlight and all that timing up until now. It's been a huge support for me. Thank you, Clutch. How you been, man?
I'm good. I'm good.
Tell me a little bit about yourself. If I didn't know you right now, tell me where you're from. What game do you play? Of course, you play Planetside 2. I mean, what server are you on? So we can get an idea.
Planetside 2, servers Emerald. I run Kusa, Clutchtastic. Everything we do is absolutely fantastic. Clutch stuff, Clutchtastic. That's where that comes from. Long story short, cut and dry. We do things right. We don't do it the wrong way. We don't farm. We grow fights. We push fights. We don't do farms. We're anti-farm. We're all about the new player and new player experience.
So you don't want to give crops to people or make people have food? I'm just kidding. Farming is basically a terminology for basically killing people over and over again. So you follow the game's lattice system. You want to push your faction to victory. Is that correct?
Yeah, we play what the game's supposed to be. Territory control.
Cool. This game is an open sandbox as well. I just want to make sure we throw it out there. So anybody can do whatever they want, but they focus on what the mechanics are being said. There's an alert system in the game that says whoever that owns the most territory wins. And that is the only alert that has showcased itself to lock the continent, if you guys are curious about that, if you're not from Planetside 2's community. In Planetside 2, you can do whatever you want. You're not forced to follow lattice systems like an ADB point, like in Counter-Strike. You can do anything. You can start off by basically grabbing your Sunders, escorting me down a little path, and then basically killing me by running me off the cliff. Thank you, TLFT, you little I didn't say anything. Didn't come out.
Or you can build a base. You know, what I mean, if you want to do base building, you want to play with Legos, you can do that too.
Awesome.
Support your empire. You can unlock that, so that way your empire can get free vehicles.
Very true.
I mean, there's all sorts of types of things you can do.
Awesome.
What I urge a lot of veteran players to do is to open up a little bit more and be more encouraging with newer players. That way, the retention is a little bit better. And I guess that message resonates really well because the fact is we've had over 900 people join Clutchtastic in the course of a year. I didn't know about the whole wiping them out was like being a bad thing because I cleaned house so many times. So after you said that, I stopped cleaning house. We get roughly 60 to 50 new players every month.
Well done. I'm proud of you, buddy. So, Clutch, we're going to go ahead and basically stay focused. There's a lot of people waiting upstairs. I know you've been waiting as well. 3 minutes goes to you. Topic 1. I'm going to read it out loud for everyone to know. Roll back redeploy side. Bring the tactical epicness back to Planetside. When did tactical epicness exist in Planetside 2? And are we talking about Planetside 1 or are we talking about Planetside 2?
All right, we're talking about Planetside 2. Removing redeploy side will improve the new player experience by forcing communication between veterans. with kitted galaxies and new players. This was the go-to for Sony Online Entertainment when they had their best numbers, and the lowest number of player loss was during that time of no redeploy side. Rolling back redeploy side also gives the side with less population a fighting chance to cap bases due to travel time of opposing forces. That way they have to be more tactical. So that way there's not the instant farm process that happens and then the stalemate that sequesters from that. Also, squad leaders are the only ones that should have spawn beacon or at the minimum fire team leaders. Due to that, simple fact is keep people from doing the constant beacon chase down and slowing down the fights. Side note, key point of AAA companies, first-person shooter titles like Fortnite and Apex Legends, when people tend to try to encounter that whole let's pull from Orbgate, like galaxies and whatnot, is that these games, Fortnite and Apex Legends, they have a lobby, kind of like our Warpgate, and they use large craft where people can jump out of, kind of like galaxies. So why aren't we doing what AAA titles are doing now, when we used to do it then? So we lose roughly 10,000 new players a week due to lack of communication. This plain simple, cut and dry. That's what it is. And the best way to get this communication out there is through these Zerg fits, these large fits, and these medium fits, and these small fits. Get them to talk. Force them to talk.
So I have a question.
How do you force them to talk? Hold on, my time's not up.
No.
Rolling back redeploy side will encourage more players to.
I have to turn your voice down if you basically keep raising it. That's what I'm saying. Just take your time. Take your time. I just saw the volume.
You know what? I'm leaning forward. That's what it is. I'm sorry. I'm leaning forward, looking at the camera, and I'm like,
take your time. You're doing great. I just saw you hitting the red bar, and I just want to make sure you don't continue hitting it. That's all right. Good.
No. Thank you. I was actually leaning forward. My bad. All right. So, like I said, we lose roughly 10,000 new players a week due to lack of communication. Rolling back redeploy side will encourage more players to author studio events. Like what I meant to say there is like things like YouTube videos. You know, they're more organic and they're posted by multiple players rather than a select few players. And in general, you'll see it on social media. And what then ends up being is more of a trending aspect that actually takes place. Okay, and I think that's 2 minutes.
Dude, you have 1 minute. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, so what's up? That's it.
You got. I didn't cut you off. You have plenty of time. You want to summarize?
I didn't say but you cut me off. I'm saying that's it.
Okay, cool.
Cut and dry. Redeploy side screwed everything up when it comes to communication. Completely screwed everything up. If you are not a AAA company and you are this backwater company, you can easily do what AAA companies are doing right now because it used to exist in Planetside too.
Okay.
Get rid of redeploy side.
I appreciate that. We shouldn't say any. We don't want to wash the developers because they wash their hands a lot because of COVID. But
I'm not. What are you talking about? You literally did not hear me. What I'm saying is that the stuff's already in the game. Kind of like what are those things called? Bashes. Bashes were already in the game. That's why they were bringing them out.
Okay, I'm going to clarify it for you right now. I heard redeploy side. When that gets removed, let me clarify for everybody first before we go over the experience. So I'm going to come back to you, Clutch, when I clarify. Okay.
Sure.
Redeploy side. Right now, I'm going to give you my experience points, so that way I can make sure I focus on those first before I go to your topic. I brought a streamer from another game to play Planetside 2 with me. Every 20 seconds, we had to press U for underwear to redeploy. It is on a Gamer Highlight 2, where you can go check it out on my YouTube channel. We pressed U so many times because somebody backcapped us, and we could not move forward. And at one point in time in that video, he says, I feel like this is called redeploy side. We never use that word. He's a brand new player to Planetside 2, and he used that term himself. He feels like this is a redeploy game. I'm sorry for using that word. But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is it does exist. I agree with Clutch. Redeploy is too severe for new players, and it's just not giving any compliments to vehicles that transport you like the Galaxy or the Sunder that has a 12-person vehicle that gives you an opportunity to feel like a squad. All you have to do is put down a beacon, or you could put down a router ahead of the place, and everybody redeploys to those pieces. You have eliminated all the beautiful art, the design of the game, the structure of all the level designers to give us a chance to see the different geographies and landscapes that offer us. All we do is go right into building to building to building. Which makes CAI, Combined Arms Initiative, another topic later. So
I was wondering what that meant.
It's Combined Arms Initiative. It means basically giving you a chance to have vehicles, aircraft vehicles, and infantry to be able to take a base together as a unison. But we're talking about just redeploy side here. Redeploy side, did I confirm that for you before I throw it over to experienced players? Clutch, I'm on your side as far as the examples I gave.
I mean, shoot, I'm good.
Thank you.
Like, being real with it, redeploy side will answer like 90% of the issues that people have.
Awesome. Thank you so much, experienced players, for giving Clutch those 3 minutes to have a chance to speak. We're going to go to the experienced players to have them speak, and they're going to give us a chance to hear their points of view.
Real quick,
Shades,
I am an experienced player. Like, I hate that. Like,
I apologize for the terminologies
I'm from
here.
Alpha. Yeah, no.
I apologize for the terminologies. Clutch, let me rephrase the example by experienced players.
Beta.
These individuals here that I selected are here to make sure they do not have a question offered to the community. They're here to hear the objective evidence that I need them to help me understand. You can also give me that data. I believe the individuals before, worst case scenario, can give me that data. I selected these individuals because they offered me the ability to go through entire communities and having the opportunity to see them connected to developers. Overall, these are people that can speak on behalf of their other communities. And so I picked them to basically speak for you or for the community.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time.
No problem. Thank you so much, Clutch. We're going to go now over to them, and let's give them some patience. Shades, how you doing?
All right, we're doing pretty good. So we actually might need more time. So it looks like the entire team wants to actually chime in on this. If the time is allowed, maybe a minute per person.
Okay, minute per person. That's totally fine. We will probably remove the rebuttals from you guys and only have one person rebuttal. Is that okay?
That is okay. That's fine.
Sounds good. So make sure you guys agree on who's going to rebuttal after Clutch gets his minute after you guys speak, okay?
Sounds good. So
and then I need you to say, we're going to go in the order that you say, but I also need you to make sure each person states what are you for redeploy side or against and your points. Clutch, we're going to let them say everything. As soon as they're done, we will give you your 1 minute to actually do your rebuttal.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay,
so who is that, Shades?
So we're going to start with Rapid, then after Rapid, it's going to be Shefki, then after Shefki, it's going to be Hanrik, then after Hanrik, it's going to be Murderface, and after Murderface, it'll be me.
I will probably be confused. I'll always ask you.
I can do a 4-on-1 all day. I got this.
I guess so. Being first, I would like to actually go against what Archie just said, which was we'll wait for him to the end. I want to actually have like the discussion because I want Clutch to qualify it to me more. He keeps saying back in the day, but he's not saying specifically what other than just the I guess the flashy word redeploy side, right? Just the negative connotation of how the game is played currently. What do you mean by redeploy side? Because I can still see people playing the game with Galaxies just as normal. If you look at Nikom, he's a great example of someone who can pick up his squad in Galaxies, take it to the next point, and if he gets back capped, they can just get back in the Gal, fly right back over. So I don't think that portion of the game is dead at all. But what's your opinion on that little portion, Clutch?
Awesome. Okay, he's going to ask a question over the Clutch. Clutch is going to go ahead and confirm. What does he mean by redeploy side? Are you trying to remove routers and spawn beacons and just keep it to vehicles, transportation? What is your definition of redeploy side?
So what it boils down to is this. If you guys have been here since the dawn of time, like myself, you remember that you used to only be able to either be A, at the warp gate, or B, in the territory you died in. That's it. You couldn't redeploy into a galaxy. You actually had the galaxy get landed, get that team back in there, and hop out. That meant you had to be more tactical. And since this is a tactics-based game, maybe leave a fire team behind so you don't have to worry about a back cap so much. All right? Okay. Or have a team go forward more. But I think I covered that by saying back in the day, because the fact is, like, before Sony did some of those changes to get the fights moving because they were dealing with 3,000 players.
Thank you, Clutch. But the biggest thing I want to let you know is imagine nobody knows anything here. Even though they're experienced players, we want to clarify to where everybody here knows what back in the day Sony means, and we're just trying to clarify that statement so everybody in
that's why
the audience can understand.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought it was...
We're not going based on
players. Sorry. No, that's not the tab either. It's like, my bad on the way I'm speaking, because like I assumed I should do that.
As soon as you give that data, that makes more sense to me. So you want to make it to where this is why I'm summarizing it for Rapid, and Rapid you can confirm. Rapid, you want to confirm what he said, or you want me to do it?
Yeah, so he's saying, specifically, like back in the day, you had to travel long distances to get to bases, and you had to set up in galaxies, and there wasn't the system where you could deploy to bases. You would have to fly from base to base or drive from base to base. Mm-hmm. But on that note, you did mention backcaps and trying to defend against backcaps, which was one of your original arguments for removing redeploy side because of backcaps, right? Because you would get up in a gal, you'd cap a point, and there'd be people backcapping you. So you would still do the same thing fire team that you would do back in the day, right?
I never had that as part of my argument. I don't know where you got that context from. That was your argument.
I guess maybe it was Archie that brought it up.
So let me confirm. Let me confirm what's going on, Clutch. Hold on.
All right, that's cool. I just don't like people put words in my mouth.
It's totally understandable, Clutch.
Okay.
Redeploy site. You want, I'm going to say X. You want where you died, spawn the same hex, not to go past it. You want
By hex, do you
tactical,
mean, like,
it
the
will bring
territory?
more tactical play. Means that if you died in that hex and your team's in another hex, you need to have transportation to move you to the next hex, or you use a router, or you use a spawn beacon. Is that correct or no?
Yeah, if the just to the squad leader, or at the very minimum, fire team leaders having
Okay.
spawn beacon.
So I
guess.
can put a spawn beacon on the crown. I'm at the warp gate. I can go to the crown, correct?
Yeah, because you gotta be with your squad leader. I guess like the context that I'm trying to push it in is the regards of the whole redeploy site. So
Right.
I guess that's a little niche issue.
I'm just throwing out the specifics, because if we don't know the specifics, we can't have an argument. Not an argument, but we can't understand the idea of redeploy site perfected. So I'm looking at, I'm a squad leader.
Sense.
I put a spawn beacon. You can spawn on me anywhere on the map. If I have a router, redeploy, you cannot get there unless if you're in that hex. Is that correct?
Yeah, that makes sense. I can agree with that.
Okay,
Sure.
so spawn beacon's the only thing that allows you to traverse insane distances, and that's the only way to get to that hex is a spawn beacon.
We remember what the context of spawn beacon was, because your squad was quote unquote in the space satellite thing, and the beacon was where they drop potted down from. So that would make sense and goes towards what graphical like instances that you go through when the drop pod hits.
Awesome.
So, yeah,
now
I
we're gonna
see
give
that.
we're gonna give the speech back to Shades. Now they understand the subject. We're gonna give them a chance to say if they agree to that or disagree. And Clutch, we're gonna give them the entire 1 minute each. We're not gonna ask any more questions to you. We need to move forward. Shades.
Sure.
All right, so Shefky's actually up next. So Shefky, take it away.
Shades. I mean, Shefka.
Yeah, but I guess Rapid didn't. Did he
Oh,
really give his
Did he?
opinion?
Yeah,
at
he
least?
didn't. He didn't give his opinion. Rapid. 1 minute goes to you.
Okay.
Go.
I think one important factor about redeploy site or the concept of adding more spawn options for new players is, well, here's the thing. As a new player, it's significantly more difficult. I think a large point of your discussion was new player retention and focusing on squad, stuff like that. If I'm a new player, it's way tougher for me to get to you as a squad lead without all these spawn options, right? It's way easier with waypoints and spawn options and to get across the map and traverse the map. Instead of just trying to, get to a waypoint, and I'm confused, right, and fly around, stuff like that. I personally think the new system has, and if someone doesn't want to play with a squad, for example, right, they have to fly to a fight and engage and then leave.
You ever play
right?
Apex Legends or you ever play
Clutch,
Fortnite?
Clutch,
I know.
Clutch.
Just listen.
I'm gonna
you
have
ever
the
play those
server
ones?
mute you if you basically come and cut off. I said let them
I
speak for a minute.
apologize.
Thank you so much.
No, it's fine. We can go back and forth.
Rapid. We can't go back and forth. There's like literally 30 people above. Go ahead.
But yeah, I guess it's about the new player experience, and by removing all these spawn options, a person starting the warp gate, expecting them to fly to a base is just, remember, you gotta assume someone's not in a squad, right? Or it gets locked in a bad squad because there aren't that many squad leaders, that are good anymore. So they get locked out of the game because they're sitting in the warp gate and they try to walk to a fight. How many times have you seen someone try to walk across the map, especially when the game was at its peak, when it started? I personally was one of
10
those
seconds.
players that, when on launch, walked all the way to Crown, and then died, and then went back to Warp and walked all the way to Crown, because I was young and I was dumb. But we don't want this experience for new players. We want them to be able to go to the Crown and just deploy there automatically, right?
Yep.
So they can enjoy the game.
Thank you, Rapid. Let's go to Shefka. 1 minute.
Okay, it's far too short. Anyway, so I basically agree. I mean, I
Agree with
I'm more,
Rapid's point of view or Clutch?
with the fact that redeploy site is going too fast right now,
Yeah.
and since a long time, it's going too fast since people are able to squad redeploy inside transport vehicles. Since that time, I mean, things are going far too fast. With router system, it's even worse. So the thing is, when you are trying to play this game as an RTS one, because you are an outfit leader or platoon leader or whatsoever, it's going too fast for you to have time to set up any strategy or whatsoever. So even flanking people, even flanking a tank, Zerg or something like that, doesn't have any mean, because even you destroy them, you don't have even finish a move that they can even redeploy, come back with
10
ESFs and
seconds.
go back in your back already. Damn it! And so this is terrible, because this is a too big topic, really.
Go
I
ahead.
mean,
Take another minute. I want to make sure we have. You're giving some valid points. We'll give Clutch another additional minute for that. Go ahead.
so another big issue with that, with the redeploy site system, from my point of view, is the nanite system. I mean, you grab nanite too fast, or the things are too. I mean, it doesn't cost enough. I can't understand a game when I can pull Valkyries faster than I can drink a beer. That's not normal from my point of view. So you can move too fast in this game, so it kills the strategy context. So I agree, but you have to. You are touching the meta of the game, so you have to think as a developer. What does a developer want? He wants players. Does players care anything about redeploy side? They care. They want it goes fast because they want to shoot people in the face. They are coming for that game, and they will appreciate as far as they shoot people in the face. And that's why, from my point of view, they are going with that fast meta of the game because it looks. I say it looks. It's important. It looks better for new players. It doesn't mean it is, but it looks better from my point of view.
I can see your point. Well said. So who's next, Shades?
All right, so it's gonna be Henrik.
Henrik. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Okay. First off, kills the strategy of the game. I don't necessarily agree. I believe it alters the strategy of the game. I'm in mixed opinion of this whole subject. I would like certain aspects of the game to be slowed down. At the same time, there are some alerts which have been absolutely amazing, where it's been those last moments, those clutch moments, if you will, where you've had to get right at the end there, those last second redeploys, to get on that point and take it and win. And I love that. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
So again, it's a mixed bag. But regarding redeploy side screwing up the comms so people don't use them anymore, that was something Clutch said. I completely disagree. If that's happening on your server, then that's entirely down to your leadership. Not you specifically, but the leaders on that server. The guys on mine don't. We always talk together. We always coordinate. It's something we've always done.
I'm going to add more time to that because I want to give value to what you're describing. What server are you on? What faction?
Miller.
Okay.
Yes.
And so
but the TR and NC are exactly the same. They all use their comms.
And the biggest thing that I've noticed is that there is an incredible cooperation happening for the TR, for Miller, and also VS, and also NC. I had an opportunity to sit with their leaderships and identify whenever we did an outfit highlight spotlight, they would all show to support their colors. And so it's incredible to see that camaraderie over there while there's interfaction wars happening on the US servers. Sometimes not. And it's just the way the dynamic is per server. It's not the same. I have been on all 5 servers and I can see the differences between them all. And that's what gives us a opportunity to enjoy Planetside with multiple different flavors. I'm happy it's not all the same, but it would be nice if all of us work together on each faction so we can push the Lattice lines correctly or enjoy the game the way we want to enjoy it. Thank you, Henrik. Is there anything else you want to add before I cut you off?
Too much to fit into the small amount of time that I have.
Okay, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Let's go to TTB Shades.
So it's actually Murderface next.
Murderface, go ahead.
I actually don't have much to add. I kind of agreed with Shifka's points, actually.
Well said. Thank you. Let's go to Shades. You have anything to add?
Yeah, I am definitely last. So I'm more on the side of agreeing with Rapid, although my perspective is a little bit different as like an infantry coach and more like new player oriented.
When you say you agree with Rapid, you're saying whatever it is you like it. That's your stance, correct?
Right, yeah. So like
existing Planetside, you're in favor of existing right now Planetside.
I'm in favor of existing redeploy side, yes.
Got it. Continue.
For really 3 simple reasons. One, a lot of new players, you still take the time, and this is definitely obvious from the lyric stream if people ever go back and watch that. We had tons of just traverse from the warp gate to other fights, and they don't know, that vehicles exist, or like they don't know how to spawn vehicles. They don't, can't really get the fight. So that's one, and that's already a drain on our population because people are getting bored. Attention spans aren't as high as they used to be right now in current 2020. 2, redeploy side helps create fights. You can get the fights quickly. If people can get the fights quickly, that generates more fights. And then 3, simply, players really need to be in combat to really experience the game. And although logistics and stuff is great, my opinion is we have games like Squad that's just for that, right? That where if you want to really bring logistics to a fight or set up, there are games for that. But for Planetside, we were coming here casually to play combined arms, and the best way to do that is to find methods to redeploy to find fights quickly. That's really my opinion on that.
Thank you so much, buddy. We're gonna go ahead and give it back to Clutch. I'm typing the question at the moment. Should we look at redeploy side? Should we have a look at redeploy side? Should we have a look at redeploy side? And that's the example that I can think of. Instead of rollback, is I wouldn't recommend rolling it back exactly to what it was. I'd say look at is a better term. So that way it gives the developers always a chance to be the authors of their book. Clutch, we right now have you back. You're going to basically have 2 minutes because we gave them an opportunity to all speak on behalf of what you just heard on the experienced players side. I'm using that terminology because that is the current terms I use. We're just going to call them my moderators, I guess. Clutch, 2 minutes.
Just
Go
want to
ahead.
say I really appreciate you guys and your input, and that's awesome. I love it. Real quick, the AAA games out there right now that operate with the whole fact that they don't lose 10,000 new players a week, which is Fortnite and Apex Legends. They use the Galaxy. They do the lobby system, just literally the warp gate. It's literally the Galaxy per se, and that's what they go to. Those are the ones that they want. Those are the ones that they don't get lost. And guess what? When they do get lost, they find their swellies right back right away because the fact is that they're identified by the color code. All right, it forces communication. So in that regard, I think you're completely dead wrong, especially since their meta is literally what Planetside used to be, and what people are pushing Redeploy Side to be is literally the reason why the populations are like they are. And we know now, because the game has existed for as long as it has, and we're veterans now to this game, we know that when we see a player running to the crown from the warp gate, we're picking them up to help them out. And you know we are. We all are doing that now. We don't let people just walk around willy-nilly. We get in proxy and say, hey, hop in. You know you guys do that. And the fact that you're trying to defend it with the replay side, you're defending the fact that this is what's killing the game. And I think that's missing the point here. And I think that's what's really killing you guys, is that it's great for your meta. It's not great and healthy for the game. And literally, there are no AAA games that have this kind of like thing. And real quick, on a closing note, I opened up the Twitter page for Planetside 2. First thing, skill. Second thing, strategy. Third thing, teamwork. That's literally what they use to market the game. So that's what new players are expecting. They're not expecting redeploy side. When a streamer laughed and said, "Oh, well, this is redeploy side," what he's actually saying is, this game sucks. It's redeploy side. There's no skill, there's no strategy, and there is zero teamwork. That's literally what that streamer is saying. And you guys are missing that ball. Wake up. It's dying because of this redeploy side stuff.
Clutch, I just need your perspective, not to convince others. I appreciate it.
That is my perspective. And
no, I'm saying that just the information out there, and that's all. I appreciate it.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
If you're trying to basically make your argument more convincing, it doesn't matter, because all this is basically saying, should we look at current redeploy side? The answer is yes, please. The answer is no. Current is fine. We're going to send that as a question over to everybody. But before we do that,
I'd like to do what Fortnite does and do what Apex Legends does, because they're making millions of dollars and we're.
I 100% would love to make Planetside 2 that rich, for sure. The biggest difference between them is they have a lot more people on hands. The 30 people compared to their 400 is a big difference.
Well, we can look at Planetside Arena, who tried to do that, and then we can think about that.
They relate to the game. Apex Legends beat up to that, and we'll just keep it real on that one. And if you want to take my argument seriously, then look at Warp Gates and Galaxies and Sunderers, just in the same style that Apex Legends and Fortnite does.
I appreciate
we were doing it first, we got rid of it, and it's been hurting since.
Clutch.
You can't click that to click, then that's on you, not me.
Clutch, you did fantastic. Thank you so much,
Thank
man.
you, sir.
All right, we're going to go ahead and basically give the experience players.
Appreciate it all.
For sure. We're going to go ahead and make sure we do this question. Clutch, I need your approval. Should we have a look at the current redeploy side? That's the question. The answer for responses is yes, please, or no, the current is fine. Is that okay with you?
Sure. I mean,
awesome.
That's what it sounded like.
I'm going to go to my mod team. Not my mod team. Sorry, moderators. I love you. The people in the streaming live channel: Shevka, Shades, Rapid, Honrick, Vertiface. Is that okay with you as far as questioning?
Repeat that one more time, Archie.
It's
Sorry,
going to
we didn't
be:
catch any of that.
should we look at current redeploy side? Yes and no. Should we have a look at it?
Good.
Awesome. Anybody?
I didn't hear what he said. I personally think that a better phrasing would be: should the pace of the game regarding redeploy side be slowed down?
Should
that may be too many words, though.
The pace of the game regarding redeploy side change? Oh, please tell me there's enough. Yes, there's enough. Should the pace of the game regarding redeploy side change? Awesome. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
All right. So then we're going to go ahead and send the poll in right now. It's a 2-minute poll. Have you guys all go and vote. You can go and click in that vote right now, and you will be able to get a chance to see what do we, as a group, as a community, really want to see. Again,
Where's this posted?
this is in the Twitch chat. You have 2 minutes to go into Twitch chat. At the top of Twitch chat, there's a little down arrow that says you can click on it and vote.
Cool.
Awesome. Hey, Clutch, thank you so much for stopping by. We're going to go ahead and grab the next individual named Zealous, and we're going to move forward after this voting has been done. Thank you
Great.
so
Thanks.
much, buddy.
Thanks for having me, guys. Guys, I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much,
100%.
buddy. Have a good one. Awesome. Now we're going to go ahead and go to the next individual in just a minute. As that's going through, I'm going to turn music on. I got to go use the restroom again. What the hell's going on? Too much water.
Yeah, take a fucking break.
I'll be right back. Be right back. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself, and you guys can enjoy this screen. All right, we are now back. I'm going to make sure I take a screenshot of that post, and we have now saved it. And just to give you guys a clarification how we're doing this entire debate, we're not forcing the developers to focus on any of these tasks. We are making it positive for our community that we have here right now to give a format that we can think about in the future if this is successful, everybody, and you guys are having fun. And we're thinking of ways to at least bring about information to developers all around the world. If you guys are a game creator, giving them opportunity to feel like, hey, we got the right amount of feedback, maybe we should look at it again. And then if they want to ask us questions as a community, they can use systems like this, or they can use their own forums or any other abilities like they have. So let's go ahead and move forward. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. I'm going to once again say thank you to Shevka. I'm going to say thank you to Shades and Rapid, Honrick, and Murdface for being here with us and giving us the opportunity to hear the perspectives from their servers. We have EU and we have US players here. Thank you once again. I appreciate it, guys. And let's go and grab Zealous. Zealous is going to be coming in. Let me just make sure I tell Zealous he understands the situation of what Planetside... I don't think he has a permission yet. Let me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. Let me mute. Make sure I don't forget to unmute. What's up, guys? Hey, Zealous. Zealous? What's up, Clutch? How you doing, man? Zealous, I did not give you the title for endorsed by staff. Can you maintain TOS for Twitch, Discord, and YouTube? Awesome. Thank you. You won. It says yes, please. You got 30 to 16. Congrats, man. Ah! No, it won't work. Awesome. Oh, Jesus. Well, just tell them to come on the stream so they can start voting. If that's up to you if you want it that way. But okay, thank you so much, Clutch, for all your questions earlier. We're gonna go ahead and move forward fast. We're gonna make sure we hit 3 minutes on each person, and we'll move forward. Thank you. All right, so we've got Zealous in the channel here tonight. We're gonna unmute now, so I don't forget. Zealous, how you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Thanks for having me on.
Of course, of course. Can everybody in chat, how are you guys all doing? Can you hear Zealous?
Hey.
And Zealous has now came through. And I'm hoping chat, somebody says they can hear you guys. Awesome. Sure. Perfect. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate chat for letting me know that you guys can hear him. Let's switch the question over to holy sh. Yeah, I need to basically do a screenshot.
Yeah, my question's a bit long, man.
That question was, let's save this and to Zealous's question, debate topic 0. Yes. Did it get saved? No. One more time.
I mean, we can just go over like one of the points if you want or something.
I had so one of the things that sucks about using images and then restarting your computer is that this image was rescaled already by me, and I rescaled it to make sure that it can fit. And the problem I'm facing right now is it's now basically saying, nope, you don't get a chance to do that. It's picking a different section versus the actual location for it. So let me just go ahead and fix it right now, and we have it done. There we go. And now you have an opportunity to be able to be read. And let's move this off. And let's get a chance to hear it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get our opportunity to hear about Zealous, who he is as a person, and why this question, things like that. So Zealous, tell me about yourself. What does the boys do over there?
I mean, don't worry too much about us. We're not that important. I just want to really represent the ideas behind this. Do you want to read it, or should I?
Oh, I'm going to read it. I just wanted to first know about who you are. Like, how many hours you have in Planetside 2?
With Cobalt, I've been playing for years on other accounts. Yeah.
Are we talking about like from 2012? Like, how many hours you got in? This helps basically identify.
I have no idea. Like a few thousand.
Okay. And did you play from 2012 or like last year?
I have definitely before 2014, but I can't say for certain. I've been playing for a while.
Thank you so much for that. And then the next question I have is, let's see here. Zealous, your question right now. Would any of the following points be the best way to describe Planetside to be more popular? You're going by on the gameplay is fine. Most bugs are. Oh, did you say you want to read it? Go ahead and read A, B, and C.
No, you can read it. It's fine because you're the professional, so I'm happy.
No. You know your words. I'm just probably going to read it slow. Go ahead. I'll let you do it.
Okay, I will try. I'm a bit nervous, so
No, you're doing great, man. Thanks for stopping by. You're doing awesome.
Great. Okay, so many of the that's the gameplay is fine. Most actually, you just read because you're the professional.
I got it. I'll read it for you. No problem.
You go for it.
All right, here we go, guys. We're gonna these are. How do we make Planetside more popular? We got A, B, and C, and D points. The gameplay is fine. Most bugs are low impact and aren't causing new players to quit. Can we learn from Dota, LOL, PoE, CSGO? These are different games. These are all titles like Defender of the Ancients, League of Legends, and then also as far as like Counter-Strike Go. Content models and get real, regular, balanced base weapons and vehicle changes so things feel fresh every 6 months. Kind of like what Fortnite did, explode the entire map and then move forward. I'm going to hold you answer each piece just to make sure we understand that. 30-man development team just came back on 21st. They're doing what they possibly can, and large update coming up soon. Looking forward to seeing that. We don't need new maps, more systems, new vehicles. What we need is revisions on the existing content to make it feel fresh. Okay. Then we're going to go B. How can we decrease the skill cap between new players and the very skilled players so new players' retention is increased? Maybe aim/sensitivity calibration tutorial. Disable situation classes for new players. Give new players fully sorted meta loadouts. So each class for each class until they reach battle rank 15, and then remove it. General 30-minute tutorials which hypes new players. Nanoweave applies to heads. Decrease headshot multiplier slightly. I'm assuming he's saying give new players a boost, and so that way they can enjoy the game against heavily skilled players. or talking about a new player experience with just tutorials. They're working on that. We're looking forward to seeing what they bring to the table. They've already showed you a taste of what it looks like for the new quest system. How can we increase the amount of new players besides content? Ads targeted by World of Tanks, Arma 3, Battlefield players. Pay World of Warcraft, Arma 3, Battlefield YouTubers qualified leads to try their game or their on Twitch for an hour. Play other games like Discord admins and ad space on their. You go to their Discords and put ad space on there. Go to Steam and advertise. Target Facebook advertising. Advertising deals with Twitch agencies representing streamers. My opinion, we saw Lyric. We saw other streamers come in. Bing. We saw Spiffing Brit. We saw these large streamers come in. We saw the amount of new players chose to download the game, and we saw the players not play anymore. Those players all exist. I know those metrics, and I know what the problem is. It comes down to a new player experience. It is very difficult for a new player to enjoy this game, and that's the thing we need to solve. Having more advertisements for this game would not keep your money in your pocket. It is literally what you're doing is throwing it out the window. You first need to make sure the new player experience is solved, so that way new players are excited. Yes.
I do agree with that, but starting games like, for example, Battlefield have a lot of crossover between players, and so the retention rate would be higher because they're predisposed to liking the game more than a varied audience, which is like Spiffing Brit, where he plays a lot of different games.
The biggest thing I gotta tell you is that if I bring a Battlefield streamer, I can tell you right away, this game is too hard to understand compared to Battlefield.
Yeah, but you still have a higher percentage relative to a streamer which plays, like RTSs, and then you also play other type of games that, like Fortnite or whatever.
100% agree. If the retention rate is less than 10%, which is like less than 1% almost sometimes, it is very bad to advertise right now. It's a waste of money.
I 100% agree they should increase the retention rate first.
First.
But I think they should also advertise. But it depends what their marketing budget is and stuff as well.
Right, exactly. And so the biggest thing is just identifying the balance between the two. You focus on retention, that's what the developers create, and then you can send advertisement off the wazoo. Waiting for the new large patch to come out to see if that solves a lot of those areas. Because I still have my own right as an influencer to go and try to contact other influencers to do a three-way battle with me, and my group versus their group, or a bunch of new groups, however we want to define it. And looking forward to those moments. But at the moment, I don't think it's a good idea to bring him in until we have a new player experience, because it's such a long time trying to teach each person how to do things in Planetside. Would a small quality of life change help make the game more popular relative to formed issues? Quality of life changes like merging chats together, platoon leaders being able to enable recruitment of squads without having to empty, mentor squads disband if nobody is ranked BR 50 and over, merges with another mentor squad, platoon squads, picking up a specialized mentor, large battles, voice infantry, tanks, aircraft, construction, all auto-join to match your preset preferences. Mentor systems apply to platoons and squads, and auto-join players in the platoon with the highest leader rating. So what I'm hearing right now is quality of life is, hey, I'm a new player. I push auto-join, and I join a squad that has a battle rank 50 and above player inside, and hopefully he's leading the squad, not just shooting mans. And so as soon as that doesn't work out for him, he doesn't want to play anymore, he leaves, everyone gets kicked and moves to another squad that has a battle rank 50 and above as a squad leader / platoon leader. Let's say I have a squad, you have a squad. Let's be able to merge together without having to disband our group, because some players do peel off and don't stay. And overall, quality of life changes. I wouldn't suggest what to do, because I've recognized my position as an influencer. I would say let's look at some quality of life options. So the question for D would be, are you guys interested in looking at some quality of life options in Planetside 2? That's the question. And let them determine if this is a question even worth mentioning. Question C, can we increase the number of new players, besides content? How do we basically rephrase that into a question? I would say question number C is going to be, should we advertise right now? B, how can we decrease the skill gap between new players and very skilled players? Do we have a solution for that? It means new players, should we buff them until they hit a specific rank, and then skilled players, vice versa? That is a tough question. I will have to lean on my team over here that we've selected to speak. I have no clue. I mean, that's a tough one. The gameplay is fine. Most bugs and low impact aren't causing very new players to quit. We don't need new maps. Okay, so basically the gameplay is fine. You guys all enjoy it. Can we see some new changes? Maybe new lattice system variances, new hexes, positions, new bases, different ways to enjoy the game on Indar, Esmir, Hassan. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Zealous. Let's go ahead and give it to Shades. I've hopefully summarized it. You're more than welcome to pick all 4 or 1.
Okay, so the team has we kind of categorized how we were going to do this. So Sheffy's going to take A all by himself. We're going to have Murderface take B, and by the time Murderface is done, he's probably going to have to leave, so he'll be out probably after that. After Murderface will be Henrik for B as well, and then Rappo will be last for B. For C, we don't really have anybody to answer that, so we were hoping maybe you could answer that for us, Archie, since we feel like you're the most experienced in that topic. And then for D, I'll take that one.
Sounds good. Let's go ahead and start with the first pick. I think it's Chef goes A, right?
Chef, yep. Chef goes up.
Go ahead.
Yep. So when he said we don't need new maps, new contents, we need what we need is revision and existing content to make it feel fresh. I do agree with that. I have the feeling since a long time that anytime Planetside 2 is adding new content, they just add it as beta and don't work that much on it after. Like now we have the Bastion, it's a good thing, but there is still a lot of things that could be done on the Bastion. So it's not a thing that I hope they will let like it. There is so much work they can still do with it. NSO characters, it was made for a point at a certain time of Planetside 2, but it's something that is still in the game. So it's a content they still can use, revamp, manage. I mean, they don't need to create something new. They can revamp something they already had to add something new in the game, to refresh the game, as he said. And there is a lot of stuff like that they can simply revamp or make it like at the taste of the day, instead of working hard on far big new content that they will never end with, and they will never finish it. So that's something I really agree with him, that I don't need a new map. We have 4 maps, but what we could see on maps, we have some issues on some lanes on some maps. We have now vehicle point controls being added that are absolutely pointless because it's 60 seconds timer, because they started with 4 minutes, and when the second they saw that nobody did care on those bases, they get, okay, let's not waste people's time, we will slow down the timer to 60 seconds because nobody care of those points, because they were added like to try something, but it's not, they didn't continue on it. So that's the thing I would love to see from the developers, is really retaking what they have and revamping it, like kind of to refresh the game.
Well said. We're gonna go to the next individual. Shades.
So the next individual is actually gonna be Murderface for B.
Murderface. Sorry.
Yeah, so a couple of things. I guess in terms of new player experience, I think there's a lot of things that can be done, especially to decrease the skill gap. I don't think giving new players more powerful weapons, say for example in the air, like coyotes were originally kind of put forth as a new player weapon to try and help new players, but what typically ended up happening with coyotes is that, well, not only new players use them, the vets use them as well, and not only do new players not have them out of the gate, the vets are the only ones that can get their hands on it. So it ends up kind of punishing new players. I guess it also sometimes gives them opportunities to get killed, but I don't think that's the right way to do it. In terms of like giving, say, a new player a meta loadout, I think it is actually a good idea. I would want it to be higher than BR15, because I would still consider a BR50 to be a reasonably new player. That's really it. But it does really I think, choke out a lot of new players, especially out of the air game, because obviously the skill variation between an ace pilot and a new pilot is pretty black and white. So it's really skewed against for more experienced pilots.
Well said. Well said. Thank you. We're going to go over to C. Who's the C point?
So we still have people for B.
Oh.
Next to, yeah.
Go ahead.
Next will be Henrik.
Henrik, go ahead.
There will be some bleed over into D because I see new player experience and quality of life is a very similar thing.
Sure, yeah, you can take some of my time with that.
Thank you. So I think the best way to decrease the skill gap between the much older vets and the brand new players is to get them into an organized outfit. Not specifically a Zerg fit, because I generally find, and I'm not saying Zerg fit as a derogatory term, the really large people.
Thank you. We're talking about we're talking about like physically large, or
yeah, physically large, where they have like 2 platoons up, but there's only one person leading them.
Kidding. I'm sorry. I did something with my hands that you should have saw the stream.
We're talking I just saw it pop up.
I know you didn't see me at all. We're talking about overall numbers. No, I was big. I was just saying big. So the biggest thing he's talking about is that there's a platoon that basically represents 48 people, and then there's 2 platoons that can be representing up to 90 plus players, and then you've got 3 platoons and 4 platoons. Those are considered a large fit, a big group of people into one outfit. It really waters down the experience for new players if you are not concentrating on them and giving them a fun experience. I have one exception. I can probably bring up 10. I'll say the one exception. I'm seeing them tomorrow. It's Rumble. Rumble represents the wild cards. Everyone who's a new player that I've talked to over there has a great time. Why? Because as soon as you enjoy the game is over. Rumble pushes everyone into Discord to talk with him. And he's there for them every single day. Helps young adults grow. He helps everyone in his outfit like they're his family, which is very unique. You don't get that often. And so if outfits that were large, similar to his, are doing the same, I don't think it's just large outfits that can't do it. But it requires effort and time, and not everybody has it. Do you agree with that, Henrik?
I would, yes.
Okay, continue.
So getting them into an organized outfit that will train them up, talk to them about the meta, which leads me to the next point in a second, I think is a much better way of doing it. If you remember a conversation we had several months ago, Archie, about the new player experience in Sanctuary specifically, I think after the tutorial, which definitely also needs a big revamp, putting them in front of a large advert board, showing different outfits, what they're offering, the fact that they train up their members, they talk to them, they can advertise their Discord channels there. So the new players don't just get invited immediately by a large outfit that isn't going to really help them or explain anything. And then they're going to get stuck in the game thinking, this is what Planetside is. And they're not getting the help that they need to understand. Look at your controls, go into the settings, customize them, find out, oh yes, there is a redeploy key. Pressing insert will spawn me a squad leader if I'm at the warp gate. What guns do you think are best, etc., etc. I think that's going to help massively. Regarding a fully certed meta loadout, I don't like that idea, just because, as we're talking about balance, things do change, meta changes, and different people have different metas for different things. I don't like that idea. I still think there should be a little bit of grind in the game. Oh, sorry, yeah.
So I'm going to say right now, the overall, I'm just going to summarize it for you because time is up. We're looking at a new player experience would give an opportunity for new players to close the gap on skilled players. Is that correct? We're looking for a new player experience, not what we've seen before, not what Daybreak has given us as far as the tutorial is concerned. We're talking about a better new player experience where a new player can immediately just click on the ability to throw grenades and practice grenades and say, oh, this is how grenades work. And then click on another one and say, oh, heavy assault. I got to shoot 3 targets within 10 seconds. Here we go. And then fail. I'm like, oh, got to do it again. And then increase their skill sets on all avenues. That's an example of tutorial.
Yes, I'd like to see a whole tutorial island where they can go up to a terminal, press enter, and depending on what faction you're on, a voice will talk to you about the class you've got, the vehicle you're looking at, how to redeploy to a base, what backcapping is, why they can't cap the next point because the previous one. Take them through all of that stuff, but I do think a better way would be and a faster way, getting them in an organized outfit, because a lot of people are just going to skip the tutorial.
The hardest part is to identify how they want to pull that off. Then, of course, you got the sanctuary that can be used as advertisement pieces for organized outfits to have them have their speeches somewhere. But long story short, I think we have all the space we need to create that. It just comes down to, it sounds like you're interested. Sounds like you want B. It's just how to solve it is going to be a tricky one. Henrik, is there anything else you want to add?
Yeah. I don't necessarily think it would be tricky. It may, I'm not sure how easy it would be to modify Sanctuary to actually allow players to see active outfits that are actively recruiting and training. There are multiple ways I could think of, but I'm not going to go into them now because I'm taking up time. And I'd
Thank
like
you,
to
buddy.
hear what other people hear.
Appreciate it. I know there's plenty of solutions. Let's find out if everybody's excited about it. And we'll basically have a vote for A, B, C, and D so we can get those screenshots underway. Who's next, Shades?
Rapid, unmute yourself.
Yes,
You
sir.
little...
Hi, thanks, man.
So yeah, a little bit about new players. One thing that could help new players is when you revive someone. You know how you kill someone, it pops up on your screen. If you added the revive and it popped up on your screen, I think people would value it more as new players because it just gives that little bit of connection. You're like, oh, I did something, yes. Because or getting assists too, it'll just pop up on your screen for a new player, just so they think they're doing more or doing something right. Because if you get an assist, it's just little XP. You don't even notice it, right?
So you're talking about UI some UI quality of life changes. So a new player, when he gets a kill assist, it says in front of his screen says assist plus 50, and then says revive plus 100, and then it gives you right in the middle versus just a plus 100, plus 50, plus 2,000 for a kill of a vehicle, right?
Well, something of the same sense of when you kill someone, you know how it appears at the bottom of your UI, it shows up. I think that's just another way so new players think or realize, hey, I am doing something,
very
even though I didn't
satisfying.
get the kill.
Very satisfying.
So it does gives the reward to the new player without them putting in as much skill as required, right? They're still getting assists, but they're, visually rewarded by it, I'll say.
Well said. Thank you.
Another thing I'd say, going to the loadout thing, I think it's a great idea. But I think an even greater idea to tie it in is outfits. Give it as an option as an extra loadout slot if you're in an outfit. And the outfit leaders can set what that extra loadout is for the week. Like they can do a weekly loadout, they spend some loyalty on it for that outfit, and then everyone in the outfit gets to use that loadout. So if you want to do ops, maybe you want to do Liberator ops, right? Everyone in your outfit can use that loadout without having to buy all the stuff. So you can do a loadout or ops, or if they want to do medic ops and everyone has like a fully certified out medic, you can get your whole idea or whole group to do it. And the features are already in the game, such as the trialing system is a great example of that, where you can trial up, and those same features can be used to implement the extra loadout slot for outfits. And then
how would you be okay with a trial period? Because I don't want to make it to where you lost your ability to enjoy. Because Planetside 1 did something where you can reset a skill every 24 hours. Any skill, even if it's 3 points, 5 points, whatever it is. What if you want to put that product on the table? You can put it up for 24 hours. You get to enjoy it, but only if you click on it, you only get to wear it for 1 hour every 24 hours. And it forces your team to start basically starting towards that mechanic that you gave them the chance to try.
I wouldn't want to put a limit on usage because I would like new players to be like, okay, I'm going to use this, I'm going to enjoy it. Because if I get a loadout and I'm like, oh, I can only use it for 1 hour, do I use it now and have fun with it, or do I wait until my outfit?
So then you're saying you use it for free up until battle rank 15, and then afterwards 1 hour?
I'm saying just free total, personally, because I do want players to just experience parts of the game without purchasing them. And if you want to do a special ops as an outfit, it's tough if not everyone has that loadout.
The biggest problem I face is money. I'm sorry, I love you, man, but I want Planetside 2 to make money. But
it's also like the trial system, right? If you give it to them, but only for a certain amount of time, and you can't use that loadout for X amount of time again, the outfit can't set that as their outfit ops, and you want to use that gun again at a later date. You've already kind of trialed it as a group, as an outfit. You're like,
how long does the trial stay open for?
Right now, trials are for 30 minutes.
Okay, so then I moved it to 1 hour.
For 40 or for a month.
You can't do it for a month, the same weapon, or you can trial the weapons, right?
Only you can't do the same weapon trial for a month. You can trial another weapon after 8 hours, and it lasts for 1 hour.
Okay, so we're talking about a whole bodysuit of armor, weapons, C4, anything you want out of your imagination, and you want them to use it for free. For how long?
Fit by the outfit, and I don't know. Even 24 hours, honestly. It's just a way to give new players, hey, here's a fully sorted out loadout. Go use it. Go be effective. Go have fun with it.
Damn. I'm being honest with you. I think it's great, and I also think it's too much of time, 24 hours. I know what you're saying, but it could work. It could work because when it's a 24-hour loadout that you can enjoy with your entire team, the problem is you can't recombine those for a month or something. It's a tough call. I think it would have to be along the lines of Daybreak Cash to go and trial that armor set, which would be a waste of money that won't come back to you, or certs or loyalty points to cert into that armor set that the outfit leader has set up for each class. It'd be interesting to see how that works. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. That is a very unique idea. And let's go to the next one. Shades.
All right, so next we have topic C. We actually wanted you to actually respond to this, Arshee, because we don't feel comfortable responding to it as we don't have much experience to it. So maybe you could take C.
Okay. I'll take C. And how can we increase the amount of new players besides content? Crap. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it.
Got him.
Let's just say I have plans for the future for Planetside 2. But it's only after the new player experience gets announced. And that's why I don't see Planetside 2 ever dying. Yeah, I know you have no competition now, I get it. But it's that good, even if you had competition. But it's not going to be AAA level because it doesn't have the damn new player experience. I'm looking for Rocket League level tutorials. I'm looking for that type of tutorials where I can be excited to play the game for 2 hours. I go into the live server, shoot mans, go get the XP certs, and then I get those tutorial tickets to go and try to master the grenade tossing to where if I master it and I won, I can get a bonus item, material, something that makes me excited to get those tutorial tickets to master every single tutorial on every level to where I can get that little bonus, whatever it is, not Daybreak Cash, but something similar to it, that you can spend on exclusive Daybreak Cash items. So people play the live server to grind their butt off, to go do tutorials, and then versus tutorials are free, everyone. We see the VR terminals free. No one freaking uses it. Let's incentivize players to do the tutorial and then play the live server to go do the tutorial. And so then they get excited to want to master it, and then they really focus on that one tutorial ticket that they got. It exists in Modern Warfare. I didn't make up this idea. It's already there for Modern Warfare. I'm taking exactly from Modern Warfare and thinking of it, how we can apply it from doing the tutorials for all that. I was very angry when I saw it the first time, but then I saw how many tutorial tickets I got, and I was like, oh, it's not that bad. Because that was really annoying. But I hope that was enough to explain why it's not a good idea to advertise right now. We should wait until a new player experience comes out. If developers wish to push it and they tell me they need my help, I will push very hard and I'll tell you all my ideas. But for now, we both agree. Okay. Shades, who's D?
So D's gonna be me. I believe it's on quality of life changes, and it's kind of a big topic, but I would ultimately agree with D. Quality of life changes, especially like the small ones, would definitely help the game improve. I could use a good example as being an alpha leader. The alpha logs, they didn't exist before, but now they exist now. It's been tremendous. I can keep track of everything coming in and out of my outfit.
And
So
how many people did you ban?
There were no bans.
Whoa!
We don't do bans.
Really? Oh wow, actually, that's pretty cool. Continue.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
because I
little
would
things like
expect
that
it. I would
definitely-
expect people to pull things that you didn't expect, and then you're upset about it. But go continue.
No, I mean that's a different topic altogether. Fair punishment is a different topic. Yeah. Anyway, going forward.
No B-way chat.
Of the quantity, the quality of life topics. Yeah, I would definitely agree with him. Most of the changes here that Xenos VS, actually all of the changes are actually pretty valuable for the most part. Merging chats together, platoon leaders being able to recruit from other squads, and then having squads to span, especially the mentor squads, where if somebody leaves and it goes down the drain in terms of BR until you get to a certain BR. If they're like BR5, they shouldn't be leading a squad. Most likely they're really new, so we don't want a newbie leading a whole bunch of other newbies in a mentor squad. So those things like that, having them automatically disband is good stuff. saw some stuff here with squads can pick a specialization for like the outfit browser and stuff and the squad browsers. Yeah, that's also a good idea. Yeah, the more those will help. New players they have a hard time figuring stuff out. Lyric, for example, because we were helping him out as B-Way a couple of weeks ago when the Lyric stream went down, and he was trying to find a way to gun the Bastion since he wanted to be on a Bastion, so we like parked it for him on the very top in the sky, and we're like, hey, come on in. Please find the outfit browser, see if you can apply it to the Elway outfit, for instance. He could not find the outfit browser. It was way too complicated. He was like, this is too much. Like I can't find it. Then he just stopped, and we just flew him up there and had like one of our pilots drop him off, and he got to see it, but he didn't gun it. He didn't, wasn't able to really do anything with it because that was like a locked out feature for him.
Oh,
And
well
the
said.
outfit
I
browser
had the
was,
same. I had the same issue. There is no
Yeah.
solution that is,
Yeah.
unless if you have a document to hand to every streamer. This is how you do things every time. That's not fair. The
Yeah,
game should be
it's-
intuitive and easy enough to have that flow. And so that reworking of the UI would be very important. The bars on the
Yeah.
bottom don't help you identify even just the logo itself. I see a shopping cart. Yeah, we can think it's a store, but again, sometimes having text could be better than logos.
Yeah, for sure. And if I had to rank like what would be like most important those quality of life changes, like total, it'd probably be tutorial first for new players. Then 2 would be UI, because we're bleeding, right? And on top of all the confusion of the UI, people don't really know what to do or how to get started. So
I agree.
this all kind of flows in. But
I
yeah,
agree.
that is our opinion on topic D.
Awesome. And I have Honrik that wants to basically finalize his
yes,
statement.
right. Yeah, Honrik
No
did.
problem. Honrik, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly clarify something that I said earlier, as I obviously didn't do a very good job of doing it. And I don't want to be misunderstood. I know there are lots of really good large outfits that train members and help people. There are lots of them out there. What my point was more getting players into the outfits, whether they be large or small, that will train and help people.
Well said.
That's all I wanted to say.
Well said. I appreciate that. Shades, anybody else that wants to add before I go back to Zealous to finalize the statement, what he heard, if he wants to add or deject, however he wants.
Sure. Yeah, just to add on top of what Henrik said, yeah, I agree with him completely on everything. Like outfits are definitely like the lifeline of the game. It's just like we as outfits need help, right? And I could speak from personal experience as like an alpha that does train new players and even like players you're trying to catch up to, like the meta of 2020. And like it's tough. Like the amount of like training you need like per person, at least from my experience, it's significant. Like I probably have like on average it's going to be like 200 300 hours of like stuff you have to show them per player. That's extreme. That's like absurd for like an outfit to like get one person and train them like properly per se, whatever properly means. It's a extreme commitment. So like the larger outfits and even the smaller ones have a hard time of doing that. So new player tutorials added on top of that are really like relevant, significant, that can help us like help them would be phenomenal.
I would love tutorials to be able to be a part of the player itself. That means if I want to bring my friend into the game, I want to hang out while watching him do the tutorial. It would be very cool. But if that's not possible, I don't care. But the point is, that's the whole thing. We've been used to doing it for 8 years. We hold their hands throughout everything. We would also like to see if we can watch them do the tutorial and be excited to watch them grow. But again, those are coming. We just don't know when. And we're looking forward to seeing how they decide to tackle the new player experience. So thank you so much, Zealous.
Hey, what's up?
Did we tackle well enough on all the subjects?
Yeah, you guys did a great job.
Awesome, thank
I
you.
thought that, you guys did a great job. I think that, and obviously you guys agreed with most of what I said, so I haven't got much to say. I just wanted to re-clarify. I think with getting people enjoy the game right now. Most people, they just need content every 6 months to change the meta. For example, there's certain guns in the game right now, like the Vandal, which is really strong. And if instead of the Vandal is a different gun, that would give someone something fresh to play. Even though it doesn't need to be changed, it should be changed just for a change in the meta and something different to play.
Well said. Well said.
Oh, and there's one other thing too. I think there should be metrics which show how well outfits are training new players so that new players can make an informed decision on which is the correct outfit to join.
Okay.
That's
I like it. So let's go ahead. I see Murderface. You have to get going, right?
Yeah, gotta go.
Thank you so much, Murderface, for coming over, guys. Everybody in chats, understand Murderface has his own Twitch channel. I'm gonna do an @ so Murderface. I hope that's you, man. If that's not you, I'm gonna. I hope that's you, buddy. Murderface, go check him out, guys. Always in the sky, teaching you how to play, and he also doesn't kill new players. He actually can tell the difference between them and watches them shoot him for at least 2 minutes before he says, guys, I probably have to end his misery. He's chasing me. And then he has to do it. It's very sad to watch that moment. And you see Murderface cry in the corner for a little bit. I'm just kidding. Murderface, thank you so much for stopping by.
Where's it all, mate? Thanks very much.
Cheers. Oh my god, it's Murderface645. Yes, please can you change that and
Oh, no mistake.
I didn't mean to. It says Murderface right here. It doesn't say 645. That was my fault. Thank you so much, Ewok, for correcting that. That is the correct link right above. Murderface645. Thank you, guys. And once again, Murderface, have a great day. All right, and then let's go ahead and think of questions. I'm going to need your help, audience and everyone. Question A. How do we summarize it out to not make you just push yes and a no? Everybody wants to see Planetside 2 change in every single way. That is a positive. If every single question says yes, then we did not do a good job of asking questions. Do we? His question is: we don't need new maps. We don't need more systems or more vehicles. What we need is revisions to the existing content to make it feel fresh, similar to how other games revise their content. How do we create a question out of that?
You can go for
that.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh,
Rapid.
you can say it's a coin toss between either improving new player experience first, or revising content in the game first. See what people want to see currently. Do the current players want more content, or would they rather improve for the new player experience?
New player experience or improve content. Existing
Isn't that
content.
two different topics?
Yeah, they're two different topics. Because if I want it to be known, new player experience should be always number one.
I think everyone wants that, right? Everyone wants new content and the new player experience. But the question is, do players want one now or one later? Because the devs can only really work on one issue at a time, and they need to know what do the players want us to work on right now.
So here's an example. I think what I'm going to summarize this to make sure. Improve existing stuff or add new stuff. That's the terms I'm looking for. How do we make that into a question? New stuff means another map, another vehicle. Existing stuff means refresh it. Give us a fresh new look of it. Means that new lattice system.
It doesn't have to be anything. It doesn't have to be anything crazy either. It could just be like a stat change to the Orion or something. It doesn't have to be anything crazy.
I see. So you want to basically improve existing features, or no, refresh,
anything.
Refresh
anything
existing features, or add new features.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's a good question. Refresh existing features. Now, if I tell you guys this right now, refreshing is a lot easier than adding new features.
It's not easier.
I
disagree on that.
Well, changing the lattice system and changing this hex system is a lot easier than adding a new map.
Yeah, and that too.
Right?
The work is different on it. I mean,
right.
you can bring anything as beta, but if you want to really make it something that is really working on, and you don't have to touch it anymore, it asks even more work, because you have to use the feedback from the community on that to make sure to refresh it correctly. So you usually throw the beta to have the community feedback, and then you finalize it. And finalizing it can be hard work if the community is not basically on the same way than you when you throw the beta.
Honestly, games like League of Legends and Dota, for example, there are always OP heroes and always underpowered heroes, and it just depends.
The vote just went through. Let these guys know the vote is now officially on. It is refresh existing features, add new features, or keep it as it is. Keep it as it is that whatever the pace that they're doing, you're happy with it. That's what keep it as it is. If you want to refresh existing features, you're looking at something that you want to see something new, and that means anything. You just want refreshment Adding new features means you want more guns, more different vehicles to drive. You want a new map. We're looking at more systems like that. And so, holy sh**. I didn't expect that, to be honest.
I did.
Wow. This is
so much content are not finished on this game.
No, this is
Definitely,
great.
Construction bases.
This is great. This is unbelievable.
Our construction bases for a reason. They're under construction. They need to be completed, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
No, this is a big unanimous voting on the refreshing existing features. That's really good. 1 minute remaining, guys, on the voting right now. We have 83% on refreshing existing features. You'll see it over there on the very far left. And at the same time, when this vote goes down, we'll do the next vote for B. I think most likely I'm going to answer the question for C. I know that we asked you guys to make your question be known. I honestly would just make executive decision on that one just because it's in my realm. I really, as a businessman, do not advertise. You will lose a lot of money. We've seen it happen back in 2012 when you guys actually created your intro video, and that took away the resources we needed to add content in the game. I've seen lots of companies make those decisions that, I guess, make or break them. Are you okay with that, Zealous, if I don't make C a question?
Yeah, you can. I do agree they should find out how much it costs to get a new player into the game, and then how much they get back from each new player. So maybe it's 2p or like $1 to get a new player into the game, and only 50 cents to keep them. So it wouldn't be worth it in that case.
If I told you that they already know those numbers and they said it's not worth it as far as the costs for their
that's what they need to figure out. Yeah.
I'll tell you, they already had the cost breakdown. It's just
great.
This damn new Xbox experience is out of control. Sorry. All right, so let's go ahead and finish this. Good.
Like tutorial-wise, like, that they didn't have in the previous tutorial, that they really just need to add is setting up the microphone. Because that is the most important thing, at least as a mentor when you meet new players. A microphone makes it so much better, and also like pointing out where the chat box is, that also helps new players.
Roger that.
Like, if they didn't add any tutorial and just added that, I think that would make the new player experience at least a little bit better.
Sounds good. Decreasing skill gap between new players and skilled players. I have no clue how to ask that question. I'm just assuming that if we have a new player experience with tutorials and gives them an option to see, that would help a lot. It would help the new players to be able to understand the game very quickly compared to how much time and effort we as outfit leaders and influencers or members of this community has to put in. So I think overall we don't need to vote on that. New player experience, in my opinion, is priority. Unless if you guys think that's a question that needs to be said. Do you guys all agree on that? Should we post? I should post that. Should the new player experience be priority? Let's put that in. I should put a vote for that. Should the new player experience be priority? Or okay, that's it. And then I'm gonna say yes or no. And no means something else that should be a priority.
What?
I'm just gonna say.
Everyone's gonna say yeah.
I'm gonna say something else. Else should. Something else should, because there's a million things. We're gonna say no. Something else should, and then if no does become the answer, we will now have to dive into that subject. Should the new player experience be the priority? And we're going to start with a yes and no, something else should. We're going to start. And that is question B. Let's go ahead and have you guys look at this and have you guys vote yes or no. And this will help us identify what you guys all feel.
Vote yes.
A lot of people are going to want balance as well.
We should not push it. We should not basically influence it. But the biggest thing I'm going to let you guys know what the new player experience will do as a player for you, and this is the benefit behind it, or the negative behind it, is when the new player experience is being developed, everything else you wanted does not get developed. When the new player experience is being focused on, your time and energy bringing your friends into the game will be saved. Because nobody likes to be taught by us. None of your friends want to listen to you on how to play a game. Every friend of yours and mine traditionally want to play games and learn on their own. Planetside 2 doesn't offer that to you. You have to be held by the hand by a friend, and sometimes some players don't like that. That's why the retentions are so low. Not all of us are professors and teachers, and so that becomes the difficulty that we have to face. And so that's basically the example there.
I have a question about that.
Of course,
Sure.
go ahead.
How can we make sure that the new players are leaving the game because of the actually bad new player experience, or is it because simply they don't like the meta of the game? How
I
can
think the
can
only
we
way
make
I think the
sure-
only way we can make sure is if there was a system that allowed them to be excited to do. If that new player experience was exciting to do, then it comes down to the game is not fun for them.
But
When
it's just a suggestion from you. I mean,
in
you just guess it's like that, but you have you're not sure.
In Dota, there's a polling system when you leave it when you finish a game where it says why did you like this game, why didn't you like this game, and they should have something like that, a feedback system for new players.
Well
where
said.
You basically poll them, asking them what's best.
I think you said it right on the
Yeah,
dot.
I
That makes
agree on
total
that.
sense. Yeah, that will give you all the data you need. Not everybody does answer correctly, but it would be nice to have if some people were answering it correctly. I would put the very top one. I don't care because it's quicker, but then I would put the questions underneath. So if that way, if they don't care, you can put it very top and then send it, because some people just don't care and they click anything. At least the words
Yeah.
"I don't care" is in there, so
Yeah,
that way
that's
you
true.
get proper feedback.
Hey, real quick, guys, I gotta go, so I will check everybody else
Shades,
later.
man. Thank
Have
you
a good
so
one.
much,
No
man.
problem.
Have a good one, buddy. Have a great one.
Guys, do.
Thank you so much, everybody. Let's all give you guys a round of applause to TTP Shades. Thank you so much from D-Way. Appreciate it, man.
No problem. See you guys.
See you, buddy. All right, so we're going to go ahead and basically tackle the third question is D. Would a small quality of life change help make the game more popular relative for the issues? Let's think of a question. How can I make that into a question? I almost think that quality of life changes should be included with new player experience as a patch. But to be able to talk about it, I think it's kind of unanimous. We do all want a new player experience quality of life option. But we should probably make it into a question so we can show that actual vote matters. So
hasn't this one kind of already been covered in the first one, which was I can't actually remember the wording of it now.
I have the document. It says
So revamping or adding new content.
Yes, thank you. That's it. Because the new player, the quality of life changes would be looking up what's already in the game.
Very true.
okay. Yep. All right, sounds good. So it looks like we're good on D. We don't need a fourth question. Thank you, guys. And Zealous, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you, Arshee. Thanks for having me on.
For sure, man. Have a good one. And we're going to go ahead and grab the next individual. Let me see. Where is that Planetside 2 debate talk? There we are.
Get him out of here.
We went with refreshing existing features. Okay, that means we're refreshing the... Okay, that makes sense. Done. All right, now let's go and move Zealous. He's already gone. All right, and let's go and grab the next individual for the next question. Zealous, and then we're going to go to K2. And K2 is not currently available. We're going to talk about a very short example for all of us. And we're going to ask... Oh, Murderface, this was his question. Oh, God. I hope you guys can actually answer it for us in the chat. This is mouse acceleration on vehicles. And traditionally, this is on the aircraft vehicle. The aircraft vehicle does not have an option to turn mouse acceleration off, while the vehicle and the mouse sensitivity for an infantry has the ability to turn it off. So what that means is when you go on your mouse from A to B on your mouse pad, and we're talking about from the left of your mouse pad to the right of your mouse pad, if you do it 2 times with 2 different speed intervals with your hand, you will be at a farther or shorter interval if you did the same thing twice. Mouse acceleration prevents you from having consistency on your mouse pad. This is an argument that we're discussing. Do you want to turn it to 0 or 1 for accelerate, or 1 for slow? Rapid, do you want to basically tell me more about this? Did I summarize it well? Or you want to summarize it more for me?
Overall, the speed that you move your mouse affects the distance that your mouse moves across the screen. and it's not relative to specifically distance. That's what mouse acceleration does. It's a feature that works in some games and not in other games. Specifically, Planetside doesn't work very well in. Specifically, the fact where you want to make flick shots and you're never sure where you're going to end up depending on how fast you move your mouse, stuff like that. I think Orion44, one of your moderators and editors, did a pretty good job replicating that in a video and explaining it. And I think it is a fairly cut and dry issue. I think everyone wants the option. You know, no one's going to be like, I love mouse acceleration. I don't think anyone else should have the option to change it. But Henrik, did you want to add on to that?
Absolutely. If they have because it used to be an option, like it's something they've added specifically to Air after a patch. I'm not sure if that was a bug or an intentional move by them, but it shows that there is the way to separate air to ground. I'd also like to know if there's a way to separate infantry from ground vehicles, because if there is, I would like to have the option for all three, to either have it on or have it off, because some people might want to be able to turn their tank turret faster with mouse acceleration, but not have it on their infantry, because they're used to not having it and just using the raw input. So I would like to see the three options, one for infantry, one for ground vehicles, and one for air vehicles.
Okay, so mouse acceleration is not off for infantry?
No, it is off. It's an option you can have for ground, but it's on by default and not turn off for air. I would like the option for all three is what I'm saying. So you can select, do I want it on for infantry and off for tanks and on for air? Players should have the option.
Mouse acceleration on game. I should think of a title. How are we going to basically titleize this? Let's go to Nycom. Nycom, how you doing, buddy?
Doing pretty good.
Nycom, can you help let everybody know who you are, and that way you introduce yourself, how long you playing the game for, and then what you want to discuss on this topic. Let's first figure out who you are.
All right, so I'm Nycom17. I am a moderator for ArsheeTV. I have been playing Planetside for a good part of this year, but I played it on and off probably 3 or 4 years prior. I am a Galaxy main on Connery. I am very knowledgeable in that area. I have nowhere near the hours Murderface does in ESFs, but I have a basic understanding of them. And today I will be taking over Shade's role of mod team to make sure this goes smoothly.
So quick question, Nycom. Can you explain to the chat, because they might not know, what is ArsheeTV? You said you were moderator for that.
Okay, so ArsheeTV is the personality of Arshee here, who is currently broadcasting to everybody. And before I go even further off topic, let's get this going.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that question, Rapid, you little... I didn't say anything. Question for all of you guys. Mouse acceleration on ability option on and off. Is that the summary fashion of it? Mouse acceleration on... I can't write vehicle, air, and infantry, not enough text. What's the terminology for that? Mouse acceleration on... what? Rapid, Honrik, Stefka, do you guys have an idea?
Separate mouse acceleration for different states. It's
separate
correct,
mouse acceleration. Separate mouse acceleration on different classes. No, on all. So a weapon, infantry, vehicle, and aircraft. Are they classes? On all classes. On all objects? What is the terminology for this damn thing? It's just vehicles. Infantry has no issues with it anyways. Let's just call it aircraft.
Generalize it into combined arms.
It's the CIA. I was just going to say aircraft, because that's really the main problem right now. And then if we want to have it on an option, it'll be an option, hopefully toggled off for all three if they're making that happen. Separate mouse acceleration on aircraft. And then we're going to say yes, toggle on and off. And then no, keep mouse acceleration. Okay? Sounds like we agree. Fantastic. All right. There's the vote, guys. Go ahead and basically put your vote in now, and this will help us identify what you guys think about it. Right now, no means keep it as it is. And if you vote yes, that means you want the ability to turn off mouse acceleration on aircraft vehicles. That is the current description that we have there for you. So thanks, guys, for voting and taking the time to do that. And I appreciate for the time you guys have put in. Mouse accel on vehicles, aircraft is fixed. You cannot undo it. That is the current argument here. And then now we're going to go and move to the next subject. We are going to bring... Oh my god. These guys did not save anything, did they? Let's see if it actually got saved on my end.
I'm just gonna say, if you're the one person who voted no, you're a monster. No one likes you, okay? Just gonna say that.
Don't say that. Give them a chance to feel like they are loved.
Mm-mm.
No.
No love. No love. Hard love. This is what parenting is like.
Oh god. Oh man. Checked out his name. Oh man. Alright guys, it looks like the vote is about to come to a close. And we have currently 92% for yes toggle on and off, and no keep mouse acceleration at 2 votes. Let's go and do a snipping tool and grab that. Next individual is Oblivious Orange. Oblivious Orange, if he's in the chat, I'm going to go and grab him. I'm going to go and mute my system audio to say hi to the rest of them upstairs, and then grab Oblivious Orange. I think he's currently oblivious at the moment, but let's make sure he's... Just kidding. Hey, Orange. Are you available to chat? And let's see if he is available. Once, looks like we got the official vote went through. Let's go ahead and copy, save this voting pool for the future. So I can take that data and present it. Boom. Save. Thanks for your patience, guys. Let's see if Oblivious Orange is ready. Yes, I am here. Perfect. Let's go and say hi to him. Oblivious Orange, how you doing, buddy? Thanks, man. Thanks for being patient. Oblivious Orange, can you maintain TOS for Discord, Twitch, and YouTube? And also maintain family-friendly means no cussing. Thank you, buddy. Let's go ahead and grab you and move you in. And we're going to try tackling this as fast as we can. There's a lot of topics. I'll see you guys in just a minute. Alright, Oblivious Orange is next. Oblivious, how you doing? Oh crap, hold on. Alright, system audio is now unmuted. Thank god. Oblivious Orange, tell me where you're from. What server do you play on? How long you play Planetside 2 if it's been like 1 minute, 10 million hours, whatever you like.
So I play on Connery NC. It's all I've done. At about a collective of 500 hours or so.
Nice. 500 hours. I like it. Continue. So, Connery NC, and that's all you've been on. What outfit are you part of?
I'm part of an outfit called No Fear. I think it's the largest one for Connery NC.
Awesome.
If I'm not mistaken.
Very cool. So, my question to you now is, you wrote a question in here. You want to read it or you want me to read it?
I don't know.
I will read it. No problem. So the question is, I feel like NC Maxes have been effectively neutered. With the removal of charge and slugs. Outside of 15 meters, the NC Max becomes a clown suit, while VS and TR Maxes have similar TTK, far beyond that. I feel like there are some solutions with their own drawbacks. 1. Here's his solution number 1. Give NC Maxes weapons other than shotguns. I see dual gauze saws thrown around. I feel like this would make the most sense. The main drawback to this is the possible homogenizing of all maxes, where all of them feel like they have fully automatic squad murdering may become bland. I can agree with you on that. It would be too bland if we all had the same weapons. Bring the charge back ability, that's number 2. The first nerf was not bad as the removal of the slugs, but the maxes still took a hit, because the removal of slugs bringing back the max charge probably wouldn't tip the NC Maxes over the edge. 3. Bring slugs back in a weaker state. This one I find to be least likely, but it should be considered anyways. It's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, so I'm going to change the question a bit for you, so that way we can make sure we're not going down a specific path on what you guys want. The question is going to be to allow the developers enjoy their own game and how they deliver it to us. NC Maxes needs to be looked at. Do you guys agree or disagree? Oblivious Orange, obviously is standing on the side of NC Maxes needs some love. Now, are we going to compare them to TR and VS? We will do that as a second question. The first question is NC Maxes. What are your thoughts? And let's go and grab Nikon. Nikon, do you know who's going to answer it? Oh, wait, no. Oblivious Orange, you get 3 minutes to discuss that. I think you already did, didn't you? Oh, did you already talk? No, you didn't.
What?
I just read the question. Now you get 3 minutes to discuss your debate.
Yep.
Yeah. So like as was written in the comment, so NC maxes are not very strong anymore past a very short distance. And while some people think this is all right, each max needs like an area they're strong in, whatever. But other maxes can like kill. They output more DPS, and they'll always win in a max v max fight. While also they'll still kill infantry up close or at longer distances. So having the NC max only strong at like spitting distance seems kind of unfair.
Okay.
And I feel like if they got like their older tools to either mitigate the long distance drawbacks or remove the distance between their target together, would be ideal to make them like stronger, because I don't see NC maxes as often as I see TR or VS ones all around.
Okay. Well said.
Yeah.
You have less than a minute if you want to basically add anything else.
No, I guess that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Oblivious Orange. Let's go ahead and go to Nikon. Nikon, who's going to speak on this debate?
So to start off with, Honrik's gonna lead us, and then we're gonna go to Rapid.
How's that? Henrik.
So, as I said at the start when Archie introduced me, I'm a Value Sovereignty main. I do believe that the latest NC max has become a bit weaker than it should be. I think they're a little bit overzealous with their rebalance. Obviously, not every max is supposed to be great at every range. The NC max is supposed to be the best at close range. When Oblivious Orange said max on max, the others will always win. That's not true if they're right up in your face. The NC max is supposed to be a close quarters max. There are other weapons like Gorgons. I know they're not specific anti-infantry. They're supposed to be a best of both worlds, jack of all trades, master of none. But as you said in yours, it may become bland if they start getting machine guns. They'll be like the NC max. And this was something we went over earlier, which was give everything to everyone or keep faction flavor in a previous comment. So I don't think giving them more machine guns would really help that max. I do agree that their damage at medium range is lacking. I laugh as a medic when I'm shooting a max past that 20 meter range. I make the max run away. Specifically the NC max. But TR maxes, VS maxes, they're still good at range. That's what they're supposed to be.
Well said.
It's part of the flavor. I think to help them, don't necessarily give them slugs back. Increase their accuracy with their shotguns by around 8 to 10%. See how it goes. Readdress it in the future, because I'm very against large sweeping changes in the game. That was what SOE did back in the bad old days of Higby, and we know how wonderful that was. There's one last thing I'll mention, and that's the max sprint ability. It was removed for a reason, and I don't want to see it come back in, because maxes are a very, very nasty force multiplier, especially on mass. And the splat maxes were the biggest user of the sprint ability because they could close that distance and just dominate everything immediately. So I don't think it would be beneficial to the game's balance to give sprint back, but I do think it's beneficial to readdress the max's latest rebalance and give it more accuracy to its guns again and see how it goes.
Well said. So I'm going to summarize it. Overall, you want to see small changes to the NC Max units to be improving its close quarters combat and maintaining the faction flavor that NC has. And then those small improvements will, over time, settle down to feeling like the NC is a threat close range, correct?
More the close to medium range, but yes.
Very good. Thank you. Now the other person was supposed to add, Nikon? Rapid.
Yeah, I'm in actually the other camp. I think the NC balance is actually perfectly balanced as it is. And I know that people are going to be like, what? NC main saying the max is fine as it is?
Aren't you a VS main?
But what do you mean? Oh my. But
GSLT is Guardian of the Shield, and they are on Emerald NC, and Rapid is one of the leads over there. If I made a mistake on that, one of the top commanders, I don't even know. But he is an NC
and
main.
I'm not talking for the outfit, I'm just talking about the game's balance in general, what I see. And
no, but
in
you're
reality,
an NC main, and you said it's okay.
Yeah,
That's something that's very powerful to make sure it's said. Continue.
Because the one thing that people fail to realize is that people are looking at the other maxes and saying, hey, look at this. This is where it should be. But in reality, the other maxes should be brought down to the level of the NC max. Maxes have more HP, right? And they should be used for that feature exclusively. They have more HP. They're used to breach. They're used to sustain. So by giving them also a competitive, damage model, and it's 250 per round, for like 125 per arm, so that's 250 at 500 RPM. It's pretty ridiculous. So personally, they need to just tune down the other maxes so it's more reasonable. I don't think someone should be. I don't think a max should be dueling people out to significant ranges. I think they should be more of a close quarters thing. Increase the weapon bloom, increase the cone of fire, whatever you need to do. But personally, it's kind of unreasonable that maxes are as strong as they are. I think because it does. For example, as a new player, you see a max, you cannot do anything against it, right? So think about it from their perspective. Or as a solo player, right? You see a max. It's going to beat you out every time. And then what do you have to do? You just have to leave the fight, basically.
Right. Well said. That looks like we're done. Nikon, does anybody else to add before we go back to Oblivious Orange to have his opportunity to add more to the conversation?
Yes, Henrik has one more point to say.
Henrik, go ahead.
Sorry, it'll be very quick. A lot of people look at this conundrum of max v max v max and only really think about 1v1s. Maxes can be supported by engineers. The NC maxes have the ability to mitigate a large amount of damage with their shield if they are supported in that way and getting the reps whilst they're closing that distance. It's all situational at the end of the day, but I wanted to raise that as a point and for everyone to keep that in mind, that you're not alone on a max most of the time, especially if you're in an organized outfit and you're max pairing. That's it.
Well said. Thank you. Oblivious Orange, 1 minute goes to you.
So I feel like the points that Rapid made are very good points, like how other maxes can be brought down to the level of NC, and I think that's the way they can go with it. I haven't really thought about that as much, and also what Nikom said about smaller changes like decreasing the cone of fire or making them more accurate. I also think that is a way they should go with it. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have much more else to say.
Well said. No, thank you. So the overall example is if we nerf a max or we increase the max ability, there's significant changes to new player experience and to the skill-based experience or whatever the experience you're going to talk about. Those changes need to be subtle if we wish to see some changes. If you wish to basically increase or decrease something, we'd like to see it subtle, especially for how many players get to enjoy one weapon. And so if we did want to see NC get some sort of powerful moves, it should be a subtle move to a gradual increase to the examples of what you described it to be for yourself. If you want to look at a 50% increase in attack speed, maybe 4 patches before it receives the 50% buff. 4 patches of 25% increases, or 10, whatever the value is. And That way we can know when we want to stop increasing the value of the weapon. NC maxes. We're going to go ahead and start with a question on that one, and we're going to give it back to Nikon. Anybody else want to add to the end of it before we start the question? Do the NC maxes need a look at? Yes or no? We'll talk about that. Anything else on Nikon or Henrik or Rapid or Shefka you want to add before I start the question?
I think maybe I'll rephrase it to say either buff NC max or nerf other maxes to the NC level.
If we use that word buff or nerf, it's a tough call. I wouldn't say buff or nerf just because it's so sensitive. I'd say, does the NC maxes deserve to be looked at? A yes and no. Let's see the majority of that information, and then we're going to basically open it up to, does the TR, NC, and VS maxes deserve to be looked at as a priority? It'd be interesting to see. Kind of bringing it up into the 3 factions and then giving it to the NC maxes. But when they say looked at, it means to give the developers a chance to look at it as a buff. This is the current argument. We're looking at as increase the value of this NC max, not decrease. Because if that's the argument that he's having right now, and I reversed it, I don't think they would ever bring up an argument point. Like, no! Nerf? We want to talk about nerf. Is that, how do we word nerf and buff?
Rebalance.
Okay, rebalance. NC maxes, rebalance
NC
needed.
Maxes or other factions maxes.
Or other factions maxes. Okay, then we're going to actually do NC maxes were the main. And we're going to put a TR maxes in here. VS maxes. And then none of the above. I'm not going to basically do all of the above because current is fine. Existing. I can't do that. None of the above is going to be whatever the maxes are right now, you're fine with it. If you want rebalance needed or other factions maxes, rebalance needed. I'm going to put rebalance needed on which faction's max unit. That's the question I want to say. Rebalance needed on which faction's max unit. The answers are NC maxes, TR maxes, VS maxes, or none of the above. We'll go start with that. Now, when we actually describe rebalance needed, we will confirm that this is more of a pro or a con. When we identify which one wins, we will then ask, do you want it to be nerfed or buffed? We will figure out the terms for that in a second. We'll start with the overall perspective.
Before you post it, Eric Snafu in your chat did raise a very good point of the NSO max should be considered as well, and that's something I completely forgot because I think the NSO max really needs to be looked at more than the others.
Oh man, none.
Is there a way of adding him in as well?
Buff. Yeah, I only have 5 slots. Very smart. Thank you, Snafu, for coming in and letting us know that. So I have NC maxes, TR maxes, VS maxes, and NSO maxes, or none of the above. Here we go. We're starting the poll. This is going to give us the opportunity to go dive into one specific category or none of the above. If you guys vote one specific max, we did not talk about TRs, VSs, or NSOs. So that is not fair on this questioning, of course, for you. This was a NC specific topic about buffing their max unit. They feel like they need it more than the others. Now, if you guys vote any of these topics, we will set the second question saying, increase or decrease their value. Now, when we say value, means on like their attack speed, run speed, whatever the hell the value means. I'm not going to say buff or nerf because those words can bite me in the butt. But it kind of means the same thing. All right, so let's see who's currently winning right now. It looks like NC Max is with 10 votes, and it looks like TR with 3 and 2, and it looks like NSO with 11. It's a tie right now for NC Maxes and NSO, and it looks like it's 12 for NC Maxes, 40%, and NSO is now losing. Officially was tied 2 seconds ago. You guys literally have less than 1 minute to make those votes count. Who will get the second vote? Will it be NSO Maxes or will it be NC Maxes? We're now paying attention to this right now, live, on stream. Sorry about that. Thanks everybody in chat for hanging out and giving us opportunity to showcase this information as clear and concisely as we can. Obviously, it's taking a lot of time, but I think it's been very valuable for a lot of us out here, and I think I can basically do a better job next time to make it more summarized. Thank you, Oblivious Orange, for this question. and the time you put in to make this happen. I appreciate that.
Thank you for hosting this.
Appreciate it, man. And let's see what is going on in my DMs. Max recruit. Okay, let's get. It's very hard to do this because I did not select the individuals, but I do have a gentleman. It's hard to do this because if I give everybody an opportunity to speak on every single subject, it'll be tough. Can I get Ant Dant to type his message on Twitch chat, and then we will read it out loud as far as that is concerned? Because if I bring every single person to speak, every single person wants a rebuttal on it. But if I read it clearly, we'll have an opportunity to move forward. The votes have been... Are you f***ing kidding me? What?
Ant, you can DM me.
It's a tie! The NC Maxes and NSO Maxes are a tie. So we're going to have 2 questions posted right now. Each of them getting their own specific polls.
I mean, also as like the community is split on the idea that both NC Maxes and NSO need to be looked at.
Yeah, that's interesting. So we're going to go ahead and make those questions right now. We're going to set up a new poll right now while Ant Dant is sending the message over to Rapid, and Rapid will be able to read it out loud for us. And so we're going to do a new poll. It's going to be called NSO Maxes. Increase its value or decrease. And when I say increase, the increase is similar to buff, and decrease means similar to debuff. Or nerf.
Strengthen, weaken?
Strengthen or weaken. I like that term, maybe. I guess strengthen or weaken. Maybe? Okay, so we're going to basically put strengthen and then weaken. I hope that's a better term. I mean, I could just be put buff and nerf. I should probably put that in. I mean, that's a gaming term. Henrik, why do you not like it?
Generally because when I've heard it, it seems that people just say, oh, give it a buff, and that's the end of their point. It's not very conducive to a good conversation about what you find wrong with something and how you think you should fix it. If you're going to bother opening your mouth to say, I think there's a problem here, go the whole hog and have the proper conversation, because it's much better than just saying nerf, because that's normally where the conversation ends.
Sounds good. So for now, just because we've done as much due diligence as we can, I'm going to use the word strengthen and weaken. Are you cool with that?
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Let's go ahead and start. NSO Maxes, strengthen, weaken, or none of the above. Let's see how it goes from there and give you guys that opportunity to your answers. Unless it already has an ABC format. I just basically just doubled it. There we go. The NSO Maxes is now going underway. Do you guys want to see NSO Maxes strengthen, weakened, or none of the above? Weakened means whatever it is currently, you want to see it weaker. None of the above means it's existing. You like what it's at. Strengthen means you want to see more things added to it. And let's get a chance to see how the voting poll comes through and how overall people feel for it. Now, the problem I see here is there are a lot of people that don't play NSO characters. It requires money to play that faction. Now, how many of us actually play it, and how many of us actually deal with them on the battlefield? So there's a little combination on that one.
Can I quickly add something?
Please.
Because I see people voting against strengthen for NSO matches, which I would be voting a certain way. I'm not going to say which because you don't like to do.
Thank you.
Strengthen doesn't necessarily mean give more damage. There are many, many metrics that you can look at to make something different. This is why I like going with the term rebalanced or unbalanced rather than overpowered or something like that. Unbalanced, I think, is a much better word than overpowered because it speaks more towards there's an imbalance in something, not just it's powerful. Adding more power generally means more DPS or more damage. But there are ways to rebalance everything without just adding more damage or taking away damage.
I honestly have a feeling that people read that and thought it said NC and then voted for it.
Oh no! I should have got NC first. NSO Maxes are the 4th faction max unit. It's a max unit that allows you, or NSO is a class that allows you to play multiple different factions. You're able to jump into the TR, VS, or NC based on low population. NSO is they have their faction-specific max unit, but they do not have a faction-specific ESF unit or tank. And so we are looking at Strengthen is the current winner, and we are looking at that as the first breakdown. We're going to do NC. We're going to go and save this right now. Copy and paste this over. And we're done. Now let's go ahead and do one more new poll. We're literally taking the same thing as above and changing it to NC maxes. Strengthen or weaken.
Came on in chat. He's asking to discuss what are they, well, for people who don't play them. NSO maxes are, instead of these traditional weapons where they have bullets, NSO maxes have a grenade printer, which is a heavy, I guess, drop when you throw it, but it also does damage in an AoE, and I think it is a either 2-shot or 3-shot kill. I can check on the wiki right now. Grenade printer.
Awesome. So here we go. We're going to start NC Max's Strengthen or Weaken, and then also do nothing. It is now officially on.
Kill.
Fantastic. Go ahead, guys. Vote for the NC Max. The NC Max is the new conglomerate. It's a blue faction. You'll be able to vote Strengthen or Weaken this armored monster. And we're looking at it right now. So do nothing means you like what it is currently. Weaken means you want to see it not do so good. And then strengthen means please look at it, see what you can do to strengthen it, to give us an opportunity to feel like we're equal to the other faction's weapons. All right. We have one more minute on this one, and we will identify the next question. Did Ant get a chance to speak on the DM?
He didn't want to type out his message, so he conceded the point.
Oh, he just sent it to me, actually.
Oh, perfect.
Oh.
Yes. So, my name is Antdent, and my opinion is, so my issue with the NC Max is that average players can't pick them up and do decent anymore. For the most part, in order to do anything seen as scat cannons are the only real viable options, you need to be able to position perfectly and accurately to have a high level of game knowledge to be effective compared to the other two where you can stand still and point and shoot at a door. So, much to the point, basically no one even really touches NC maxes at all. I've seen so many fights crumble because VS will pull 10 blue shifts and we don't really have any maxes to counter. Basically an easy button to defeat average NC point hold because there is a massive imbalance that they created and then ignored.
Awesome.
So Ant-Dan has two issues. One is being there's, of course, the max imbalance, and then two is that the target audience, newer players for maxes, usually has been, right? You don't see strong players pick them up often. Is that new players can't pick up maxes on the NC faction as easily because of the requirements in, knowledge on movement and stuff like that, positioning, etc.
Well said. I appreciate that, Intent. And I would say, overall, if I was in NC, VS, or TR base max unit, I think the NC max is by far the hardest new player experience max unit. Especially when they give you two different arms. One long distance and one extremely short distance. They do not give you an opportunity to feel like you're doing anything. Compared to the other arms of the VS and TR maxes, you will have a medium to long range weapon for both, and a sub medium to long range for the secondary. You have a burster arm on one arm, and then you have the long range. Burster arm is not good for infantry, it's meant for aircraft, but it can be used to shoot people. I've seen a lot of max units with an arm that's close range, and then they're using their burster arm to shoot infantry. I just feel very bad watching that. Sometimes they switch over to the anti-armor one. I would say it would be nice to have new players be sorted out correctly to make it easier for them to know how to counter versus them trying to read what the weapon does. That's why the UI experience would be nice. A new player experience would help a lot. But the current existing systems makes NC a harder choice. What are your thoughts on that, Rapid? Awesome.
Sorry, I was in I was in the kitchen. It's a tough discussion. Again, personally, I just want to see the other maxes just lower the peg so everyone's on the same playing level. It's just a tough discussion. If you do see the other maxes lower level, you could see other options on the NC max being used more often. I think grinders and haxos are very good options for newer players. Of course, a tighter cone of fire would be nice, but I would personally like to see these other options, these higher mag capacity options, be used. And then you could see newer players just have more fun with these new guns and stuff.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys. Oblivious Orange, you've been fantastic. Thank you so much for taking the time to write this question out, giving us the opportunity to go and identify a new max unit that was not even delivered. You were awesome, man. Thank you.
I forgot about Amazon. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. Take care. We're going to go ahead and bring Darius. Let me go and ask him a question upstairs and make sure he understands the simple rules I'm asking everybody. Thanks, guys. Seriously, it's been a while, and I'm excited to note that we haven't had to delete this VOD. It's unbelievable. Thank you, guys. Let's go ahead and go to the next one. Need permissions. All right. We are here right now. How you doing? Sorry, guys. I'm going to grab Darius. Are you there? You already know the simple rules of ArsheeTV. It looks like you have endorsed by staff. Are you ready? Awesome. Thanks, guys, for being super patient. Let's go grab him. All right. So we have Darius here with us now tonight. I'm going to go unmute. Oh, B-Way. Shays is here. That's what I'm talking about. Hey. All right, so let's go ahead and get Darius up to speed. And for some reason, I have to use the restroom again. Mother. Let's go ahead and have. Can I have Rapid read this, or can I have somebody read this out loud for everybody while I go rush to the restroom so we can make this basically move?
Is that the topic from Dardarius on topic
Yep.
2?
Topic 2, crouch spam, and then go ahead and read that. I'll be right back, and then I'll have Darius explain who he is in a second.
No problem. All right, folks. So topic 2 is about crouch spam. Dardarius' question is, should it remain or place the cooldown on the crouch ability to avoid the spam? Perhaps our solution to fix it, by spamming the crouch button, you'll be able to rapidly you will be rapidly switching from standing to crouching position without any animation between them, making yourself a hard target to get shot in the upper body / head. Good question. Sorry, like it's a little cut off, so I had to pause there and see what I was reading. I was like, what?
Yeah, I should put like more punctuations on the
A little bit,
on the
tad.
thing.
Sad.
Yeah,
What do I know? I'm not an English major.
it's fine. Yeah, I'm probably going to be explaining the question more in a better way, so that you guys will be able to get the idea of what I'm actually aiming for. You pretty much, you can imagine, you probably in your experience of the game, you've seen people who are cross spamming in a way that just like non-stop pressing the button, or they have like a macro that allows the player to actually abuse the visual effect of the model. And they're going to be like, the model is going to be basically warping from the crouch position to the standing one. You've probably seen any of these guys. Because like, when you actually press the crouch button, you don't actually, like, your model for everyone else doesn't actually go like as your camera goes. Because like when you crouch, your camera is actually, flowing from the standing position to the crouching one. Where like, of your model is actually just warping from the standing position to the crouching one, and that's it.
So just to clarify, do you mean AD crouching? Like we're talking about full crouching, or like there's different variants of the crouch, right? So
Are we talking about this crouching, or are we talking about like squatting on people? Like, what's going on?
yeah.
Archie,
No,
can you give an example of
Yeah,
the
give an
different
example
types
of
of
crouching you're
please?
describing. Yeah, there's various examples of crouching, right? So
Okay, so there's a crouch spam that I know of where you can tap the control key and your whole head does disappear. And we're talking about a single tap on the control key will allow your whole head to do an entire animated move and then go back up. But on your crosshair, it doesn't look like you significantly moved, and you can maintain position on the person's head without the crosshair dropping down at the same rate as your head is. Are we talking about that, Dar?
Yeah,
okay, so tap
right about
crouching
that.
then. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we're talking about...
basically tap crouching. Yeah, you can actually spam like the button more quickly, so your model is actually going to be warping like instantly, like that less than basically a second. That can actually confuse the opponent, like where to shoot if you're actually aiming for the head, for example. Like if you're doing close quarter sniper rifle, of course the best option is to do the body shot. But if we're talking like new player experience or something like that, they will be completely like confused where to actually shoot, because you would obviously gonna aim for the head and all that stuff. So
did we get a chance to hear who Dara is?
Right, no, not yet.
You didn't ask me.
Dara, can you tell everybody what server you play on, what faction you play on, how long you played for, so we can get an idea about your experience in this game? If you're a new player, alpha leader, what are you?
Right. So, well, my name is Doradius. Basically, I'm coming from Cobalt. I'm playing mainly TR, but I'm also playing every other factions. I'm a veteran. I'm basically leading tactical squads on pretty much, well, I was used to daily basis. Now it's a bit not as often. By solo, when I'm playing like solo or with people less than a squad, I'm usually doing the commando approach, where like basically flank people, like, you know, doing all those tactical movements, commando movements, where basically, you know, not being seen into the game, like by the enemy, and you just do the objective, like basically objective focused gameplay is what I'm looking for. And I've been playing the game since 2014, if I'm not mistaken. So I had a break like for 2 years. So yeah, pretty much like played all the factions, are axiomed, all LMGs. My main class is a heavy, I'll confess. But yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty much who I am.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And so you get 3 minutes to explain about crouch spam. I think it'll be a short one, but it's up to you however you want to word it. Feel free to spend 3 minutes to explain to me what should we do with it. Crouch spam, it's an issue. What should we do?
I kind of did while you were in the restroom, so that's going to be saving you 3 minutes to begin with. But like I said,
if you already spoke about it, go ahead. Basically, finish up with what do you need.
Right. So basically, the only solution would be is to look into the situation. It's just a proposal, and I would like to hear you guys' opinion about the situation. Like I said, it can be confusing for new guys, and it can be annoying to shoot against the target who is actually spamming the crouch all the time. Should it be a animation for the model to actually, you know, going from standing to crouching position as the camera moves as well, or should there be a cooldown, which is a bit more swift, I guess, going to be a swift way to actually fix it, so that you cannot actually spam crouch as often as you're allowed in the game at the moment.
Let's assume that the cooldown is less than 0.5 seconds, because the game client side doesn't register until it's that moment. They don't really have a choice until they know exactly that point where it makes the entire head fall down. When that occurs, then we can move them back up. We don't know exactly that minute or second or millisecond. And so turning it into a toggle versus a hold version, where if you tap control and you let go of control, you're stuck in crouch, and tapping it again will make you stand up, similar to pushing C. That could fix it, but if you're able to spam it, it's not really fixed. So it does need a cooldown.
Talking about the same method that CS:GO uses, where if you crouch too many times, your crouches get slower and slower, and you got kind of the same way when you try to do wall jumps, Arshee, and then you get that like slowness. That same thing when you try to crouch too much.
I see, but that won't solve the problem, because if you still do it every time for each person you kill every 6 seconds and it reuses, it's still a problem. In Dara's eyes, we don't know if you guys feel like it's a problem. So we're gonna go and move it over to you guys. Who wants to speak, Nikon? Or sorry, Shades is here now. Shades.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm back as moderator.
No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we have we're gonna have Henrik talk first, and after that, I'll speak second.
Sounds good. Henrik, go ahead.
I really like Doradius's idea of giving it a cooldown. It doesn't have to be enormous, like a second would do to help eliminate it. I'm not sure, because I'm not a programmer, I've never programmed games. There's been a few which would be the easiest and fastest for Daybreak games, Rogue Planet games to implement. But I personally think adding in, I see people saying remove the hold crouch. Sometimes I want to hold it, sometimes I want it to be on toggle. I don't think removing that option is the best way of doing it, because again, you will still have that happening when you press your hold, your toggle crouch very quickly. You can set up macros to do that.
I have a question for you, Henrik. You know how you press the F ability and then you go invisible and then you shoot, and it takes you out of the invisible ability, but you still can't shoot yet. It has to fully uncloak you before your bullet comes out of your shell. Is that delay acceptable as an acceptable response on the crouch ability?
I believe so. About a second, I think, would help the game a lot.
Well, anything else you want to add before I move on?
No.
Okay. So who's on the next one, Shades?
So it'll be me.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I might share a little different opinion from everybody else. I'm actually okay where it's currently at, because I believe it's kind of like a Planetside flavor thing versus it being OP. As long as you educate people on how to properly counter it, which is actually really easy to counter. Don't try to actively aim for the head. Just aim for the body, and they'll die, instantly. It's kind of like what Rapid said earlier about CS:GO. Like every time you crouch, it's a little bit slower. If you do it like excessively, we could obviously implement something like that. But it's more of just what people are trying to do. It's part of the meta now. At this point in time, people have been doing it for years. It's just a matter of how do you stop it, right? Which is just shoot differently when you encounter those players. That's something I think that should be kind of like taught first, from player to player, and like educated on people, because you can obviously do hold crouch toggle, you can do tap crouch, right, the AD crouch. There's many like different variances you can do, and in fact we even encourage players, especially the veterans, to not over crouch, right? If you crouch too much, you're actually giving yourself problems because you're slowing down as well when you're doing that, especially when you're AD. So
Awesome.
those are a lot of things to think about. It's more of like a styling versus like something we shouldn't like nerf, at least in my opinion, right? So if anybody wants to like find out more about crouching, I recommend watching Conflict's fundamentals video, which you can find on YouTube. We just type in Planetside 2 Conflict. His first video is literally on this topic about crouching and the effects of it, right? So there's that.
Let me go into it right now. If I know.
May I quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've heard a lot of people make that exact same argument before of it's something you learn, it's something you pick up over time, something you can teach to people. It separates the more older players who know from the newer players. And it's that I have the issue with, because a lot of our conversation tonight has been that new player experience. And yeah.
Awesome.
That's just what I wanted.
I'm going to go ahead and basically make sure I go on the pro of what Shades has said. I'm going to go to the pro of what Dara said, and I'm going to summarize it, and then I'm going to ask both parties if they're okay with the summary. The summary of what Shades said. In our societies that we live in right now, there are things that somehow turn into our culture. Over time, because we didn't see the fix to or a rule set about it, it turns into, hey, it's part of our life. Planetside 2, similar to these ideas, we've seen it become a part of our life. Removing it will probably change the flavor of what it existed, but it was never intended as an example. Going with Dara's example, by removing it or nerfing it or reducing the ability to spam, will give new players an opportunity to see when the head drops and then when the head increases. It just looks like a very awkward movement that makes the new player really not sit well. And then that makes them probably move away from the game because it's not similar to the other 2020 games that they're dealing with. So we have a pro and con to it. It is severely down the middle as far as what we all want to see and love. And so this is where the voting will come in. Let's give Dara a chance to speak for 1 minute, and then we'll give back to Shades and Honric. I know, Shades and whoever that spoke about it. I think it was Honric, yes.
It was Honric, yeah.
Okay.
Right. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. As a veteran, I don't really have an issue myself personally. But like I said, I was actually talking on behalf of new experience. Because if you're actually trying to be immersed into the game itself, the visuals, like crouch spam, for example, will actually take you off completely instantly. Because if you're actually going for, like a war kind of immersion into the game where you can actually easily get from Planetside 2, 400 against 400 against 400. And then suddenly you have some guy who's just warping from crouching and standing. It's kind of just, take you off from the game, take you off from the immersion, basically. It's, just pull you off of the game. And just imagine if you're going to be having a squad, a platoon of those guys who are basically going to be abusing this tactic. It's going to be annoying for the new guys, at least, to actually, just fight these guys, and they're just going to drop the fight and go to another one and just let them cap the bases. So it's not really something which you would consider fun, in my opinion, for the new guys, at least. So, yeah. So it's basically by bit balancing, and if we will put a cooldown like Arshee suggested, the one which the cloaker goes from cloak, and he needs to get completely out of cloak to actually shoot the bullet. If the time would be something like that, that would be more than acceptable, basically, because the model will not be like warping, just millisecond one from another, like from standing to crouching position. It will be basically like half second or full second. I don't remember the exact timer on the decloaking timer, but the guy will actually the player will actually be able to aim sights and shoot whenever he wants to shoot. Because we know basically if we see these guys, we just shoot in the body and that's it. It's either going to be body shot or headshot, but it's not like people are actually going to be to learn that in the tutorial. Like, hey, there's going to be guys who's going to be crouch spamming, so you have to do them body shots.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
And yeah, go on. That's it.
No, appreciate
Is
it.
it possible for me to hop in and play devil's advocate on that?
Go ahead, Rapid.
Just because in general, new players shoot at the body, right? So if someone's crouch spamming, they're gonna end up killing the more experienced player who's crouch spamming more often, right? So from a new player's perspective, it's tough, and if you as a new player have to try crouching, right, and try to survive, it's only going to benefit more experienced players, because experienced players aren't the ones that are crouch spamming. It's usually poor, weaker players. That
When we say weaker, are we talking like their arms are like weaker and like mine?
Less experienced players, right? Because
Okay,
they're just
cool.
spamming it because they're trying to survive, because they saw it to happen to them. But the better a player is, the less they're going to crouch spam, and they're just going to rely on just lasering a dude. So if a newer player isn't able to crouch spam, they're going to be basically a sitting duck to a more experienced player, and they're always going to lose that gunfight.
Awesome.
In my eyes.
I appreciate it. Anybody else want to add before I make the question and ask you guys both if you guys agree to this question before I send it out?
Sure, yeah.
Go-
Honoric's next
go for the
since he's still wanting to continue, and then I'll chime in after.
Awesome. Honric, go ahead 1 minute, and then back to Shades 1 minute, and then we'll go and talk about the question. Honric. Let's go to Shades first, and then we'll go back to Honric.
Yeah, so I guess I need more clarification. So like I like educate people on like crouching like often. So are they when you mean warping, do you mean like is it from tap crouching where your head bobbles just a tad, or are we talking like full warp where like you're going from standing to crouching immediately, right? Like a full crouch.
Right. I don't really have any like problems if you're just gonna do it once, or like do it like once every few seconds. But I don't know if you've actually seen those kind of people who actually use it like somewhat like a micro, as if like you're just gonna be like pressing the button like instantly like that.
So
And because
imagine
of
the
that-
guy's going sideways, and then his head bobs down the entire time going to the side, and it looks like almost like a snake piece going
Yeah,
across.
'cause
It's an
so
awkward
because-
movement. It doesn't really
Okay.
do the game justice as far as the game's supposed to be looked like.
So I think that might be lag to me. So here's the thing, right? Like at least from like an educational standpoint, when like I educate my players, especially since we like teach crouching like a lot, to not spam it, because that actually makes it easier for you to be shot at. What they have to do is they have to like, if you're doing it like an 80-80 tap crouch, right? And we're talking like the head bobbling one, correct? That's like the one we're on and not the full crouch.
Mhm.
One more time just to clarify. Okay, so with the tapping, right, like I usually tell them, you're gonna hit your crouch key once, and then you have to wait a little bit, like a split micro, and then hit it again, right? Like there's gonna be a time period in between crouches. But if you spam it, like you're spamming really hard, you're gonna be slowed down, and B, you're actually easier target to hit. So like that's where I'm trying to like understand like where the warping comes in, because I
Right.
feel like that's more of a lag thing versus like people actually
Long,
spamming
long
crouch.
story short, taking advantage of a system that wasn't intended, and that could be a simple fix, is what I think the argument's happening. Is that correct, R?
Yeah, you're correct. You got
Okay,
you got
and
just on
that's-
point.
That's just a simple thing. If it was a feature where the tutorial says in Planetside 2 these users have freaking hydraulics in their legs, and we want them to spam, and then it's like, okay, that was intended. But if the game is giving you an opportunity to have your crosshair at perfect distance and then be able to drop your head at minimal effort while dropping an entire head duration to a crouch, I don't think I'm just assuming this is what Dara is coming from. I don't think that's what he thinks is fair to new players to see that type of experience. Now, if you put a timer on it to not allow it to be having to be used so quickly to drop and stand, to where it drops and then stands like at a natural level, people can.
Archie, do you mind if
do
I
that.
reject real quick? Is that
Please.
sound to me? So that sounds more like actual full crouching instead of the head bobbling.
Full
'Cause-
crouching?
Yeah, full crouching like brings you from top to crouch, right?
Right.
Versus the head
Yeah.
bobble, where you're still standing when this is happening.
Right.
So like that's
We're
that's
talking
how I'm
about like a
trying to
real human
clarify it,
being,
Yeah.
a real human being, not able to
crouching.
basically spam or be able to go instant back up and forward. Make it to where it drops and then stands up at a natural level.
Okay, so it is full. So the topic is actually full crouching then, and not
Correct.
tap crouching, because that's what it sounds like. Okay, so that's why I wanted to clarify.
We
'cause
want
I
to
was,
go.
like, super confused.
He's saying he wants to go towards a full crouch and remove the tap crouch. It's basically a combination of both.
Wait, so I'm still.
I know.
So that's confusing, right?
So,
Because
so the
like,
tap crouch. If you added a toggle ability to make it to where when you do a full crouch with a toggle, and then your head doesn't jump right back up instantly and moves back up after a half a second for using it, you could tap it and then your body would do the animation as like almost like a delayed ghost. Does that make sense?
So earlier
You know,
we
just
were
like
talking
when you
about
press F, just like when you press F as an
I'll
infiltrator.
explain to you, Shades.
Yeah, please.
So you know, Shades, how when you press crouch, you always go through a certain animation on the opponent's screen, no matter how long you hold the crouch button, right? There's also always a guaranteed animation.
Well, I mean, there's a guaranteed animation, yeah, but there's like 2 different variants of it, right? So
I think people are complaining about how you can just, flick crouch back and forth, and you go through the animation while your crosshair doesn't really move. I think that's what the people that are
okay, so
asking
we're
about this
talking
question are
like
trying to talk about. Yeah.
like overall in general, we're talking like both the 80-80 crouch and also the crouch tap and all. I mean, excuse me, crouch like full crouch.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we were really talking about the full crouch, but
It's not. When I say full crouch, we're talking about just tap instant move up and down in your head. It's just like a weird flick. That just doesn't look
so he
natural.
means the full crouch, yeah.
Okay, yeah. If that's the case, yeah, I would say yeah, other games don't have that per se.
I've
and
never
it's more of
seen a
like
flick
full
crouch in my life, but it just
yeah,
looks
I've
like you
never-
bugged
yeah.
or you lagged on
So-
your end. But yeah, we're just talking about the flick crouch. So we're going to call it flick crouch, not crouch spam. Flick crouch to make it more.
There's a term. Yeah, there's a term for it. We definitely have it now.
Yeah, just say flick crouch, which means instant. Screw it. You guys know the difference. Flick crouch. Look into it or keep existing. That is the terms that we're going to be calling it. And I'll need your assistance. The title is Flick Crouch dash look into it or keep existing system. A, look into it. B, happy with it dash keep it. Is it okay?
Wait, what's the difference between happy and keep it?
It's the same. Basically, it means like keep it as it is. Like you're happy with Flick Crouch.
Yeah, so might as well have
don't
B and C
change.
as the same option. Yeah.
I'm gonna say don't change. I'm just like there's a way to say like keep it as it is. Keep it as it is. There we go.
Right.
That's better. Look into it or keep it as it is. That's better.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Let's go and send that as a poll. And go ahead and start voting. You guys have 2 minutes to vote in the Twitch chat. It's just above on the Twitch bar on the bottom right. And thanks, Dara, for coming in and giving us the opportunity to talk about the crouch flick spam.
Yeah, that's why we're going to be calling it now.
No, it's better. It's
Yeah,
because
there was,
crouch spam is different. Because I did crouch spam and I hold it and then I do it as a timing maneuver to really mess with Dudas Flutus when I had to do 1v1s. You have to change it up because he just constantly clicks your head if you don't change it up. That little... I didn't say anything.
Yeah,
all right,
and that's
it
the
looks
80-80 crouch that
Oh
Shades was
my
trying to
god.
talk about.
It is currently tied. Looking into it is currently at 10, and then keep it as it is at 10. Ladies and gentlemen, you have less than 1 minute to make a vote on Flick Crouch. Oh my god, it's tied again. It's now 12-12. This is this is unbelievable.
Notice when I
Overall,
talk
it's
to
just
my
really
community
So the
about
general
this.
term for it is actually tap crouching.
You son of a... You should have
there's
told me.
Yeah, I did. That's what I was asking the entire
I'm
time.
sorry.
Yeah.
I meant
Shoot
tap
tap
crouch.
crouching, but
I meant
yeah.
I went to your education and I messed up. I got to go back.
I just had to redefine it just so Archie would understand it and kind of pull him away from the
yeah,
previous definition he was thinking.
I
Yeah.
don't think I.
Yep. Well said, guys. I appreciate it. That is pretty hilarious, man. So yeah, so we got right now the votes going through. It is a very close deadlock as far as the voting is concerned. It seems like we have a good 50-50 vote almost, and now it's 52 to 40. Are you kidding me? It's 50%!
XD.
What is happening? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a close 50-50 marker. Do not look at it, basically, and look at it.
The vote.
There's one more to make a difference. Who is it going to be? And it's a difference! Look into it!
No,
Officially takes
kinda,
it!
aw.
Oh my god, that was amazing. That was a close one. Unbelievable.
This is exactly what I've noticed when I've talked to my community about it. It completely divides everyone in almost half.
Unbelievable.
I think there's a good reason for it too. It's
Yeah.
it's more of a like competitive versus casual kind of mindset because traditionally, at least in like most competitive games, you will find lots of like different types of meta, and like the more you learn, the more advanced, especially in crouching. Like CS:GO does have like lots of crouching. Black Squad has tons of crouching. believe H1Z1 has similar crouching as well to I forget it completely, but I'm very sure it's similar crouching to Planetside mechanics as well. So and they're like players who are like more advanced at doing it. So it's more of like a flavor kind of thing versus
It also
how
feeds
people
in.
actually feel.
It also feeds into the idea of like using client side plus cover. It's these little things that you learn over time that.
Yeah.
We already have Dara here. Dara, just because your vote was one off, we're going to bring in the two topics from RC Cola, Dudaslus, and then back to Dara for your next topic. We are on topic 2. I think your next topic is 1 or 3. I'm not sure how many topics you have. But we'll grab you right after these 2 other questions. Thank you so much, Dara, for stopping by.
Cool. I'll look forward to another chat.
Appreciate it, buddy. I'll see you soon. All right, so let's go ahead and bring in Dudas's question called Infiltrator. Let's bring it up. Boom, boom. And let's move this around. And Dudas is not here, so we'll go ahead and read the question, and then us will go ahead and describe it. And if there's anybody that feels like it needs to be added on in chat, you're more than welcome to. Moff Kurt Live is here, everybody. Huge round of applause, man. Thanks for making the Planetside 2 community really a fun watch.
Yo,
to watch,
Moff Kurt.
Moff Kurt.
Poggers.
Can I get a mod to do an ATSO at Moff Kurt? Let's screw up and
We get
throw you guys
a
somewhere else.
poggers for Moff Kurt.
Get some poggers in there, guys. Come on, chat. Poggers. Even I don't know what that is. Pog is like a pog face, like pog. Just kidding. Just kidding. Thank you so much, Ivana Jane. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, Moff Kurt is in the house. Okay, so we're gonna go and read this. Should infiltrators be allowed to use close quarters one-shot weapons with client side being as bad as it is, as well as how fast you can uncloak, and should the uncloaked be looked at, aka nerfed? So, who wants to tackle this as the individual who supports Dudas's claim, and who's the opposite, who doesn't think it should be looked at? And if we have all unanimous, then we all talk about it unanimously. We'll give you guys a chance to think about it. Close quarters, one shot means a daimyo. Or we're looking at another one-shot mechanic out there. Got as close quarters. I don't even know what else it could be. But
yeah, the SAS. All the sniper rifles
the
are
knife,
all one shots.
The knife is a one shot. Being in cloaking and recloaking as a knife user. Just the overall experience of being a cloaker and being an assassin. It does the job, in my opinion, as the assassin. Instead of nerfing its cloaking ability or uncloaking ability, I think we're going down the nice path of utility options. You guys saw the utility option for putting Flak Armor 1 on the floor. That little mechanic tool that sits on the ground and sends a bunch of particles out. I would like to see that same tool for infiltrators to uncloak people. And they cannot recloak in that space. Mala, thank you so much for the hosted views, man. I appreciate it. Mala Dukes. Appreciate it. I'm gonna be on that stance. I'm gonna be on the stance for infiltrators, having a utility option to prevent cloakers from entering with a cloaking state. It prevents cloaking in that space. So that way you can feel like cloaking is not an issue in close quarters. And that is typically the case on how to counter if you want to take that over something else. What do you guys think? And or you want to nerf the cloaking ability?
I'll hop on this and I'll be devil's advocate and say against nerfing cloak, just because of quality of life. Imagine taking even longer to get a cloak to fire a shot. I understand the game is client side, but also imagine how it feels on the user side, right? If you have to take an extra second to get out of cloak, and you have a shot, and then a second later you don't have that shot anymore, stuff like that. Imagine, for example, if anyone has tried using the railjack. And try to use that gun effectively. It's incredibly annoying to have that delay. So adding that delay by changing the cloak mechanics isn't going to make it any more fun. It's just going to kind of be exhausting for someone who's using that mechanic. And at that point, people will just stop using the cloak, and you'll still have people client-siding you around corners. They're still going to peek you and shoot you in the head, whether or not they have the cloak mechanic. But that's personally my opinion.
You sound on the fence of not touching the cloak. Okay, what about anybody else? Hanrik or Shefka or...
So we have Hanrik in order for second, and then Shefka for third.
Shefka for third. Hanrik, go ahead.
It's a shame he's not here to actually explain the question fully, because when I read this, I see close quarter sniper weapons. as the thing he's talking about. So I'm just going to specifically talk about that. And I'll also quickly mention I'm kind of 50-50 on this, just like the chat was in the last vote. It's a difficult one. I have had multiple conversations with people about this in the past. The easiest way I see as a fix, not that I'm recommending this as a fix, is change the cloak instead of something you press F for, change it into a tool like you would have in Battlefield 2142, if anyone is old enough to remember that game like I am. You would have to physically take it out so you weren't holding a weapon at that point. That would eliminate what he's talking about here, but again, I'm not 100% sure that it should be removed. The cloak and, again, I'm going off on a slight tangent here, the cloak and the heavy shield has always been a point of contention and conversation within the Planetside 2 community. I'm not sure it should be removed, and I'm not sure it should be left.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. So, what about you, Shefka?
Yeah, I'm quite close from the point of view from Henrik. I'm since I started to play the game. I'm against the concept of the cloaking ability. I think it's kind of too OP, and tell to players that they don't have to do that much thing to be an infiltrator as it should be. I mean, like if you look at a sniper, technically what a sniper is doing is finding a spot, he shoot one target, and then he move from his spot, because by firing he is spotted by default. In real life sniping, normally it should go something like that. And with the ability of cloaking, even you are bolting from a short distance or doing from far, I mean, it's quite huge. I mean, then you add the one-shot knife or stuff like that. I mean, I know I'm going a bit far from the basic topics, but we are at least talking about issues coming from cloaking as well. So I'm just extending it a bit about cloaking itself. I would have loved, for example, an ability just simply to not being able to be spotted, but to be visible like any other class. I mean, there is so much skill from a whatever class being able to flank an enemy without being seen by your opponent. But where is the skill to come from the face and just decloaking in front of the guy and shooting his head? I mean, don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Bolting asks skills. I mean, I'm not able to bolt at any point. I'm very bad to that. But it's just about. I mean, look, we were talking about the new player experience. I mean, when they are facing cloakers, it's cancerous for them. I mean, seriously. So my question is over there as well. So as for the heavies, like with the shield as well, it might be a bit OP, definitely. So that these two things are on talk since ages on this game. So
awesome.
Yeah, I think it must have been retalked a bit. I would say.
Very cool. Thank you for that, Shefka. I appreciate it. Shades, anybody else want to speak on this topic before we go to voting?
I don't think we have anybody else on this topic, so we're good to go.
Awesome. We're going to be focusing on just the cloaking mechanic, and this is the first question. And then I'm going to be bringing up a utility option to counter cloaking. If one of them has been said, if one of those responses have been said, I will bring up the second question. If it did not, we will move on. That is a two-part question. If it does hit one of them, I won't tell you which one, so you guys can vote without being influenced by me. All right, so the question is...
I did want to rebuttal to the other points that was made after mine.
Please.
Which was going to be is a risk versus reward, especially in CQC bolting, because that is the question, right? Close quarter one-shot weapons is if you take that shot and you miss it, you're out of position and you're just running around waiting for your reload, right? Your repull of the bolt mechanic, as well as when you're in cloak, you can't shoot, and if you're if someone shoots you while you're in cloak, you can't shoot them back until you decloak. And cloak isn't instant as well. It does have a slight animation. So personally, I see that risk and reward that is taken when you doing CQC bolting, and anyone can go do CQC bolting and say differently, but it does require a level of skill and requires a level of risk taken. So it's not as easy as people think. You know, it's easy to die to it, and it's like, oh wow, he killed me instantly, but you don't see all the times that they failed, right? You don't think about that as well.
Well said.
May I add one extra thing on the back of
Oh,
Rapids?
of course. We lost Dudis, so we're going to be doing both sides. That's okay.
I completely agree with everything Rapid just said. This is why I said I was 50-50. I don't know, and I don't want to recommend any change to it. But the bolting isn't the only thing. You can also get a semi-auto close-range sniper that you can put a 1x sight on, just like the bolty. And you can two-shot headshot a heavy with his overshield and kill him. So, and that's very little risk in that moment on a 1v1 fight. But again, something I said earlier, Planetside is not normally a 1v1 instance. So, yeah, I just wanted to throw that into the mix. People to remember that there's not just the close-range bolt action. There is also the semi-auto.
Well said. I'm going to be very biased. I truly enjoy playing Infiltrator. It makes me feel confident. I'm able to play as a solo-based character because I don't have an outfit, and I can do things that are traditionally not possible on any other class. Now, the Light Assault, I could be playing that as well. I'm just not proficient at it, like Ant Dant that is saying up there. That little didn't say anything. Yeah, there's just so many classes like such as the Heavy Assault. Everybody has their favorite classes. I'm about to put in this question that can shoot me in the foot, whatever. So the question is, Infiltrator, should the cloaking mechanic be looked at? Answer number 1, yes. Decrease the ability. Answer number 2, yes. Increase the ability. Answer number 3, no, keep it as it is. I think that's the 3 questions, I think. You guys are good?
Sounds right. Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's go ahead and send that in right now. The poll is now begun. Ladies and gentlemen, the poll is available to you right now. You can go to the Twitch chat, go to the very top, push the down arrow, and select your vote. I hope you guys are excited to make this vote happen live on stream. All right.
Just be warned on how you vote affects how I play today. This is all your fault.
That is too funny.
Say either shotgun or bolt. It's your pick, everyone. Let's see what the chat decides on.
Funny. That is way too funny. All right, it looks like right now we've got a 69 to 31% on decrease. It looks like we got our first vote for increase the ability. For decrease the ability is 9, and for keep it as is 19. And it looks like it's steadily rising. It's a good 2 to 1 odd at the moment. And there is approximately 1 minute remaining. We're going to go ahead and get the next question, get started. We're going to go ahead and move forward. And let's ask the gentleman who is available to get it started. We are going to look at Darius. Crowd spam is done. And then RC Cola is next. The Breeze are OP.
Shout out to Lunar for the party of 17. Thank you for the raid, Lunar.
Lunar's at it again, my child.
Oh man, I gotta give Lunar some love over here. I gotta give some Lunar some love over here.
Can we get the button for Lunar?
That's what we're doing right now. I have to go find it. I turned it all off. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Where is it? Hold on. Give me a second. Lunar, I love you. Give me 1 second. I was not prepared for a raid. Oh my god, this is so bad. I don't have any of these tabs open. There it is. I hope I did it. There we go. You guys know the rest. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Lunar coming in from the planet called the Moon. Just kidding. Let's all give Lunar a big thank you and the entire community. Let's begin. Shots, shots, shots. Hey, shots, shots, shots. Oh, everybody, we got Lunar and his community here bringing it in. That's what I'm talking about. Can I get a mod to go and do an @so to Lunar? You guys go give him a freaking follow. That man right there, or whoever sat behind that computer, I couldn't tell. He's got a cosplay on from Shield Hero. Great cosplay. I had a great time watching that, and I literally brightened my day. Do it again. Please DM me. I want to be there. I enjoyed every minute. And thanks for stopping by.
Yep.
That was legendary. All right,
Definitely
so
support Lunar.
hell yeah.
That's my boy.
That's what I'm talking about. We've got your daddy here. I'm just kidding.
Dad has
All
to pay
right.
for his pizza.
Yeah, even if I had to kick him from my PIL team, he's still a friend of mine.
Okay. All right. Looks like we got it. It's officially voted. We're going to keep it as it is. Infiltrator is officially done. All right. We're going to save this screenshot to finalize this one. And we're going to move it over, save. And we have it saved. All right. I wish Twitch gave us a chance to keep these polls, but no. As soon as you push new poll management, it's gone. So I have to take a screenshot or else I won't have data. All right. So we're now going to move on. We have RC Cola's debate question, and we're going to go and remove Dudis's, and we're going to move RC Cola's up here to be seen. RC Cola is in the chat room above? No. If RC Cola does DM me or does show up to Need Permissions channel up above, I will give RC Cola a chance to talk about their topic. For now, we're going to use these individuals here who have been so kind to me to give me a chance to have this speech done here. I'm not going to use the word experience anymore because I know all of you guys out there are experienced. Shefka, Shades, Rapid, Honrick, and Nikon here tonight with me. Love you guys. So let's go RC Cola. Debris is OP and should not instant kill each other, instant kill other vehicles. Case in point, a single ESF can ram and kill a Colossus tank. I think it was bashed, but that was before. If debris cannot be dialed back to do lighter damage, it should do no damage or be removed from the game. Thoughts? We will start with Shades helping me who should talk.
You're gonna have to give us about a minute since we have too much time to figure out the question. So
No
just
problem.
like a
I will
quick
talk
minute.
about it,
Thanks.
and then you guys got your minute to think about it. Here's my point of view, because I had a chance to read it earlier. I believe from other games, debris never was that severely of an issue. If you play GTA, that thing is dead, and it's already using as debris. It's running into you, you're dead. But debris is pretty damn OP, but it is also a mechanic that you deal with in a real simulator. The vehicle dies, and the vehicle is there to roll you over. Does that mean it should destroy a Colossus that is supposed to be a monster truck? Maybe not. Maybe half the damage. Make it a simple solution number. But, again, I think some vehicles deserve to get destroyed by debris, and some should not. Especially when size represents the vehicle or the point of impact of how it got hit. But it's too damn hard to discern that in a game called Planetside 2 that we can tell we don't have those capabilities, as AI does not exist in Planetside 2. And Shades, we're going to go over to you if you are interested in tackling this, and who would like to tackle this subject.
So we have Honrick tackling for the full 3 minutes for this topic. So Honrick, all you, man.
Rick, go ahead, buddy.
It's not going to take that long. I just simply think that it should depend on the size of the debris. If it's a galaxy falling on a tank, I think that should kind of kill the tank because it's a very large, heavy air vehicle. If it's an ESF colliding into a Colossus, I don't think it should be doing that much damage. How easy that would be for the developers to actually make that work, I have no idea, because I'm assuming currently debris would do very similar damage no matter the class.
Are we looking at like Mario, where you take a galaxy and smash his head like it's like where you just sit on their head, they're dead, like just like those little mushrooms you just jump on? Or are we talking about both the galaxy and the vehicle dies? Or are you saying you can survive as a galaxy, sit on a lightning, and it's okay?
Well, it's more the case of it's already debris falling out the sky, because it's the question posed was debris itself.
Got it.
So let's say the galaxy burst a max to death, it's falling into a crowd of tanks. I think that should die. I think if it lands on the tank should be crushed because it's extremely heavy debris falling on a tank. Same with a Liberator, but if it's a light vehicle like an ESF, I don't think it should.
Okay.
And not quickly
so
to add on.
So the whole point is just to think about change the debris damage meters, but keep them, right?
Keep them, change them based on size.
Smart. I'm in the same boat with you.
There was one very good example as well of Mag Riders can float above other tanks, and it's technically debris. So when it dies, it can potentially destroy the tank that it's on top of, which is a really, really good point. And I'm not sure how that would really be balanced, because technically you have one tank falling on top of another, exploding on top of it. So argue amongst yourselves on that one specific point. I'm not really sure.
Somebody go ahead and make a clip of that. Maybe Mag Rider, go on top of a Prowler and get to destroy with as a Prowler. Does it destroy you? Send me that clip. I'd be curious about it. That shouldn't be a case. I think it should be based on speed of the projectile. That means if you were flying as an ESF and you blew up and your debris takes out a Colossus, I think that should be true. But as a real-life mechanic, not for Planetside, for how damn difficult it is to take a Colossus out and support it, because it takes one person to ruin everything. If that's going to be the case, we should also have collision damage with vehicles hitting hard points and making hard points instant destruction with every single ESF. That means you need 8 ESFs to end the game. That becomes another topic for discussion if we're going to say ESFs should be destroying Colossus. Any other thoughts that you guys have?
He is promoting kamikaze,
No!
guys.
No!
Live on stream.
Oh, God.
SMH, dude.
I just know this is a video game. Planetside there. Video play. All right. There we go. Just kidding. Yeah, so Shades, anybody else? Henrik, you want to add anything else before we go to voting? Debris are OP, and the question is going to be, should we look at it or keep it as the same?
I think that question's correct. Although, I don't know, I'm still having my head size matters. That's poorly worded, I know. But the size of the debris should change the effect.
Awesome. I'm going to basically not say the size should be a factor. We're going to say look at it or just keep it as it is, because we want the developers to make their decision on how they want to restructure their debris. I believe size as well with you, but again, if they do come down to the path of interested in what should we do, I would probably go down the path of size. So we're going to do, is debris currently OP? And then yes, look into it. And no, keep it as it is. Okay?
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you guys so much. We're sending that quote in right now. Go ahead and click on the Twitch chat just above. There's a down arrow. You will be able to vote yes or no. And this will give you an opportunity to get your voice to be heard. So each of these topics I'm going to try tackling very quickly, and we're doing pretty good. Oh, Canadian Pride. That little
is he assigned to the actual team?
He was assigned. Yeah,
okay,
I was interested to see he's actually interested.
Can you do me
in
a favor then and remove Dudas Flutus, because you only have 10 in the room because he's not here right now? You can add him.
Get him out of here, man.
Let me get Canadian in here. Awesome. How you doing, Canadian?
I'm doing great.
By the way, Archie, I meant like the separate room. Get him in.
The separate room?
Yeah,
in the private chat, you know,
the private chat room we have. Yeah, so
oh,
we can, like,
we're
organize
all
ourselves.
talking
Yeah,
and
thanks.
making plans.
Discord wants you to add 10 people, so.
How do I remove him?
Oh, just right click his name and it says.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell him I didn't do it on purpose.
God, it's okay.
So we're recruiting people now?
I mean a lot.
It's okay. I'll tell him later. I love you.
He's not in there. He's not in there.
Alright.
I'm gonna take Murderface out because he's not in there.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
no.
I'll remove the people that didn't
Am
make
I
it to the
replacing
group.
Murderface?
He's not here anymore. Yeah, you're fine. Okay,
There
I
we
got
go.
him.
You can join now.
It's like 9 a.m. for him. Oh no, 8
Awesome.
a.m.
He's working. Yep.
Yeah, I was
All
right.
right, so guys, we're gonna go ahead and make that vote be clear. We have less than 30 seconds left on the voting. It looks like we have yes, look into it, and no, keep it as it is. I sent you a PM on why I despise debris in its current form. Let's go and check out what that DM looks like. Let's go in Discord. All right. No way! I have to show this. This is hilarious. Check out that little clip, guys. Look at that little clip on the bottom, guys. Check out that little clip on the bottom left, guys. Here we go. Lord Commissar Drac kills the vehicle, and then the debris comes and takes him out. That debris was on his team the whole time. Thank you so much for that,
A very
Lord Commissar
epic
Drac.
gamer moment.
That was legendary. Thanks for sharing that. I appreciate it. And I was during Lane Smash. Oh, that was a little painful. All right, so it's nearly 7. If my question's not coming up, I'll be going to sleep. All right, let me go confirm where Reaper's question is so we can give him a chance to be heard. I think he already left. Reaper did leave already. Okay, So we will continue moving forward. There's the questions. You guys have answered. You guys are interested to have it look into. So we're going to go and basically keep it as it is or look into it. Boom. Save this data. Save it.
Don't forget to watch the video afterwards, guys, and you can click on the timestamps in the videos.
Yeah.
If you're already subscribed to ArsheeTV's YouTube channel, you should do so.
Oh.
He posts content regularly. Smiley face.
What about you, Rapid?
No.
You little come on. I heard you're streaming. You got a cool setup and a computer now.
Dude, dude, I've been lazy. I haven't streamed for 2 weeks because I've been working on stuff IRL. Yeah.
How could you?
Big IRL stuff.
It's not fair. You're not supposed to be in the real world. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue. I'm just kidding. I'm making that up. All right, so we're gonna go bring Dara back in and start focusing on Dara's next subject. Dara, and it's gonna be about nanoweave. All right, RC Cole's topic is done. Dara's topic is in. Let's move this to the top left, so hopefully we can get people to see it. Awesome. All right, Dara is coming right back in. Let's get a chance to say hi to Dara. Dara, thanks for coming and joining us again. I appreciate this is topic 3, and topic 1 is somewhere in that pool. I'll have to wait for that topic. Dara, are you there?
Yes, hello, comrade.
Привет, друзья, как дела?
It's good to see
Yeah,
you,
I know
man.
you're gonna love it.
It's good to see you, comrade. We got a chance to do an Alpha Spotlight with Dara, and just he kept that accent going. I loved every minute of it. Dara, we were now talking about your nanoweave armor question.
Cool.
Do you want to read it, or you want me to read it?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and topic number 3, nanoweave armor. Should nanoweave armor be removed, remained as it is, or become passive? Reminder, nanoweave armor doesn't reduce headshot damage taken. Removing nanite armor will reduce the time to kill via body shots, making headshots less rewarding. Making nanoweave armor passive will allow customizing their loadouts with extra grenades, shield regeneration, etc., but will also make symbiote implant useless. So the debate is, should we remove nanoweave armor? Make it passive, or keep it as it is? It's a 3-part question. We will go over to Dara. We got a chance to meet Dara earlier. Dara runs his platoons, focuses on strategic combat. This man has a plan. And so now we're going to give 3 minutes over to Dara to understand his point of view and why this is a subject. Dara, take it away.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be scheming and plotting and plans and all that. But yeah, basically the question stands that it is. It's quite simple to understand. Like a lot of players these nowadays, like if you're gonna ask anyone, like even the guys who are still waiting for the questions and everyone who already had the questions, 99% of player base already using the nanoweave armor to begin with, just to have more survivability, and kind of like blocks away the ability to actually customize your loadout even more, like have extra grenades, like have extra rockets, have extra clips, whatever other options you can have in there. It kind of just makes all those options useless, because you will not usually take them just to have that extra grenade or extra rocket or extra C4 block, whatnot. So might as well just do something about it, as if like make it a passive, like because you're already going to be having that in the game and everyone's pretty much using it. Or if look into the option as if like make it time to kill faster body wise. So then again, the new players will be not feeling like, oh, this guy is like a sponge. I managed to hit like 10 shots and whatnot. So you're not going to be having those complaints from the new players as often as that, because, well, obviously 20% is quite a lot if you think about it. It's basically like 1-2 shots depending on the gun. And basically it will make headshots less rewarding, because when you're doing the headshots, it doesn't actually like take 20% off with nanoweave or with the symbiote. So which means that you will be taking full damage headshot, which makes all the veterans who know how to click head, basically they're not really getting anything from the nanoweave, where like the new guys who are only aiming for the legs, bodies, arms, or whatever, they have to basically land few extra shots to take down to begin with, but they don't really do the double damage while doing headshots. So they basically have to do extra few more shots to take down a veteran to begin with. So it can be like an option to actually take it away from the game, or actually make it a passive, so that people can actually customize their loadouts more, differently. Like I said, extra grenade, extra C4, and all that. So, like I said, the question is really easily to understand, and I just want to hear your opinion about this.
Well
So
said.
fire away.
I appreciate it. All right. Question is about nanoweave armor. We gave a chance for these gentlemen here to give me an opportunity to hear their thoughts. Shades, what do you have for business?
All right, so we have two folks for tonight to do this. Hanover's going to split with Canadian. These two will be talking the topic in 90 seconds each. So Hanover, you're up first. Feel free to go for it.
Roger that.
Right.
Henrik, begin.
Yes, good question. I really like it, and I thought you put it quite well. I'm part of that 10% that doesn't use the nanoweave, because you said 90% of the player base does. I don't want to see it removed from the game and just given as a passive, because it takes away the idea of customizing your character. Are you going to pick the thing that makes you take less damage to bullets, or are you going to bring more grenades? It takes away that tactical decision you need to make when you're building your character to support your team or to take more DACA. It would be like, I don't know, removing... I can't even say it. I'm derping. I'm sorry, everyone.
No problem. I understand. So you're saying keep it as it is, you're saying, right?
Because it's an option people can have,
Awesome.
and it would be like moving certain implants.
Sounds good. Henrik will
just to
be
make
maintaining
one
the
better.
remained it as it is. The big reason behind it is it has the ability to focus. Do you want to be anti-infantry? And then you realize there's a tank outside. And you're like, oh, f***. And so then you gotta make those decisions on the fly. Versus making it passive, which makes everyone super tanky against infantry. Not super. One bullet tanky. Awesome. And then means into the body, not the head. Henrik is on the fence of why we should keep it. Showed us the idea of having the ability to be more customizable. And now let's go and see what Canadian wants to offer.
All right. I'm of the same mind. My stance on it is keep it as is, and leave it as something that you can equip. Reason being, from a meta perspective, what would evolve after that is the majority of players would probably end up running flak armor, because grenade bandolier is niche, rocket ammunition pouch is usually unnecessary. Same with ammunition pouch as well. And then you have some people who are willing to run symbiote, and then they try advanced shield capacitor, which is also a good loadout to run as a player. So I think if you removed nanoweave or made it passive, the instant default for every live player would be flak armor, and then you'd have a bunch of weapons which would be pretty much always stuck at 50% capacity of their killing potential, because a lot of weapons in this game are well, I'll just say they're not extremely skill intensive. So it make it really messy trying to balance, because it changed the general balance of the game. On top of, if you made it passive or you removed it, then you'd be either nerfing or making symbiote a really strong implant. So there's just so much to consider. It's more of a game direction question. So I'd rather that they not touch it, because it seems like such a fundamental change for such a small thing. Like 1 to 2 body shots is not that big. I'm happy to run grenade bandolier or flak armor.
Thank you so much, Kitty, and I appreciate that. And we're going to go back to Dara, giving him a chance to speak on the subject. Currently, I have this question as nanoweave armor. A, keep it as it is. B, make it a passive. Instead of removing it, I chose to type in rework it - look into it. Meaning that instead of the definition of removal, passive is I'm telling them what to do, which I don't like doing that. And keep it as it is whatever it's currently at. That is the current question pool I have. Dara, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so the options that you just suggested would be the best. I mean, the passive was just more like a suggestion, more like anything else, as if like to do something with...
It's hard to make that succession, so I might even go say rework and look into it versus make it a passive.
Yeah.
I will make those two instead.
So the 90% of the player base can actually have more customization to their loadouts, because most of the players are actually forced to use it just to have that extra bullet. Especially if you're playing against NC, you'll be able to at least survive
Awesome.
less, yeah, so to say. But the thing is, what about if you can actually put more other options into the loadout? So instead of having like extra rocket and extra grenade and extra C4, instead it would have like something like, decreased recoil, for example, or, maybe increased speed, like the adrenaline you already have on the infiltrator, or some other options. If it's gonna be like a suggestion, like you look into it, where you would actually make something to stand out from the crowd in a way, like I mentioned, yeah, basically like reduce recoil, so to say, or like improve the movement speed, strafing, basically like like an extra slot for implants, so to say, if we're taking that way, or anything which can be something on the same level as the flak armor, Nanoviv armor, and stuff like that, so that other options would be actually on par with whatever is already top choices, so to say.
Well said. Well said. I can see where you're going with that. I changed the question pool. Let's get a chance to hear the experienced players aside. Canadian, you'll get 1 minute to finalize your statement if you want to, and then we'll go to Henrik.
You forgot.
Oh,
skipping the. I got you.
Who did I forget?
You went like 2-1. You did like.
It's Henrik first, right? Sorry,
yeah.
Henrik and
yeah.
then Canadian. Yes. Henrik, go
just
first.
quickly, thank you. I'll just quickly reiterate that it takes away from the tactical decisions you have to make of what do I want to bring. Flak armor will probably become the default, which, as my friend said there, will make a lot of things harder to use, more useless, but also having more grenades will add the grenade spam. It will be just as bad as the rocket spam used to be before that was readdressed, though I don't agree with the way they readdressed it. So, yeah, I don't agree with removing it or changing it because it takes away from the tactical decision you have to make when building your loadout.
Awesome. Argument is Nanoweave armor gives infantry a chance to be a little bit tankier on the body, not the head. Removing it would make it to where you die faster. New players can kill the same rate without having a clue why Nanoweave armor is embedded into the hardcore players. Giving new players a chance to shine. Does that really make him shine? Not really. It's a good probably 5 to 10% boost for them. There's better things that they can shine in. Like a new player experience. We'll talk about that later. So it's a combination effect here. We got Henrik describing remain it as it is. Canadian is describing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just think it'd make the game messy balance wise because you'd have to change a lot of things. All the anti-infantry weapons for the most part. There's only a couple actual direct fire ones. You'd have an issue with some implants, and then honestly, it would integrate more playstyles into classes because you'd be able to do more things. But I think that's kind of power creep because we already have an issue where people are saying that classes can do so much stuff, you know.
Well said.
So I don't think people need to be able to do more as one class because this is supposed to be a team play game, unless I'm mistaken.
So you stand on the fence of remain as it is, right?
I think remain as is the only option. You could rework, but you have to do it very carefully.
Okay. And then we're going to go with Dara. What do you stand? We got two people standing in this argument. You remain as it is. What is your thoughts? Where do you stand?
So I've noticed one of the guys in the chat actually said that new players are actually dying, gonna be dying much faster. But the thing is, when you actually create the character, you're only getting nanoweave on your heavy. Where if you're gonna be playing as a medic, engineer, light assault, or infiltrator, you don't have nanoweave. You have to unlock it by yourself. And if you are one of the new guys, so to say, who doesn't actually bother to check the loadouts, you just go in there, guns blazing, hoping to get some kills. You already don't have the nanoweave armor, so it's not like you actually have anything telling you about it to begin with. So where I stand right now is I would like that actually to be looked into, see if it's going to be actually something passive or add other options into the game, which unfortunately the other two people actually haven't mentioned. What if you would actually, well, one of them at least, sorry about the second one, what if you actually add more other options that would bring you on par? Like, because nobody's using extra missile, nobody's using extra C4, for example. Maybe some other, 1 to 5 people, whatever, but most people would use grenade barrier for the medic, for the engineer, for the sticky grenades, or flak armor if you're going against the tanks like aircraft and all that. But most of the time, 90%, like pretty much everyone except for Clutch uses the nanoviv armor.
Right.
So why not just make it a passive, or do something about it?
If it was
Instead of just-
passive and it's all across the board, then the whole selection will be everybody will be on flak, and there's no more differences, is what their argument is. And so I see what you mean. So where do you stand now that we had this conversation?
Basically looking to the option where you can actually bring more options, so to say, because right now, like I said, it's just like flak armor, nanoviv armor, and grenade bandolier. These are the three options where you have like
So
extra other
you want
options.
to call a third option, saying more options?
Well, sure. Like, why not just like add more options so you can actually customize your character in a better way? Like, so it's just like a suggestion, basically, to make every single character more customizable. So so you can actually stand out from the crowd instead of being just any other soldier.
Awesome.
Your average
So
Joe, basically.
I have keep it as is, which is the same as none of the above. I probably should remove none of the above. All right, so keep it as it is going to be nanoweave armor. Then we got rework and look into it. And C is add more options. Add more options means another slot to put in instead of nanoweave armor. Something that makes you run faster, like we already saw. Maybe better upgraded than that. I don't know. Maybe fly more with a light assault. I don't know.
I mean, technically, you can basically say that look into it and add more options, kind of like the same option.
Okay.
In my
We'll just say
opinion.
we'll just say rework dash look into it and keep it
Sure.
as is. We'll say those two. I know it sounds like it's like a beefy market. We'll go ahead and just move forward. I'm going to ask Henrik and Canadian, are they cool with that? The title of the question will say nanoweave armor. The answers are A, keep it as it is. B, rework dash look into it.
Like B, just remove B. Keep A, and that's it. I'm joking.
Roger that. Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Yep.
Sounds good. Let's go ahead and start the poll, and I'll see what you guys think. The poll is available for you right now. You go to the Twitch chat right above it. You push the down arrow. You're allowed to vote your question in right now. If you guys were paying attention to chat, some people were saying they were getting killed a lot. And so because they got killed, they want to remove headshots. And because they got killed, they want to remove explosive spam. And so a lot of you guys have your opinions. It's amazing. Just because you get killed, you have to fix something. I don't think that's the case here. I think we're trying to hopefully solve the overall topics that people think that we should have. Some topics basically are going to be keep it as it is, and that will solve the overall conflict that we're facing. But it looks like keep it as it is right now winning the argument. And we're
I
noticing
haven't died to
rework
Arshee,
and
so we
look.
should probably buff Arshee.
Do you know how hard is it to basically sit in front of this computer and like entertain and shoot? And then put full graphics? Why am my voice like this? I have no idea. Yeah, I wish I could go potato, but it's not possible. I want to talk about potato. Potato. That is literally something I want to talk about. If it was all my topic debates, I would be talking about every one of mine. But right now, it's for you guys. And if you guys enjoyed it, and this is something you guys are interested in, I will think about topics that will increase the longevity of what I can see new player experience would be like as well. I'll add those 2 cents afterwards. But right now, this is all you guys with your questioning. These are topics that community members, leaders, and experienced and non-experienced players, regardless of whatever title, have came in and voted. And you can see that's the votes right now. We're going in order. Dara, thank you so much, man, for stopping by and giving us topic number 3. I think you have one more topic. I know you think until I get to that topic. I put it in order. You're amazing, man. Thank you, buddy.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
I'll see you. We're going to go and see right now. The win goes over to keep it as it is. 23-9 on the breakdown. And we're going to go and save this data. Nanoweave armor question. Save. Awesome. We could have thought of a better question saying that we need more options in the utility slots, but we're focusing on the question given. All right. Let's go ahead and move Dara out. We'll see Dara in just a minute. Let's go start the next individual. And the next individual is Skippy. Skippy is not here. So we're going to go and read the question for Skippy himself and finalize it. His question is, Topic number 1. Things that were unfinished should be completed or fleshed out. NSO. CAI. CAI is Combined Armor Initiative. Construction. Player tutorial. Etc. I feel like the unfinished projects should be focused on more than anything else to get this game more in a complete state before moving on to new things, giving things purpose in the game. This has been a topic that I have been DM'd about a lot. Shockingly, it's not at the top. So let's begin with the idea. Who wishes to be on the fence of we should be focusing on unfinished work, and who is on the fence of no, we should be adding new things like Colossus and Bastion? I will be on the fence of the new. And who wants to be on the fence of complete unfinished work? When I say new, there is no player tutorial. So I'm aiming towards new player tutorial. I mean, there was an old player tutorial, then I would say I'd be on unfinished team. My position is we should be focusing on a new player experience to give every outfit leader a chance to not want to spend god-awful amount of hours to train one person to enjoy a video game.
Well, for me.
What was that?
Never mind.
And on that poorly timed joke, Rapid will be signing off just to really rub in the pain that really brought to the table.
I didn't hear it! Oh, man!
I got it.
That's not fair.
You didn't miss out on anything.
Okay. All right. So who wants to go first on this topic? I can go first based on my opinion, and then you guys want to counter me?
So we have Henrik up first, then we have Rapid Canadian up second to third.
Okay. Because we don't have Skippy, I'm going to go and talk about my perspective to give these guys a chance to counter or add or whatever. I hope, Henrik, I want you to tell me if me going first changed your thoughts, if you still had your thoughts.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You go ahead.
Okay. Let me think. Things that were unfinished should be completed and fleshed out. We had a topic earlier that kind of indicated this information already. We voted on not new... I think if I can find that question. Here is the question. We voted... Should the pace of the game... that's the redeploy side image. That's the faction needs abilities. More directive. More sword-based weapons, none of the above. Faction unique, none of the above. Should be more faction-based butcher, godsaw, heat mechanic. Did we talk about it? We had something similar to this, didn't we?
Yeah,
I believe so, like 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's lost in the wind somewhere.
Alright, strengthen, rebalance faction units, refreshing existing. There we go. Refreshing existing features or adding new features.
Yeah, I think that this was already covered.
Right. So we covered it pretty heavily. We talked about it, and this is it right here. It's
Should
too
we
big.
skip it? Though,
We're probably gonna skip it. We'll just add a light version to it.
Quickly, the previous topic we talked about, was that regarding specifically game mechanics?
Game mechanics.
So I can't actually.
So it has NSO in there saying that NSO is not finished. It has CAI, which is Combined Armor Initiative.
No, not this one. The previous that we've already talked about.
Yeah, it's right there. It's on the screen right now. Refreshing existing features or adding new features. It's that's the debate we had. We had everybody put the vote 29, 4, and 1. Keep it as it is, add new features, or refresh existing features. Keep it as it is like that. That's the current pace. We want this pace. We're happy with it is. Adding new features.
Yeah, someone put in chat. It was mainly about cosmetics.
Oh, we had another conversation about cosmetics.
Yeah, it wasn't especially about that. It was also about we brought about Bastion and so as well.
Bastion, Colossus, and we're talking about like adding new weapons and all that stuff. And then we went down the path of, hey, let's refresh existing concepts before we go dive into deeper and deeper waters. And that's what the majority it was. But now we can talk about this as a more defined one. Out of everything in this entire list up above, we're going to change it to priority. Do we want to focus on which one first? This would be very important for me to see what you guys think as well. I'm not going to add my 2 cents because I know immediately what would happen as an influencer. That's why I don't like talking. NSO, CAI, construction, new player, tutorial. Those are the ones I'm going to put in there. I'm going to say, which one do you want to focus on first? Or Stop talking to me, Siri. She's listening. Which one do you guys want to focus on first? Is it okay if we jump right into that, Honrick, and let them vote so we can move forward to the next question?
Go for it.
Awesome. So the question is going to be simple. Which one of these do you guys want to focus on first, or none of the above? None of the above means there's something else. Sounds good, guys? So which do you wish to focus on first? We're going to write NSO, and that's a faction. Is that correct? Or class? It's a faction, right?
Faction. Yep.
Faction.
Mhm.
Faction. We're going to call it fourth faction. Fourth faction. Yeah. Okay, and then we're going to go CAI equals Combined Arms Initiative. And I can't spell it all. And CAI is referred to the combined arms of vehicles, aircraft, and infantry to take over bases, to take over objectives. They want that to be more of a focus. Construction is the construction ability with ants. New player tutorial. And none of the above. Which that means pick one or nothing. That means none of those topics are the priority. Thanks, guys.
I would try and keep it more broad because there's other unfinished things that should be mentioned.
Correct. I'm just basically focusing on what everybody posted a question for to make sure I respected what they thought. I know there's other stuff out there for broader, but to give them their question and their ability to feel like their voice has been heard, I've given them a chance to have their ears and eyes open. And that means this is what you asked for. And now I can go to more broader things like, hey, we should be focusing on things that we all agree on this channel. We're here to hear their voices. And then...
Okay, awesome.
Yeah. The next time, I hope you guys will think of those questions that can be more broader to help all of us to have this answer. Because this is the first time I'm doing it. It feels good. I would have had a heart attack earlier. If we had to end it, you would have seen me end it. So it feels great. I'm having fun. I hope you guys are too. All right, so let's go ahead and start. Which do you wish to focus on first? That is the question. There's too many to list on the title, so I just put it in there. So you guys can vote on anything you guys want. And let's see the idea of chat. What do you guys feel like needs to be focused on first? I'm amazed of what I'm watching right now. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, NSO 4th Faction is being called out, and new player experience is jumping up, tying with Combined Arms Initiative. Wow. Oh my god. It looks like the NSO 4th Faction wants to be looked at. And now Combined Arms is jumping right back up again, and new player experience is slowly coming in. None of the above is also in 4th place right now. Construction's like, you know what? I am done. And they're out of the race. And it looks like 4th Faction, NSO, will probably take the cake on this one. 1 minute remaining. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute remaining to... Oh, it looks like there's a tie! CAI, Combined Arms Initiative versus NSO. And it looks like new player experience is falling behind. Construction is slowly gaining. And it's about to take over, none of the above. It's very interesting to see this. This is pretty equalized all across the board. That means none of you guys have a strong opinion what has to be done. Where do you vote? Illust, you have less than 20 seconds to vote. At the very top of the Twitch chat, at the very top, there's a little down arrow. You can click on it and select your option. You have less than 20 seconds to vote. You have to click on that little down arrow that will say, what do you wish to focus on first? When you click on that, it allows you to vote, and that's all you get. You cannot take back your vote. And it looks like the new player experience is coming in third. But NSO has lost the lead. And Combined Arms is at 10. And it's at 10. What is happening? And the vote's over. CAI will take the cake. NSO is second, tied with the new player experience. None of the above is right below, and construction seems to be lost. All right. We're going to go and show that screenshot and save it. Nice job, guys. That was an incredible race. I will have to admit. All right, and B-Way Shades, your microphone's on.
Oh, my bad.
No problem. All right, which you want to focus on first? We got CAI.
Clickety clackety.
It's like NSO, NPE, and construction. All right, save. All right, so we're gonna go and start the next debate. We're gonna go move forward. Thanks, guys, for Skippy for that question. It was awesome. It gives us an opportunity to see where our mind's at and what everybody feels like focusing on if you guys ran a business. Let's go and see what the next question is. System Shock is next. System Shock's question is pretty big. Oh, let's see how we're gonna basically define this one. System Shock. We're gonna hide this thing for sure. Nope, not that one. Hide that one. And now we can read it. All right. Did I screw up not any above? No, okay, at least you can see it. I didn't screw that up. All right, so we're gonna go and start with System Shock from the boys. Is System Shock up at the top? He is not. If System Shock shows up in time, we'll get a chance to have him speak. If not, we will tackle it ourselves and move from there. Let's start with the topic question. And do I have everyone here? Yes, I do. Everything looks good. Archie, just tip. Never skip a leg day. Very true. I need to basically make sure I do leg day every day. All right, so there we go. System Shock's topic. The balancing of cloaked vehicles such as the Ant or the Wraith Flash. The problem is that road kills can be done against infantry with those vehicles while the vehicle is cloaked. Argument number 1. The vehicle driver risks versus reward balance is skewed towards too little risk. Road kills can be done while the vehicle is cloaked, and an escape is too easy while cloaked. Argument number 2. This so-called client-side aspect of the game makes it very difficult for infantry to evade a collision with vehicles. Because the vehicle has very little time to react and move out of the way, when the infantry can finally discern a cloaked vehicle from the background, it is already very close. Due to the Ants' large size, infantry cannot escape this collision unless they move far out of their path, which is often too late. Argument number 3. Existing counters against cloaked vehicles are ineffective and are not fun to use. Deployable barriers and mines are ineffective because vehicles can drive around them, and they cannot cover nearly enough area. Waiting in a vehicle gunner seat is not fun because you might wait way too long without an enemy showing up. Even if you spot a cloaked vehicle and then use the gunner to detect a cloaked vehicle, the cloaked vehicle can easily escape by driving outside of the range where the cloaked vehicles cannot be seen. Suggestions. Cloaked vehicles should lose their ability to cloak for a few seconds when they do road kills. Traditionally, I don't ask for suggestions because I want the developers to be the owners of their game. But that's a pretty decent one. If that was a suggestion, I'll give him hats off for that. What are your thoughts, team? Stream team. Yeah.
Okay.
Stream
Gotcha.
team.
So, yeah, that's like a ton to digest. You're gonna have to give us probably about 3 minutes. I have people here selecting arguments, and maybe they want to talk on all of them.
Take your time.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go and talk about my perspective, and that's basically me acting as System Shock. I will imagine I'm him, and try to be in System Shock's shoes. Here we go. The chat is a simple solution. You roadkill, you uncloak for 1 second, or something. Not a big issue. Thank you so much, Derringer. Derringer's in the house, guys. Check out his podcasts. Larrington, yes, I'm okay with that. TLFT EZSV says, yes, his solution is pretty good. Cayman777. But cloaked ants flashes aren't a issue, though. They die easily. The Candyman 88VS says, vehicle collision isn't client-side. Serenade. How can I join the stream team? Oh, that's what I'm talking about. This group over here has done work behind the scenes for Planetside 2 and has also helped me many times when I needed to get things done. And so I thought, hey, let's go get this team who worked with me before to be on the voice to at least manage these questions that I believe they can answer. Let's go get a chance to have you guys do signups for the next time. I look forward to that. Serenade, I love you, buddy. Deadwalking99, there's the Discord channel. You can join right now, Serenade, and join the discussions just above. There's a discussion in the Need Permissions channel. TLFT Easy says, vehicles should be splattered with blood and painted for a few seconds after hitting the person. Holy you're sick! Just kidding. Serenade, damn. Love you too, buddy. Though, that would require blood effects in the game. From TLFT Easy. M&M. Emonic. Giraffe. People in Planetside Universe do not have blood. That's very true. Ewagax. Arshee's Cakes. Stream team. What the terrain. And then the last read. How many question debates are left, my dude? I fancy myself making a cup of tea. You can totally make a cup of tea. I'm gonna probably need to make a cup of tea as well. All right. How are you guys doing right now? Shades, I think I deleted
So
it.
we finally figured out how we're gonna do this. So we have two folks tonight. So it's gonna be Canadian first on all topics, and then Hanrik first on all topics as well, or second, excuse me. So I guess they'll need 6 minutes, I guess, per.
I'm gonna change it up from the timing of 3 and 3. We're gonna change it to 1 and 1. I hope you guys can get better at summarizing, and we are going to give these guys a chance above. If you did not show up, we're gonna go shorten it. Go, Hanrik, 1 minute.
Canadians.
1 minute on.
If it's only 1 minute for the entire thing, then I will
1 minute per
concede
argument. You guys all have 1 minute per argument.
Canadians going first.
Canadian argument number 1.
Okay, argument number 1. Vehicle driver risk is too low. I don't really think that's true with the cloaked flash. I'd say the biggest issue with the cloaked flash is when it uncloaks and then cloaks, because it's usually hitting you with the shotgun. The hitbox of the flash itself is super easy to dodge, and the client side aspect of having to hit somebody that's server side, which means it's not actually where the model is on your screen. It actually makes it really hard to roadkill with the flash, which is why you don't see it super duper often. I usually see harassers and ants. Ant as a vehicle just moves really fast and has a big hitbox, so it's a lot easier to do that. I would say the risk is too low. Argument 2, the client side aspect of the game makes it difficult for infantry. I don't really think so. I think if an ant were uncloaked and it came to run you over, like, there's not going to be 6 heavies shooting at it. It might die after it passes, but it won't stop people from being killed. So I don't really think that the ant is in a good place right now. The flash is fine. Like I said, there's really no issue with the client side aspect because it's 2 ways in that regard. Argument 3, existing counters against cloaked vehicles. I mean, the counter against a cloak flash is just a decimator or C4. Anything touches it, it's dead. And like I said, I just think the ant is in a kind of a crazy state right now. There's so many things you could use on an ant that would make it really effective. It just moves really fast and super maneuverable and has a large amount of HP.
Your suggestion is do not change it. Keep it as it is.
Yeah, overall, I don't think that there really needs to be a decloak because I don't think that's an issue. I don't think that's the issue with the roadkill situation. So I'm just going to say specifically for this question, no.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to add before we go to voting?
Me.
Henrik, go ahead.
So I agree with argument 1 that Canadian said. Everything there was spot on. I have nothing to add. Client side as well. It's not client side, it's server side. Like Canadian said, it is more difficult when people are moving because you have to do it on their screen, not yours. Counters to the ant, mines. One of the things my guys in TeamSpeak always hear me say every day is remember your mines, because mines get kills and they stop vehicles from running you over.
Can you put down mines on an engineer and then switch classes and keep the mines on the floor?
Yep.
No, I put down the mines, then go redeploy, pick engineer again, so I resupply my mines, so my nanites can be ticking back up while I'm doing something else, and then I switch class.
Very smart. Even one more step, that little... sorry. Smart. All right, looks like you guys actually had threw out those little tips and tricks out there. If you guys are next to a Sunder, drop your mines and then redeploy, so you can basically get those nanites back on the character and then move on to the main class you need. It would be nice that you have to do all that work. It could have just been a drop of mine and then an auto resupply, but whatever. That's that extra stuff.
There is one last thing I'd like to say on this. And that's simply, I don't get run over that much by cloaked vehicles. Even
How
the
often
ant,
do you play so we can make sure
not that
people
rare
know?
Because pretty much every day.
Okay.
And
what is your style of playing? Are you in the air, ground, or vehicles? Make sure we identify that.
More infantry, then vehicles, then air.
Thank you.
I'd like to chime in and say the same thing. I maybe once in like 3 weeks I'll get run over. That's not an exaggeration. I play almost every day, and I mostly do infantry these days. And air is a secondary. I fly maybe once a week.
Awesome. I'm going to basically throw in the idea that this is probably not going to be for more the experienced individuals. Let's look at chat and see what their questions are going to be, because it looks like it could be new players running around and getting ran over by invisible vehicles, not having a single clue how to counter. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't think I actually had cloaked vehicles be a problem even for me, especially that I am in positions to not receive a vehicle to smash me. It would be more along the lines of those bases where they have Sunders positioned so far out to run into a base that becomes the only time it's an issue. And traditionally, mines are AP or counter for them. If you have Mine Guard, I understand. But again, I think they're counterable. And I like the idea that if you do a kill as cloaked, you can come out of cloaked to at least prevent them from just having a kill spree with a cloaked vehicle. But then again, that comes down to voting and what you guys want. Anything else you want to add, Henrik and Canadian?
Just
Yeah.
one thing. Canadian,
Sorry.
go first.
I think this issue has to, like, preventing this issue has more to do with Sunday placement and by extension base design and zoning. And I'm not going into it detail by detail because that's a big rabbit hole.
Makes total sense. That's the problem when you have people bring Sunners and they position them improperly and causing those vehicles to take advantage of you.
Yeah, then you're just getting run over.
Very true.
Sometimes it's not an option you have. You can't.
What
it's unavoidable.
What about you, Henrik? What do you got?
I just wanted to say that maybe instead of a complete decloak, add a shimmer. So it will half uncloak, cloak
Kind of
back
similar
again
to
for
taking
like
a
second.
hit. Like it.
Yeah, exactly that. So you'll add a shimmer because you're physically running someone. Well, you're not physically, it's a video game, but you're running someone over.
In a video game.
They're supposed to be mass.
They give you nanites. They're not crying. They'll come back. All right, so I think we basically summarized it. The question title is going to be cloaked vehicles dash should they be looked at? The definitions of all three votes are yes, decrease stability, yes, increase stability, no, keep it as it is. Thank you so much, Wing Zero, for the cheer, man. It's good to see you, buddy. Is that okay, guys?
Yep,
absolutely.
I agree with that.
Yep.
Awesome. Let's go and send that in. There's the poll, guys. Go ahead and make your vote today. In the Twitch chat, just above you, you'll see at the very top, there's a down arrow. Click that down arrow and vote. It will say current poll, cloaked vehicles. And that's all it says with ... Push that down looking arrow, and then you'll be able to open it up and select what you guys wish it to be. And then you can get an opportunity to see how you feel about it. This will give us an opportunity where every single voice, in my opinion, is important. And other people's opinion, you already have the answers solved. But if you really wished for your community to feel like your voice has been heard, you make it these opportunities for them. And to use Reddit and then people make fun of you, that's not what I wanted to do here. And you guys have been super cool, being positive and respectful for each person's question. And honestly, I'm amazed. So thank you. The stuff I saw on Reddit like almost gave me some nightmares. But it's amazing to see that we can actually have a structured debate like this, and it's actually positive and respectful. So once again, thank you guys. I appreciate it. So let's go ahead and see how the voting is going on right now. The vote is holy sh**. It looks like right now, no, keep it as it is, and that is currently at 19, and decrease the ability is at 6, slowly climbing. And yes, increase the ability. Somebody out there wants to mess everyone up. All right, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go and chance that. There's about 20 more seconds left on the vote, and it looks like 20-6 is happening right now on the voting pool. And we are going to make that solid answer. While that's happening, we're going to move Skippy's question out, and then we're going to bring in the next question. Boom. Nope, that's not Skippy. That was the System Shock from the boys.
I was thinking that we can have more powerful ants. Darn it. I don't know about you guys. I think
Way
pink
too much.
ants are the most powerful.
Oh, dude,
Cool,
they
yeah.
are. They are pretty
Pink
powerful.
powerful ants. Mm-hmm.
Very.
With leprechaun glitch effects, or not effects. You know, the leprechaun. I think it's like a visual effect. You kind of like run around your ant, and then it has like clovers coming out of it. From your tires. Epic.
That is actually pretty good. I have to say, because if you come out uncloaked as pink, they're not going to know what faction you are. At the same time, you jump out with like 4 heavies and just knock them out with whatever you got. That's 3 heavies. That's painful. Yeah, that's
Actually,
not fair.
I'm on my way to go. So
Thank you so much, Shefka, for stopping by. Everybody, give Shefka a round of applause. Aries Company Miller. This guy's been awake for a while. Man, go to bed. Get some sleep, man. Thank you so much for stopping by, man. Appreciate it, man. Coming from Europe,
see you
guys.
next time.
See you, buddy. All right. Shefka is on his way out. We're going to go ahead and read the next question and get this one solved. And I don't think there's anything I can do faster, to be honest. If I want to really summarize each point, it's got to be viewed from both angles. So I don't know a faster method. If you guys can go to our Discord channel, go to ! Discord, there's an ArsheeTV feedback channel. If you guys have an idea how we can do this again, I guess my question would be faster? How? And then I would like to look into those questions. Again, if you guys also want to go and put in information for me about the Q&A in the future I'm going to be having, there's a Q&A channel up above on Discord. I will be doing that on YouTube in the near future when we hit to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. And I don't really like advertise myself, but that is the only way to let you guys know that I'm doing these things. So, thanks guys. Appreciate all the help. And let's begin. Issue number 1 from RC Cola 5705 or 05. Issue number 1. More emphasis on outfits communities are needed for the game's survival. The best way to retain players is by getting them into good outfits, then help train new players. What can I read? Outfits should be given much more importance in the game, and much more attention should be paid to getting players to join them and be active in them. Proposed solution for the debate. Show a full screen prompt to join an outfit upon reaching BR5, which is a battle rank in the game similar to level 5. Display a player's improvement score alongside outfits in a browser page, calculated from, for example, average IVI and KPM, made in the first 30 days. Instead, outfits of all players who have joined. Perhaps display outfits who improve a few players a lot. And then outfits who improve a lot of players a bit. Outfits who compete to improve more, and the game will benefit. Okay. That's RC Cola's debate. I don't know if I fully agree. I wish RC Cola, they were here. So, I'm going to go on the opposite of this one. I don't agree. And then I want to know what Shades and your team think. And
so the whole team is on consensus of talking about this. We'll start with Henrik first, Canadian second, I'll go last.
Roger that. So, Henrik, what's your side? Are you for or against this?
Bit of both.
I'm a bit of both as well.
I like the concept. I don't like the stat side of things.
I'm going to let you go first. I'm going to counter you. And then we're going to give everybody a chance to speak. So then I will let you guys go first, and then I counter. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's something I did talk about earlier as well, so I'll try to keep it very brief. Getting new players into good outfits that are going to help train them, I think, is a real core of the game. It's a really good idea, but the implementation of that can be a little bit difficult. I don't think it should be based on certain stats, because stats are very subjective in the game. It's how you get them. It doesn't really speak to that. I think it would be better to look at certain other metrics, like how active the members of an outfit are, how much time they spend playing together, how many resources they're gathering on the map, for instance, to show how active they are and how much they're contributing to alerts as well. These are things, I think, which are better metrics to use to show an active outfit, but it doesn't really show you how good a outfit is at training people or helping the new players, which I bring you back to the idea of having a big wall in Sanctuary where you advertise outfits and they will say, we are training new players, come join us. If you like us, join us as an outfit. Otherwise, play the field. I think that would be better.
Well said.
That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. And who's next? Shades.
Canadian's going to be up second.
Roger that.
I'm fucking eating.
Would you like to chew first?
I'm good.
Okay. I guess I'll take over then, since he's chewing, so we'll have him go last. So I'm actually split like really 50-50 on this, because although this is probably good for my business since that's like the entire topic for at least the entire like culture for B-Way is to train like new players up and get them rolling and stuff. There is a problem with trying to score outfits per se. I don't think that's a good idea. That might cause a lot of toxic gameplay between other outfits and more internal competition and strife. But I do think it's a good idea to focus more on outfits, although the last 2 out of 3 updates have been outfit focused in 2020. So I don't think the devs aren't focusing on outfits this year. They definitely are, for sure. But
you just had a big butt, and then you stopped talking.
Oh, hello?
Yep, you're back.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah. So I guess so I agree with Henrik like 50-50 the same way he does. Like it's important, but at the same time, like the last 2 out of 3 updates have been, about outfits, regarding like what's been said on this topic about scoring outfits with like KDR, IVI, and KPM. Like those are great metrics to compare like outfits by, but stats are subjective, and if you're not careful, you might cause like internal strife, right, between outfits on the same factions, and that's gonna be really problematic. That's gonna probably create more toxicity, right, in general, just because like we're gonna say, oh, like you're better in this group because you have a higher IVI, but IVI could be both vehicle and or infantry, right? The higher IVI infantry player might be better if his alpha is full of high IVI players. Sure, they might be better players, quote unquote. But what about those other outfits with low IVI players? Like, should we exclude them and put them on the bottom ranking because they're not as good as the other guys? Probably not a good idea for alpha retention and recruiting, if you ask me, between alpha leaders and stuff.
So that was really well said. Let's go and give it to Kanian before I speak.
Okay. Stalling so I can swallow.
Nah. No, take your time.
Come okay. This is an issue. Outfit communities definitely they continuously need more support. Not necessarily more power to affect things, but more support. Because as a great man, and I usually don't quote him, Cyphus Kane once said, "Friend better." That's how you win Planetside, and that alleviates a lot of issues in this game. So I agree that outfits should continuously be supported. It's not a supplement for a better new player experience overall, but it definitely helps with it. In terms of statistics, I don't think that should ever really be a metric for outfits. Outfit statistics should be visible to the player joining, but that shouldn't really be the reason you join an outfit. And battle rank 5 is way too early for joining an outfit. You're not even sure if you're gonna keep playing the game until you reach battle rank 30. There should just be some more overall benefits to joining outfit, economy wise.
Okay.
Said even if you join a Zerg fit, the new player progression is sped up a bit, or you get access to simple things because the average run of the mill Zergling, I'll just say, doesn't get access to the cool stuff that the Outfit Wars stuff has actually added into the game, and a lot of outfits that are old school and very niche don't get access to that either. From my perspective, I don't get access to new features because my outfit doesn't do what's necessary to actually get those things. We don't do bastions or any of that. So I'd love to see me having a reason to recruit people and people having a reason to join my outfit, because you don't need to join an outfit. All our stuff is on Discord. All B-Way stuff is on TeamSpeak. Well, why do you need to be in the outfit?
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and just speak my point, and then we're gonna go Henrik to go ahead and basically finalize our points and see if anybody else wants to do a counter to mine, and then identify what I believe would emphasize on the game's survival. 8 years, you guys did your own thing. Whatever you guys have done kept this afloat. There is some evidence behind it and how you did it. You guys did your own systems, your own Discord servers, your own websites, your own TeamSpeak servers, and your own coordination of internal game sandbox events to keep the game fresh in your mind, or took breaks and came back. There's a reason why this game succeeds, because it has something where we all can have fun doing it. We should not be forcing each other to look at this data as one way or another. That's going to push people away. The moment that I see a player's IVI score in my outfit, and I see that I want to focus on IVI or KPM, those players will be out, because they didn't maintain their IVI score above a specific percentage. That is not how you keep new players in. The best way, I would say, is to think about what a new player wants to choose in an outfit, not the other way around. Let the new player be excited about what they want to join, not the, oh, I don't have the requirements to join an outfit because I suck, or I'm not good enough, or I don't really know where to basically pick. And so the overall idea is I like the idea of emphasizing more on outfits and communities as far as advertisement in the Sanctuary to help them identify where new player experience advertisements are and where veteran and where mid-tier outfits want to advertise. So they have different sections in the Sanctuary where it has a sign clearly states the new player experience outfits, and then you can go to mid-tier outfits that only want to focus on specific type of tasks, and it says in their title. And then you go to the ones that are quote-unquote skill fits, and they have it in their title and their explanations. Separate them into different categories, and then that way they don't feel like they're not good enough. They're excited to be a part of those other communities as they grow in the game. That's my 2 cents. I would not put IVR KPM as a information hub for the game internally. It's of course already out there on Planetside Universe, but it's not something I would recommend in game. Well, what are your thoughts on Henrik? If you want to just go from there.
I kind of agree with you in many ways. I do still think it's an important thing, but I also at the same time think there are larger things that Rogue Planet should be focusing on for the game. This is something that can wait a little bit in lieu of doing something I think could be understood as more important to the longevity of the game and retaining players, like certain weapon balances. I'm not going to get into huge things, but there is one point I wanted to counter on Canadian side, which is when he said Battle Rank 5 is too early to be joining an outfit. I don't think any rank should be you're too early to join an outfit. I may be an outlier here, but when I first started Planetside, back in the day, I came down as a light assault in the middle of battle, instantly died because you were right in the center, and that's how it worked back then. And then I went into my controls, I looked at my loadouts, things that people are saying new players, brand new players never do. I've done everything apparently that new players don't do, so I might not be the best person to talk about the new player experience at all. But I definitely think that there are more important things that Daybreak Rogue Planet can be focusing on for this game. This is something that can go on the back burner. As Arshee said, for 8 years it's been working so far. It can wait a little bit longer if there's more important things to do.
Okay. So if we had to imagine that there was more important things were finalized, and now we're at the point where we're talking about outfit systems current, does the current system, are you having fun with the current system to where you can wait, or does some systems need to be added more? I saw a huge update with the outfits recently system where you guys got more ranks, you have access to specific styles to pull a bastion to do nukes, lots of different little mechanics there, here and there for you guys to enjoy, outfit resources. Pretty nice from what we didn't have before. If you want to add more and more to the outfit system, there's endless ideas I can think of for you guys. But is it good enough for you guys to enjoy and focus on other tasks? Or do you guys as outfit leaders need more items to recruit new players? The new player experience should solve how to enter an outfit. We're talking about that's separate. Don't think about more systems on outfits, because the new player experience should solve how to join an outfit. It should have.
In that case, because I haven't seen the new player experience that you're talking about, I will concede my point and stop talking about this specific thing.
Okay, that's the thing. I don't know what it is either, but it should solve that piece. That means if we're going to talk about this topic as a whole, it should be about what other outfit systems. The question now I have is more emphasis on outfit systems. Yes, need more systems. No, keep it as it is. Means keep the pace of whatever they're doing. Keep the current pace. Keep the current pace. And the current pace is whatever they've done so far and how they're moving. You're happy as whatever Planetside 2's done so far. No, keep the current pace. Yes, need more systems. The question is more emphasis on outfit systems. Is that a good question?
I think that would do. Yeah.
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 Awesome. Here's the question, guys. We're going to send that through. As that question's going through, I'm going to change it, and then we're going to go and look at the next question. We have individuals that are up above. Maybe we can tackle their questions first because they're waiting for this long. And those who are not here anymore, we can go and try to tackle them at another time. Let's tackle the ones that are currently here in voice chat so we can at least get them out of the way. Not like out of the way, but like help them and support them. All right, so let's see here. RC Cola had another question after that. We're going to put on hold. We're going to jump right into the Red Knights. 2 questions. And then we're going to dump into, after that, who's in order. It looks like the next after that. Who's in the chat? Dude, Flutus is not in the chat. I want the graphic setting one. I really want that. Dude, come back. All right, then we got user me. And then we got Darius. All right, so then we're going to go and tackle those 3. And then scroll down. Red Knight again. And then we have, oh my god, there's too many topics.
We might have to do part 2. We're at 6 hours in.
Dr. Ace, yeah. So we're going to go and just tackle the only people above chat. We're just going to tackle those. We will start the next stream with the graphic setting because I really want to talk about that, but we can't do it while he's not here. To support those who are currently in the chat that have been sitting in the Need Permissions channel, we got Bidbag Dragon, Clutch, the Red Knight, Dr. Ace, Darius, user me. So we're only going to focus on those topics, and then these topics I will save for the future. And then if you guys are interested in the part 2, please go to the Discord. And under the Q&A section, I'm going to put a post on there, and I just need you guys to vote under Q&A. Do you want to see another one of these? Do you want to see another Planetside 2 debate? And on there, just click on the vote that you see on there. I just posted it. It's under the Q&A, ArsheeTV, and select the emote that shows proof you guys enjoyed it. I might make a poll. I should just make a poll. A poll would be better. A poll is way easier. What am I doing? I'm going to make the quote right now, and then we're going to send this poll in now, and then we will go and start the next question. So that way I can at least identify before everybody goes and leaves. Let's make this poll right now. Let me save this. Wow. Where's my mouse? Okay.
So just to confirm, we're going to answer the final questions for the people up
final
top?
questions are the people up top only.
Okay.
Nobody else showing
So-
up. I hope to God they don't sneak in. So if
Alright,
there's
so
only
we
those
have,
left.
We have like 3 your hand-picked experts left.
Right.
Heinrich might have to go soon because he's hungry.
Right.
It's
So
been
I'm just
6
gonna
hours,
get Red Knight out of the way. We're gonna finalize Red Knight, Dr. Ace, Darius, and user me. Those are the only questions left. 4 of them. And then we're done. I just started noticing my stomach has been like going. Like, oh my god.
Alright, stick in there, Heinrich. You got this, man.
Yeah, dude. I'm sorry, Hardwick. You get more than welcome.
It's
to take a
fine.
break if you do.
I'm not gonna die. It's all good. It's all good. Hell, I've been awake for 2 days.
Oh,
Let's just keep
no.
going.
Oh my god.
Oh no. All right. So here's the question. New poll. Want to see another ArsheeTV Planetside 2 debate? Yes and no. And then I don't care. I don't know. Should I say yes or no and I don't care? Which one should it be?
Yes, no.
That's it?
No, or I don't care, I guess. Yeah, 3? Yeah, all 3?
I don't.
All 3, yeah.
I don't care. Okay. Or I should be NA. NA is not applicable, or I don't care is probably better. Let's do that. Starting the poll. Want to see another ArsheeTV Planetside 2 debate? It's starting now. This will give you guys an opportunity to vote if you guys are interested in seeing me do this again for you guys. I know this was a long-winded one, but as we do this, we become more proficient. If you guys are not interested, that would be very, very powerful, because then I would know not to waste your time. And at the same time, if you don't care, I appreciate your honesty.
Okay.
All right. Wow. That was pretty fast. I just saw it just jump up to 15. I was like, is that 1 or a 15? That's a 15. That's 16 at the moment. 17 yeses right now. It's wants to see another Planetside 2, and I don't care. At least there's somebody out there that doesn't give a I didn't say it. Fantastic. Contact devs to join. Government Monkey, I will guarantee you right now, having the developers sit here and go through all this is a waste of their budget. It would be more proficient to give them... Oh my god!
Oh, whoopsies. Whoops. Goodness.
Push
Blowing
to
up the
talk.
snack. I know, I am. I am.
To talk.
It's the new mouse, I'm telling you. This thing's got some janky buttons, man.
Oh my goodness. Jeez.
It's like janky buttons.
Sticky buttons.
It's
Philly cheesesteak?
Nah, it's not a cheesesteak. It's one of those. It's a mini Dorito bag.
That's
Growing
too
up,
good.
so it's none of it. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, the vote is about to end in less than 20 seconds, and there is a pretty big unanimous. You guys actually did enjoy this Planetside 2 debate. Thank you guys so much for voting. It does mean a lot to me because I do not want to do things you guys don't care about, and it tells me it's worth keeping the additional questions I did not tackle, and we will go and start in the order of those questions. I won't add anything new. We will try to take out all the second version questions. When we tackle this, I will post it later, because I do have a large event tomorrow for Connery Bastion War, and that will be at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I might do this tomorrow at 12 o'clock p.m., but it does take a while, so I need to make sure I eat, and we tackle it then. I'll confirm how many of these individuals are currently in chat are interested in tackling it tomorrow, and we'll go look at how many questions are remaining, so we know at least an idea how far we go. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to go ahead and save this poll. And that gives me an idea that you guys actually enjoyed it. Thank you guys.
Hopefully I woke up more people for the poll after that loud crunching.
I think so. I think they're like, what?
What is that?
What? Very true. All right, so Arzicola's question is going to end. We will move it off the face of the earth. There we go. Now we're going to go in order based on who's on top. We are going to see the Red Knight's going to come in with 2 questions. And what? There's the second one. Oof. That one's actually all the way across on the screen. Give me 1 second. I do have it saved somewhere else. It doesn't basically like me. It's not fair. I did not save it like this, but the way this app works on Streamlabs, it says, we are using the older one, then we're not going to work with you. And I'm like, okay, fine.
I was told that I was needed.
Oh, yes.
Oh, do this.
Oh, do this. You little.
Hello.
Oh God, we could do graphic setting. Okay.
I
guess we could.
You're welcome.
But we should probably wait. We probably should wait on that. Okay, we'll see how it goes. I do want to talk about it, though. But at the same time, I do want to have a nap. All right, let's go ahead and go to this question here and this question. These are the 2 questions that we'll tackle from the Red Knight. The Red Knight is above. Let's bring the Red Knight in. Let me go and make sure I say hi to him before he's already saying things I shouldn't be hearing. Let me mute myself. Be back. The Red Knight. What's up, Clutch? How you doing? Letting you guys all know right now, inside the Need Permission channel, you have Big Bad Dragon, Clutch, the Red Knight, Dr. Ace, Dara, and User Me. I probably did not say it right, but he has a lot of numbers in it. If you guys want to stop by and check it out, Need Permission channel on Discord, just exclamation Discord. They're having their own personal debate while watching the stream. If not, feel free to hop by. We are also going to bring the Red Knight into the conversation. Red Knight, are you ready? Fantastic. And you know the simple things. It looks like you've endorsed my stuff. Fantastic. Here we go. Boom. Ha ha ha. Red Knight is officially with us right now.
Will soon be released.
We got the Red Knight, ladies and gentlemen. Red Knight. How you doing?
Doing all right. Sorry I'm late. I just got off like a 14-hour shift.
No, don't worry. We've been here for 6. All right, I won't say much. So let's go and confirm what is happening right now. The Red Knight posted 2 questions. We're going to tackle the top one and then the bottom one and then move on. Red Knight, thank you so much for taking the time to make these questions available for all of us. Let's start for the first one. Ground pounding and the Banshee. I'm an ENC heavy main. Banshee in ground pound is infamous infantry killer. Is it balanced or too much? Should the other factions have weapons like the Banshee? That is good as ground pounding.
Archie, do you want me to read the question
I
next
totally messed up, I know. But yeah, you could go ahead and read that next one. The balance
I
of maxes.
didn't stutter as much as Archie.
I totally stuttered the whole way. Because I looked over there, and my eyes jumped over here. I was like, you know what? I have like too many monitors, but it is what it is. I'm going to make excuses.
Do we
I
want to start
stutter.
with?
We're starting with ground pounding banshees. You get 3 minutes, but before you begin, please tell me who you are, how long you put Planetside 2 for, what server you play on, what's your main faction, if you play all 3 or just one. Let us get to know you. Imagine you don't know me. I'd like to basically have everyone get a chance to meet you. Red Knight, go.
I am, of course, the Red Knight, as you can tell by the tag. I run for the GIA. I'm one of the leading members. We're awesome. We're great. Shameless plug aside. Mostly an NC main. BR 75 with ASP. So I've had my hours. I've been around for probably about 8 months, 8 to 10 months technically, including a couple months that I had before I had my nice new PC. Play a lot of video games, do a lot of stuff, have a fun time. I do have TR and VS accounts. They're both about level 25, I think, so not as much time spent into them. But I do try and keep an open mind. I do try and listen to a lot of opinions when I hear about balance and a lot of changes, so I don't come in just from my own perspective. I like to hear a lot of others, including air and ground. I know a lot of infantry tend to get really upset about that.
Well said. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Now let's go ahead and give you 3 minutes to discuss why you made that into a question. Ground pounding and the Banshee.
So I picked ground pounding in the Banshee for a few reasons. It was one that I heard a lot of people floating around, so I decided to put that up there. And nice to see that a lot of people like to see it as a nice topic debate. So Banshee, I mentioned Banshee explicitly here. I know that's only a TR weapon, but it is. I don't really, granted ignorance here. Pretty superficial when it comes to air. It's pretty superficial knowledge when it comes to air. But I don't really see a lot of other weapons aside from rockets and the Banshee that really kind of destroy infantry as infamously. If you take aside rockets for all the ESFs, I really only see the Banshee as a standout weapon that really excels. Maybe it's just my ignorance, but it's really the only one that I see aside from the standard array of breaker rocket pods and whatnot. And I question, is it like, should the other factions have a weapon like the Banshee maybe available to them? Or should we take a look at ground pounding and say ground pounding is not fun, it's terrible, we should remove it? Or should we say that ground pounding is fine, it's balanced, or even does ground pounding need to go up more? I don't know. Nice to hear what you guys have to say about it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And where do you stand? You're coming into the argument for seeing it too much? You want to see it been reduced? You want to see the Banshee go a little bit less intense? What is your stance? Or you're okay with it? I mean, of course you brought the subject because other people told you about it. What is your stance?
I do at times think that ground pounding can be quite excessive, but at that point,
We're talking about ground pounding Banshee, right? We're talking about just specific one.
Banshee or in general from ESFs, to be honest. As an NC player from both TR and VS, I do particularly see it very often though from TR. But it happens. It happens to everyone. NC do it too as well. Everyone does it. I do tend to find that can be quite annoying to try to walk out of a spawn room, try to run to the point, and just get absolutely destroyed. But at that point, I'm not just getting killed by ESFs. I'm getting killed by snipers standing in the distance, a bunch of armor with Hesh rounds. I'm dying to a lot of things because we're getting bunkered, and we're pretty much going to lose the base anyway. So I do acknowledge that point, but I think that ESF's ground pounding can be really difficult to counter. I know a lot of players like to say it's relatively easy to counter. All you have to do is go grab a lightning with a Skyguard, or you go grab your own ESF and just shoot them down yourself. But that calls into question about whether you have the skills to piloting an ESF, or you even have a Skyguard, because a lot of players are fairly frugal with their certs and might only want to spend their certs on things
30
particularly
seconds.
interested in them.
Just making sure.
I'm wrapping this up. Don't worry. And or you might just want to have players that don't want to bother with the air and just want to play their infantry and run in and get some farms and battles. So that's I think that it might be able to stand to be a bit reduced, but I personally don't think it's hilariously far off if from being too balanced.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. And so you want to see a slight decrease of the Banshee, right? Or ground pounding in general?
I'd like to see some decrease in ground pounding in general. Maybe some more things for air to do aside from ground pound.
Got it. And so, last question. Banshee is not the main subject now. You're switching it to ground pounding in general. See a slight reduce on all of
I
it.
did kind of form two questions there, so I will just go with ground pounding because I think it's a little bit of a better topic to talk about.
Okay. And I'm probably going to restructure it that way then. Give these individuals a chance to speak about ground pounding in general. And I guess the Banshee is the star of the show. And then we'll see what PPA is like versus the... I forgot the name for the NC's shotgun thing. What's it called?
The
PPA and the air hammer.
Is it air hammer? Air hammer. Thank you.
Air hammer.
I was like, what the hell is it called? It's like hammer something. Like hammer time. Just kidding. No. All right. So we're gonna go with Shades. Who do you want to pick?
So we have, I think.
Let's
3
pick
for
one
this topic.
person. Let's pick one person. Let them tackle that topic,
time?
and then we'll
Okay,
go
sounds
to
good.
one person for that topic, and that way we can go fast.
Okay, sounds good. All right, Canadian, since you responded first, you're up.
All right, and then who's going to take the second subject, and you can make sure that basically that's not Canadians. That way you guys all have a chance to tackle one.
Gotcha. Honoric, are you comfortable with the second one?
We've already covered the second one earlier when we were talking about Max's.
Oh,
so I don't
you're
get
right.
the
I
point.
just saw it.
yeah.
We'll just finalize it. We'll tell Red Knight what happened. We'll just finish for him. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll do that with that.
Canadian.
Okay. Okay. I don't really know where to start, but I'm just gonna start somewhere. Going off the wording, is Banshee as ground pound in an infamous infantry killer? Yeah, it's an infamous infantry killer. You have to ask yourself why that is. There's the strength of the Banshee, but personally, use case wise, there's an argument for at least the air hammer. And all 3 of the air to ground nose guns are actually really good uncontested. So I'm gonna chalk it up to VS has a decent counter, but NC specifically has no realistic and easy to use counter like the striker against TR. And that's just the way it is. Now I don't really think those counters are positive in the first place. The striker is not a very positive thing to have in the game. Just as the Banshee in some situations is not a very positive situation. I find most of the times where I'm seeing people getting Bansheed out of spawn rooms or Bansheed in really ridiculous situations constantly is in spawn camps, like you said, when you're being bunkered. Aside from that, maybe I get a couple deaths to air to ground in a session of a couple hours, so 1 per hour. I know that I'm not really the norm, so it's nothing to really go off of. In terms of air to ground overall, there's not really much else to do given the current air game. Giving air an objective doesn't work because then the air-to-air's objective is not to kill the air-to-ground, and then they just get more powerful. There's always a constant balance of air-to-air and air-to-ground, and I think it skews more to air-to-ground players because it's more accessible. So you have to try and make it so that ESFs actually want to shoot at other ESFs. And the only option is to separate the role of air to ground between two different types of ESFs, or just make the ESF cheaper so that the barrier to entry period is lower. But if you don't change that, then you might as well just kill what air there is left. Because as an air-to-air pilot, I don't fly because there's not really anybody to shoot down.
30 seconds left. If you want to summarize your question over to Red Knight so you can talk about it.
Cool. Summary, I don't really think there's anything else to do right now in the air, especially when you're off of Emerald or Cobalt. I don't think it really makes sense to have air have an objective that's isolated from air to ground, to be honest. And the Banshee is not really the issue. It's the ground to air launchers and the fact that the other 2 air to ground nose guns are weaker and they kind of just suck.
I see.
Specifically
So-
PPA.
So how do you how do you summarize yours into a question to where we're gonna say, give new players a chance to have air to ground options better than what the heavy assault dumbfire is? Are you saying that that would fix the ground pounding issue?
If it's not really an interactive experience, it's never going to fix the issue because air has an insane amount of mobility. So it's kind of an issue that can't really be fixed, but it can be mitigated if you let the air game bloom. But if you want to just keep pushing air out of actual active hexes, then you run into a bunch of other issues. And so you have to try and find a way to actually have air stay in hexes rather than just deter them.
Okay.
Which means to some degree you have to have some skill-based weapons in there. The dumbfire, like the dumbfire lock-on launcher, like the striker, shouldn't really be playing such a massive role like it does now.
Okay. And so we're going to give it back to Red Knight for 1 minute, and then back to you for 1 minute to clarify your points.
Yeah.
Red Knight, do you want to add anything to either rebuttal or add more to your comment or ask a question of a Canadian?
Just to quickly mention, I will say that I know the PPA and the Airhammer exist. Like I said, it's mostly just my ignorance of air and my bias coming in of me not realizing that they're basically on the same page as the Banshee. My apologies.
No, it's fine.
Okay. In terms of the general problems of kind of air to ground being kind of too easy, I will say that one thing I have heard, as a person who's not very into air, who enjoys it every now and then, that air to ground is easier than air to air, and air to air, especially against some of the best pilots in this game, man, are insane. It can be really difficult to try to engage in air to air because it's 350 nanites, and you could risk it to try to at least get some certs by ground pounding, or you could try to take on a pilot. And to be honest, I've always never liked air to air because it just never felt that rewarding to me. Aside from shooting down a guy, I really don't get rewarded for that much. Sure, I might get 1,000 experience out of it, but I could be farming and racking kills just by ground pounding, which I think brings kind of the purpose, like the reason as to why people might want to ground pound over do 8A.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that. Let's go ahead and give it to Canadian to finalize it, and then we need to think of a question.
Cool. So I will actually provide a solution that you could form as a question if you want.
Perfect.
My solution for the longest time has been split ESFs, one multi-roller all-purpose ESF that can do whatever it wants, and one ESF that's solely air-to-air. Yes, it can have the air-to-air lock-ons and the coyotes, and it's just going to flat out be cheaper. And then from then on, you can create different balances for both ESFs. If you say we want more air-to-air, then make air-to-air cheaper.
Are you saying that the look of a mosquito, you want to give one with spikes and one is round?
I want them to be completely identical in directives, in cosmetics. I just want two separate ones because I know that the devs can't associate nanite cost with certain attachments. So you'd have to separate the vehicle, and that's probably the best way to do it. And then from there, you can tweak a lot more things. And if you want to nerf Banshees and everything into the ground, that's a decision they can make. But at least it won't be affecting the nanite cost of an air-to-air ESF, right?
Okay. And which one's cheaper?
Just to clarify,
The
there,
air to air is cheaper.
Air to air is cheaper. Has the same speed as the ground to air. I mean, air to ground.
Same statistics, just different weapon access.
And nanite cost.
Yeah, and nanite cost.
Okay. It's already okay because we see the ability to take an interceptor from the carriers, which is quote unquote the bastions. Just because that exists, I'd like to see that loadout, specific loadout, be cheaper to give everybody a chance to use that vehicle as an option. I know it's
like
a crappy
training wheels ESF.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I know it sounds weird to say that, but when you don't have a bastion to support in the air and have everybody join together on it, at least you can only pull it from the warp gate, and then everybody knows how to stop a warp gate movement of bastion pulling aircrafts. And then there's like that line of fire that you can set up air defensive holds. It would be a lot more fun to see when Bastions get pulled. You know where the line of support is coming from. Carrier support from outfits, and then warp gate support to the Bastion. It'd be an interesting dynamic. Well, you know the attackers are coming from warp gate. Attackers are coming from warp gate. Yeah, that'd be a... That's my counter to your comment. But what are your thoughts?
I mean, I don't think it's a bad option. I don't see why we couldn't have both. Because if you had a cheap air-to-air game, air-to-air ESF, it would only really...
The air-to-air ESF that I talked about is that ejection seat Bastion jumping thing.
Yeah, I don't think
your...
there should ever... I don't think there should just be a pure training wheels ESF and nothing else in terms of differentiating between air-to-ground and air-to-air.
Hey guys, real quick.
Yeah.
Looks like Honrick wanted to also speak on the topic as well, if possible. For a minute.
Let's get Honrick basically to finalize it, and then so I just want to make sure I put my idea out there. Honrick's going to go and finalize it for all of us, and we'll think of the question. Honrick, go ahead and take your minute.
I just wanted to quickly talk about stats and balance-wise, specifically just the Banshee, not the airframes, ground-to-air, air-to-ground. The Banshee itself, why people often think it's OP, unbalanced, etc., etc. It has a lot of stats that are going really well for it. It's got explosive bullets that travel at a high velocity with a high rate of fire and a very large magazine that are good from range. The PPA has a very low velocity, so you have to lead your target more if you're further away. The NC have the worst end of that, where they have to get very close to use the air hammer. The Banshee, because it ticks all the boxes, it's the most infamous for that reason. There are very simple ways to fix this issue, like addressing its accuracy, so it has to burst fire, or it has a spool down mechanic. There's lots of ways that the Banshee can be readdressed to bring it more in line with the others. I don't think the others need a buff, because they were very similar, and then years ago, the PPA for the Harasser got changed, and it was very much like the Banshee is now, and then the Banshee got its buff to make it like the Harasser used to be.
Very cool.
That's
well said.
all I really wanted to say.
I appreciate that. Red Knight, we're going to be thinking of a question on this topic, and I'm going to get Honrek and the Canadian and Red Knight to agree on this topic. Question. Here we go. The question is going to be, does the Banshee need to be looked at? Yes or no? Yes means looked at and increasing its ability, decreasing its ability, and no, keep it as it is. We're going to go with those three answers because yes can be multiple different angles. So does the Banshee aircraft need to be looked at? And then it's going to be yes, increase ability, no, decrease ability, and yes. Yes. It's double yes, and then no is keep it as is. And then no, keep it as it is. All right. We're going to go ahead and start the poll. 2 minutes. And is that okay with you, Honrick, Canadian, and Red Knight?
Fine by me.
Yep.
Red Knight?
Yes.
Awesome. Start. Make sure you guys go to the Twitch chat. It is on the right side. And then as soon as you guys go to that Twitch chat, just above there's a down arrow that looks like this. It's kind of like a down arrow. Click on that and you're able to go and vote. It just says, does the Banshee ... and there's the 3 dots that allows you to report the poll and make me get banned. And then there's a down arrow that allows you to vote. And we'll see how you guys fare it. You will be able to vote right now to give your opinion on this specific event. It looks like right now, no, keep it as it is. And then yes, decrease the ability is currently in tie. Let's see if people actually want to increase that ability. Maybe, maybe not. Just kidding.
Poll. Sorry, what are we doing?
You're going to go and vote right now. Your question is available to be voting on the Twitch. If you go to twitch.tv/ArsheeTV, you can vote right now that poll result. And there's just above on the chat, you will have less than 1 minute to vote. You can pick yes, decrease the ability. Yes, increase the ability. It looks like somebody did that. No, keep it as it is. And it looks like it's a 50-50 toss-up right now with 9-9. And it's now back up to 10-9. 11-9. No, keep it as it is right now being pushed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to see this come to a close. While that is happening, we're going to finalize the last statement for Red Knight. We went over balance on maxes. I'm going to bring up the the poll.
Oh, did we go over that already?
Yep, and it's really cool to help you see this. We have NC Maxes, strengthen or weaken. We have A, strengthen, C, do nothing, and B, weaken. What do you think people said?
Oh, I think people either say keep it as it is or buff it.
And they agreed on buffing it. 15 votes to
Buffing it,
48% on strengthen, do nothing at 10, and weaken at 6. That was the total for that event. You'll see it right there. That was the NC Max's vote. And so now we're about to finalize this one. It looks like keep it as it is. It's the W on the victor for the Banshee.
Very close, though.
Very close. It was just a single vote away to get that to be tied. And again, this isn't like, hey, Arshee's taking the Banshee and we're not doing anything. No, this is just for people to see evidence on for his voting and how we can get information proper and better questioning. And so when we get a chance to see, was this helpful, we can do more of these debates in the future. And it looks like you guys have voted that you guys are interested in it. All right, we're done with those two. Red Knight, thank you so much for stopping by. And we're going to go and tackle the next gentleman up above.
For sure, man.
Appreciate
Thank you for
buddy.
having me.
Of
I will
course.
be having dinner now.
You son of a... Why'd you make me hungry?
Don't worry, Archie. I'll come back here and I'll put on my camera and stream me eating pizza.
Oh,
I got pizza
sucks.
downstairs.
I'm
I got
taking you out of here.
pepperoni,
I hate
I got
you.
Ham.
Oh, he's such a... All right, Red Knight is gone. He's out of here.
I already had dinner. Thank God I'm not.
Oh,
jealous.
you're so lucky. All right, we're going to go and target the next subject now. What a cry.
It's alright, it's almost over. Nearly there.
Nearly there.
Close.
Nearly there. So
Nearly
Red
there.
Knight's finished. By the way, Dudas Flutus, we're going to tackle your subject next stream. That will probably be along the lines of whoever that went in order. So the next
Which one?
The question for
Graphics
yours is
question.
graphic setting.
Potato.
Oh,
I do
okay.
want to target that, but we should do that next time on
Alright.
Dragon Ball. So let's go to Darius. Darius
Got a lot
this
of
question next. We are going to be talking about topic 1, Prowler versus Mag Rider versus Vanguard. Let's go and get Dara. All right, 1 second. We'll be right back. Dara, we are going to be talking about your next question, which is Prowler, Mag Rider, and Vanguard. Are you ready for us? And then as soon as your topic is done, we will target Dr. Ace and then users. And then we're going to end this stream. All right. Dr. Ace, you do have the title called Endorsed by Staff. And it looks like you know the rest. Thanks for being positive, respectful, and family friendly. Here we go. Oh, is it Dara? Sorry. That was at the point. It's not Dr. Ace. All right, let's go, Dara. All right. I'm losing my mind. Okay. There we go. We're going to unmute right now, and we are now going to read the question out loud, and then we're going to hear Dara's point, and then we're going to have one person target this so we can move forward.
I'm getting them right now.
So quick, Archie. So we
It's-
lost our
it's
expert
SW
tanker
clone.
from the team. We don't know. We're gonna try to find another one right now, but it's gonna take a hot moment.
No problem.
Yeah,
SW
definitely all-
clone.
yeah. If you can get here like in the next 2 minutes, I'll be fine.
Awesome. I do have other people in chat. If you guys are tankers and you know who you are, the one that sniped me many times, that little Jade and Devin, if you're out there, let me know, and I'd love to hear your points on this one as well, if you like. If Jade and Devin's not there, no problem. And then you guys go grab your tanker. B-Way. You guys do
He's
have
here.
a couple of ones. What's his name?
He's
waiting. He's waiting. SW clone 784.
He's up there.
Roger that.
Yeah.
Does SW clone also know how to maintain TOS, all of this stuff?
I hope
told him I
so.
was swearing.
Okay.
We
Let me
will double
make sure.
check, but I hope so.
You gotta go and talk to him on that. As soon as you come back here and say you've spoken to him, I will go and bring him back in. I'm
all
gonna
you.
go ahead and read this right now.
What am I
Topic
doing?
number 1. Oh, he should be here for the voice. That's probably what I should do.
Drag him in.
We're gonna drag him
Oh, she
in
got-
right now. And let me mute myself to make sure he knows as well. Muting system audio, and we're gonna go up to say hi. Awesome. So he's okay. He's okay with that. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, let's go and basically go down. All right. So now we have the tank expert. How's it going? I'm going to go and read the question. The question is coming from Dara, and we're going to get you and Dara to discuss about this debate. And it's a simple one. All we need is information from the opposite perspective. Correct. I'll get you to introduce yourself in a second. I'm going to unmute the system audio now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 784th Division, the SW clone. This individual is a clone of his other friend named SW. So if you ever see him out there, make sure you say hello. SW, tell me about yourself. Why are you the tank man? Explain to me how long you sit in the tank and how much does it smell?
A lot, for pretty much everything. Like, I've been tanking for the last maybe 4 or 5 years, give or take a year. I forget. Spent about like maybe 1,000 or 2,000 hours in a Vanguard specifically, a few more 100 hours in either the Prowler or the Mag Rider. I recently did lane smash as the armor lead for the short stack team, and we won. And we were called quote unquote the best armor team in the entire world for lane smash, so I guess that's pretty cool.
That's good. Congratulations to you, buddy. This is awesome. Looking forward to hearing your opinion on this one then.
Yeah. What's the question?
The question is simple. Dara comes in with topic number 1. Prowler versus Mag Rider versus Vanguard. Before I continue, if you go open up twitch.tv/ArsheeTV, you can see the question yourself as I'm reading it out loud. You might want to mute it because it will get very confusing as I'm 5 seconds delayed on you. Alright, so we're going to go and begin. 5,000 HP is for the Prowler, while it's 5,000 HP for the Mag Rider, and somehow it's 6,000 HP for the Vanguard. The damage for the Prowler is 600. Indirect damage is 450 for the Prowler. 750 direct damage for the Mag Rider, whilst 500 indirect damage for the Mag Rider. And in the 850 whopping damage for the Vanguard, whilst 500 indirect damage. And this is all for the AP turret main weapon. All of us get that in exact same loadout. That means the Vanguard will do more damage on a single bullet. It does not mean that it can kill faster because the Prowler does have the fastest attack speed when it's applied with Barrage. But the maneuverability of the Mag Rider gives it that faction flavor that is very hard to hit when you can slide around. So here we go. Barrage and Lockdown and Mobility and Nitro VS active shields. All of those are different abilities. 67% damage reduction when there's an active shield on and 34% on the sides. 0% in the back. So when you see it blowing up as a blue vehicle and that blue shimmer hits, you can only do additional damage, and that shield won't be a problem if you hit the butt. Just look at that butt. Alright, so then are the tanks on the same level? Or there should be adjustments to any of the tanks to feel on par? He did not specify one. So let's give Dara his opinion, and then we'll go straight over to SW Clone. SW Clone, you will get 3 minutes right after Dara speaks his 3 minutes.
Right, so we meet again, comrades, right? Anyway, yeah, I'm getting a little bit of the voice. So the question is self-explainable as it is. I'm not going to be touching the mechanics of the tanks. I'm not going to be touching the roles of the tanks. I'm just looking at the numbers at this point. So if you if you're saying if you are one of the really good pilots in the game, I'm really hoping to see your opinion about the situation. Now I'm concerned about the numbers of the tanks, so to say. Let's begin with the health, right? So we know that Vanguard and Prowler are the last mobile tanks, as in they cannot really strife as the Mag Rider can do, for example. So it's basically an easy target. So say an example where you have the pilots with the same skill level. So they have the same hit percentage and all that stuff. If the Prowler is going to go 1v1 against the Vanguard, it will have no chance, despite the attack speed and all that, it will have no chance to basically take down the Vanguard 1v1 because of the shield. It will reduce more damage than it can actually output more with the barrage. So basically means that the Prowler is only viable as being the ordnance weapon in a way that you can just fire away while you're being using the lockdown mechanic and just fire away from the distance. This is basically the only option for the Prowler. But for 1v1 situations, it's going to be having a troubling time defeating a Vanguard and even sometimes a Mag Rider, depending on the strafing of the pilot. But like I said, it really depends on the situation. So to balance it out without touching any mechanic, it would be basically to balance the numbers is in a way like why the Prowler, so to say, tank looks like a burger,
Yeah.
Apologize for that.
No,
Yeah.
continue.
Yeah. So it looks like a burger, basically. It's actually not really mobile at all. It can accelerate really fast by itself, but you cannot really dodge any bullets. If you are one against a tank, you will be taking all the shots until you're gonna blow up. So we can say, like, why not just more or less balance it out in a way that make the tank feel more competitive in all situations, like any other tanks in here. An example, for example.
Mhm.
So go ahead, give me your opinion about this.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And we're going to summarize it as the Prowler's only viable option is long distance. Cannot win in a 1v1 against the Vanguard. Can it win against a Mag Rider 1v1?
It's debatable. Either way, the Mag Rider will have a chance to escape because of the strafing and nitro. So this is after a while, this is the fastest tank out of all the three, simply because of the nitro, and you can actually climb up the hill, as you can actually see. You've probably seen a lot of fights yourself, Arshee, as well,
Basically,
where
it's
you
like
have
a
the Mag
goat.
Rider
Like,
actually,
"Bah!" I'm like,
yeah,
"What?"
where you have like the Mag Rider climbing up the wall, and you're like, how the hell this Mag Rider is actually up all the way up there, like firing at the spawn point. So it does have, like, because of the gliding mechanic on the Mag Rider, it really allows it to actually move into the positions with other tanks cannot. So it does have its own thing, and it's like, in my opinion, it is fine to have less HP because you have the mobility, and you can still do quite a decent amount of damage with your main gun either
Well
way,
said.
which is like somewhere in the middle. Like, it's basically in the middle as it is with the AP turret. Even though it got one main gun, it still deals more damage than a Prowler AP, even though the Prowler does have got the two of them. So, basically, it's more or less like faction flavor in a way, you can say that, but also like the numbers. Because, like, you have the Prowler, which is also like a massive tank, but it got like less HP. The damage is less, even though it does have two barrels, but it's kind of like part of the faction flavor, isn't it? So,
like, just like.
Pretty much, yeah. So, like, I'm just looking at the numbers and saying, like, should there be any adjustments?
Okay.
Or
So
are
you're
you
looking
completely
at
fine with
Prowler
these
being
ones?
the weakest. You're looking at
Yes.
Vanguard being the strongest, and then Mag Rider is a good balance between.
Yeah, you can say that, yeah, basically. So Mag Rider is like in a really good position as it is right now.
Okay.
Vanguard has been a really strong tank, but given the NC are all about shields and shotguns and all that, I guess it's fine. So why not just like bring up Prowler so that you can actually be on the same level, or just maybe put Vanguard a little bit below, just to see if to make it more on the same level. So all the three tanks would actually feel like main battle tanks, who can actually provide something into the field that they do. Like the Mag Rider can glide, like I said. The Vanguard is going to be the tankiest battle tank, but the Prowler can only provide ordnance, and that's pretty much about it. Which is like in 1v1 situation, it's not really a good thing because you cannot escape the fights, no, you cannot win them. Where like in Mag Rider, you can actually outplay the tank by strafing, or if you're in big trouble, you can actually escape. You have a really good chance as well because of the strife and nitro. Where like as a Vanguard, you're basically a sitting tank, literally, and you can just take all the damage and like throw as much damage as possible from the tank itself.
It almost feels like I'm watching a Max unit versus everything else. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
They
you
did a pretty
can
good
say
job.
pretty much the same. Yeah, that's one way to put it. So, would you agree if the numbers need to be addressed, so to say?
I would say that's going to come down to SW Clone, and then I would like to add my piece at the end. SW Clone, what are your thoughts?
Just to interject real quick, we
Oh,
also have hi, sorry, no worries.
I'm kidding. I'll just make it interesting. So it looks like we're going to go SW Clone first, and then we'll go
and then
Honoric.
we're gonna Honoric, yep.
All right, SW Clone, go ahead.
When taking your damage values into account, technically, yes, you are right, but that makes several assumptions considering the directional damage of the Vanguard and the Prowler. Technically, yes, the Vanguard will win in a 1v1 situation if the Vanguard is facing forward right next to a Prowler. But in live situations, it changes so much because in live, most Vanguards usually tend to run the quote meta loadout.
What is the meta loadout? Have you help me understand that?
Yeah,
and what faction do you play on, if you don't mind me asking?
I play on all three.
Okay, so all three. Meta loadout, what is that for the Vanguard?
So the metal loadout for the Vanguard is usually a combination of the AP cannon and the halberd. The reason for that is because the Vanguard is so slow, and it takes a lot of time to position into the correct spots that you need to take in order to win. Tanking is, I would say, around 50 to 75% positioning, 25% everything else. Everybody can aim at a brick that's like 20 meters in front of them. It's not hard. But in those situations, with a Vanguard running like the usual meta loadout, if a Prowler in fact runs a Prowler Heat with a Vulcan and exclusively rushes the Vanguard and goes to the side, then the Prowler will actually win most of the time. Which is actually one specific thing that Shadow Whale does, and he's been very, very good at. He runs Prowler Heat with Barrage, and he's able to out DPS Vanguards at close range. You're actually able to out DPS any tank at close range with the Prowler Heat and Barrage with a Vulcan on top. This is considering most Vanguards don't run Heat and Molnir loadout, which is relatively rare because if you overextend with a Vanguard, which you have to do in CQC MBTs, you usually die. But the main reason I don't think the numbers should be tweaked that much is because the Prowler already has such a high advantage compared to the Vanguard with its extremely high mobility and turn speed. Like I said before, tanking is 75% positioning, it's not about going up against a person and trying to out DPS or out 1v1 somebody.
So would you say, I'm just gonna put this caveat out there. The Prowler in the past was a deployable vehicle. You deploy, you start kicking butt. Now they've kind of removed that feeling. That feeling is no longer needed because you just said positioning is all about, and pretty much anything in Planetside 2 is positioning, to be honest. But positioning with that vehicle, the fastest run speed, of course, without dashing. I've seen the Prowler be very dangerous, but it's being played differently that we've known for the last 5 years ago that I was playing the game. I'm looking at Prowler as being an assassin. And it just shows up, it does its damage, and then just runs away. It does not deploy. Do you think the deployable feature is even needed?
That's actually very needed. It's actually extremely useful. That's probably one of my favorite things about the Prowler, apart from Barrage, is that you can, with the Prowler, you have so many ways of engaging a target. Let's say, when you go at higher levels, and when you get higher level into tanking, most of the time you're able to hear your enemy from a couple hexes away just by the Prowler shots, and you get to understand who they are. If I know somebody who's on another faction that I want to kill, and I know he's running a halberd, and I hear a halberd that comes right after a Prowler AP or a Vanguard AP, then I know it's him, and then I can go sneak up on him. But the difference between a Vanguard and a Prowler.
I mean, unbelievable that you can actually recognize people's loadouts and the players out in the field. That's incredible. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no problem. But that with the lockdown.
So I guess the biggest question I have for you is to identify: do you agree that one of those vehicles, or all of those vehicles, or two, whichever you choose, should be looked at, or keep it as it is? What is your stance?
Actually, I think that all of them should be looked at a little bit.
Looked at in a pro-con,
very much
all-pro?
pro way.
All pro. Tell me the description, what the pro stance are.
So, starting with the Mag Rider. The Mag Rider right now has a really funny feature, which is called the feature in quotes, which is called the infinite mag burn. It's kind of infuriating to deal with a lot when you're playing a Prowler specifically. It's Mag Riders can just dance around you and infinitely position. Like I said, when tanking is like 75% positioning, well, what do you do with a vehicle that can position anywhere and pretty much instantly, especially if it has infinite mag burn due to lag? I actually think that the infinite mag burn should be incorporated into the vehicle somehow, either as increasing the amount of turbo the Mag Rider has or reducing the time for recharge. And I think that it's really fun to use. I think the Mag Rider is kind of great where it is right now. And if anything, they should make the infinite mag burn feature an actual feature and make it more consistent even during off hours. Then onto the Prowler. I think the Prowler is pretty good for where it is right now. The fact that you can lock down and barrage enemies from such a far distance away, especially with Prowler Shield, in which people kind of sleep on Prowler Shield because people think that, oh, well, don't deploy, or people think that whenever you deploy in a Prowler, you're supposed to deploy forever. But with the Prowler Shield, you can out DPS Vanguards at some certain ranges and be able to win with them. Or if there's like a Mag Rider that's smoking, and if you put down Prowler Shield, you can win. Or if you just want to absorb a little bit of damage and then undeploy right when you get hit, and just casually take off 20% of damage to your shot and simply walk away from it. I think that's good. But maybe the Prowler should have a little bit quicker reload speed. Not
it should
not
or
as
shouldn't?
fast. Oh, it should. It should.
It should have a little bit quicker. Okay. And are you talking about with barrage or without?
Just without, but the barrage will compound that because the barrage
So
adds
the barrage, let's say
percentage
max
barrage.
value, sends it up to like 20% reuse speed. Currently it's at 0. You're saying bring the current to 10. Barrage gives only 10% additional, not 20%, making it 30, right? As an example. Or you want
I
to
guess,
compound onto the passive, making it even faster.
Compound onto the passive to make it faster.
Okay. And so we heard Prowler, attack speed increase. We heard Mag Rider, give it more burning. Make it basically a strip initial D. Okay. And then what about Vanguard?
The Vanguard, it's fine where it is. Maybe make the handling like the harasser physics handling that Rel teased originally. I'm not sure if you saw, but Rel had a video where Vanguard had harasser physics, and I think that was really fun.
How does that make sense?
He just put harasser physics into a Vanguard. I don't know how to do it, but he did it.
But the whole thing will become top heavy. As you turns, like that has. Oh my god!
It was actually from the look of it, it looked very, very fun to drive.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that monster brick just going on harasser physics, where you can press spacebar and like twist the butt and like all that cool stuff. That would be.
But
dude, I would be. Do you know how scary that would be? Harasser physics.
Yeah.
And the thing that has a freaking shield. Why is my voice going up like that? Anyways, I need to stop doing that. That's true. Okay.
Maybe a little bit buff to the shield instead of having 67% damage negation, maybe 87% damage negation. And
that's a
the
big
reason why you would add that little bit higher negation value is because all the other guys got goodies too.
I would say the idea behind it, this is my opinion again. The percentage values, 34%, 67%, are done for a reason. When you get hit by a tanker and you notice that it takes 5 hits, you go up to 68%, and it now takes 6 hits. That is like night and day, that additional hit requirement in a 1v1. Against players, if you're out of position, you're dead. It's a fact. But that's why additional percentage increasement could be allowing them to never die. That's because of the initial amount of time it takes for them to get cover with that shield on. But again, we don't know all those formulas. If you're saying increase the shield, you just want it to be tankier all around for all 3 tanks. They're all good enough in your opinion. We'll go with that. We'll say that overall, you want everything to get a little bit more flavoring, correct?
Well, the thing about the Vanguard shield,
what is your reason why you want to increase the flavoring on all of it? Because you're getting harassed by aircraft and infantry, or you want the tanks to last longer? What's going on?
To make it more fun.
I see.
Is that a valid answer?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I think that the Mag Rider is really fun right now. You can just zoom everywhere, but you need a very laggy server to actually make it happen. The Vanguard's still pretty good right now. I think it could handle better. That's why, hence harasser physics.
I see.
The Prowler is in a pretty good spot right now. I have a lot of fun with it, actually. I actually like to use it a lot.
A lot
more
of people
than
complain
the
about
Mag
it
Rider.
because they feel like the faction flavor has been reduced because the lockdown is on the Colossus, and it doesn't feel like it has its own tank ability. It doesn't feel like it stands out on its own. But then again, It's because they don't feel that utility is specific to their own anymore, and it's been taken. I guess I don't know. We talked about it earlier, but if you overall, I'm listening to one of our top experts guys here, SW Clone. I'm not denying of his abilities. I've heard it just in a simple conversation with him. We're looking at the users who spend more time in it and can understand those additional mechanics as we were listening to music and just chilling. This guy plays at a different level than I do. And so, hearing an expert opinion, increase it for more fun. Currently, they're all good. That's what I've heard so far as trying to summarizing it. Let's hear what Dara's opinion is on this topic right after Honrik. Honrik, go ahead.
So I liked a lot of what Clone said. I'm glad he came along for this, specifically this. There are a couple of things that I didn't really hear mentioned, though, which was engagement range, which is a huge thing, and numbers versus numbers. Sure, a Mag Rider can dance around a Vanguard and kill it, but when there's 20 Vanguards on that hill versus 20 Mag Riders on that hill, the Mag Rider's not really going to be trying to get rear position on that one Vanguard. He's not going to be steaming in, charge of the Light Brigade, because he's going to die on his way. That's not something anyone's really discussed yet. Numbers versus numbers is a big concept. In the small fights, yeah, it's a thing. I completely agree. The Vanguard going up in its damage reduction, I don't necessarily think is a positive thing. Maybe a little bit. Maybe put it to 75, but I don't think going above 80% is a good way to go about it. But I really did like the idea of giving the Mag Rider the infinite mag burn as an ability so it can be managed, much like when the harasser you could jump in the back and start repairing it was a bug. They made it a feature so they could actually cap it and make it work properly. So yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say, just that there are differences, there are faction flavors, let's keep them, and yeah, let's look at the tanks and how they're actually working and make some small tweaks here and there as and when needed.
Very cool. Thank you so much for the Honrik. And let's go to Dara. Dara, how you doing, buddy?
Right. So I like the idea that you mentioned, like the 20 against 20 tanks, say Vanguards and Mag Riders. The thing about the Mag Riders is everyone knows that it's a really hard tank to hit, especially with the, well, not hard, but harder tank to hit compared to like Prowlers and Vanguards, for example. Like you can still like dance around, drift and all that, and you can actually escape as well. Like I do actually agree with the ability to add extra, flavor, so to say, in a way that you can actually add like Infinity Nitro for the Mag Rider. You can also suggest things like have like separate turrets reload on their own. Like when you have maxes with two guns separately, they can actually reload separately by themselves. You can actually, well, I guess as an option, maybe add something like that into the Prowler to add maybe better DPS. If you say like the con for the Prowler would be to have shorter reload speed. Instead, you can just say like reload the barrels separately, just like the Maxes do with their guns, basically. As for the Vanguards, I will completely disagree with adding more shields to the damage reduction to the shields, because like 67% is already like 2/3 of whatever damage is going to be coming to the front, and like 1/3 of the damage from the sides. Obviously, in the fights like in 2020, there's pretty much zero to no chance that you will be actually able to flank the tank in the back, especially if it's going to be some canyon type base, like say the Crossroads to Torridge. Like this is going to be a really thin canyon, so to say, where you're basically going to be face to face fighting against one another.
So my question would be, Dara, is do you feel what is your main faction, if you don't mind me asking?
TR, but I play all three.
Awesome. And so, if you felt like there was one tank that stood above the rest of them in every single situation, what would that tank be? And if there's like, let's say all around, what tank would you say you would like to take as your permanent tank if you were any faction?
I mean, all around, it would be something between Vanguard and Mag Rider. Like, obviously, the Prowler is going to be falling behind because it will simply get no chance to actually deal damage ahead. Like, if you say the Heat Guns and the Vulcan is going to be out damage, we'll be able to out damage the Halberd and AP turret on Vanguard. I'm still yet to see that. I'm probably going to test that myself eventually. If that's the case, I'm still not going to change to the Prowler because basically you have to rush into the enemy's tank face to actually deal that amount of damage. By where, like in the case of, say, like it was mentioned, 2020, you will be getting quite a lot of losses already to begin with when you are actually if you're actually going to rush into the enemy's face and to deal that higher DPS damage. Sure, you can do the ordnance and all that, but keep in mind that when you actually do the walls, like you mentioned, even if the wall will get damage, you will get full 80% of that damage directly into your tank. So you're basically becoming a much easier target to hit, as if like this entire wall becomes your hitbox. So even if it's going to be just a side, you will be getting that 80% damage, which means you will be basically just a sitting duck waiting to get blasted off, unless you're going to, remove lockdown and move away. But like I said, the most movable tank is Mag Rider, which have the highest chance to escape the battle.
Because of its slippery maneuvers. That's the main reason I would say, is that know when you look at a Mag Rider, a Vanguard, it's a straight on solution. This is all it's got. And you can tell exactly how it's moving. While a Vanguard literally is way worse than a Prowler as far as movability, then you're looking at the Mag Rider, which has side-to-side movement, has an incredible burst. As soon as it turns side to side, it can burst right behind a rock. It can burst behind any type of object that you had no clue was going to take advantage of. The slippery, snaky feel. So overall, you're saying a Mag Rider will be the one that you'll take so you can survive longer and enjoy your entire duration as a main tank. But if you want to be as a group, we're talking about massive armor fit. What would you take? Prowler?
Vanguard. No question asked Vanguard. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. We're talking about 20 people, mass hunters, preparing you and everything, right?
Yeah. Because, I don't want to give suggestions, but like I was actually thinking of trying something like on the Alpha Wars, like pulling out like 45 Vanguards with Rangers, right? Will be a bit kind of something really interesting to see if you think about it. It's just like a theory, really, just like theory crafting. Really, it's nothing really something I'm gonna be doing. That it's just like a bit of a theory, but like I said, the Vanguard is actually one of the toughest tanks in the game, so to say. And I would like to see the balance to actually, so that the Prowlers will actually feel more competitive in a way. Maybe like the Vulcan nerf that they made like back in the day, maybe would actually bring back the damage output of the gun. But I would still want to see Vanguard be like, be on par. So it can actually be like, have the same opinion as Mag Rider or Vanguard, but still not lose its flavor, so to say.
Sounds good. Thank you. That's going to be a tough question for me to think of. Let's go SW Clone for 1 minute, and then Hotmark for 1 minute, and we'll finalize it. Go ahead, SW Clone.
There's actually a lot of counterpoints I have to say, but I'll
take your time. I'll give you the time because you just showed up for this one. This is a tough one because this is the first vehicle we're talking about. We're going to finalize this once and for all, and then we got to think of a freaking question. It's going to be paying them. All right, go ahead.
I'll keep this quick. It's impossible to balance vehicles around team play, or not team play, but number-wise team play, because you're never going to run into the same amount of numbers as the other team. It's quite simply, if you show up with 2 squads of armor, the other team's 99% chance not going to have 2 squads full of armor either. It's trivial to balance around that because it simply doesn't happen like that in live. And you need to balance vehicles how they play on live. On to the second point. I heard that the Prowler shield was bad, but like I said, the main benefit of the Prowler shield is if you're locking down with a Prowler, you're going to get hit anyways, right? So if you get hit, why not just take less damage? So that's the reason behind why the Prowler shield is actually pretty good if you want to snipe from long range, and immediately after you get hit by one thing, you just undeploy and then repair. You get damaged less. You're going to get hit anyways, so you might as well take less damage. Again, for the
when you're a Mag Rider on that hill and you shoot, and then you're a Prowler on that hill and then you shoot, and you're a Vanguard and you're in the hill, that's shoot. If I have a big red visor like Cyclops on that hillside, and you take a hit from underneath on the floor, would you react the same and find the target the same as an expert player as you are let's say you got hit from that same mountain position. Imagine a mountain goat. All three of them turned into mountain goats. You take a hit. One has a Cyclops shield. One's a Vanguard. One's a Mag Rider. Would you notice all three the same? Or is it, of course, it's easier to spot that Prowler with that shield? Are you like telegraphing to aircraft? Are you telegraphing to everybody like, I'm on the floor? Look at me. I have a shield.
I wouldn't be in that. I mean, you probably wouldn't want to be in that position in the first place. Like, if you're deploying with a Prowler and people know where you are, then you're deploying with a Prowler wrong. You're supposed to be, usually when you deploy with a Prowler trying to snipe people, you're supposed to be either above them or far away from them at an angle in which they can't see.
Okay. So imagine exactly that terminology. And I have that Prowler shield with a visor on. Would you put that visor on in that situation or no?
If I was up against a Vanguard and a Mag Rider, both hill climbing.
I think I had to tell you the exact location. Quarks Ridge Ramp, Quarks Ridge Camp, and you're shooting down below at them from above.
Yeah.
And would you put down that red shield?
Probably. If they didn't see me. If they saw me, then probably. If they knew where I was, then probably not. But if I got the jump on them and they're off shooting at each other, then yeah, sure. I would actually like it.
Interesting. Okay. Thanks for that. Overall, we know where SW Clone's position is. Buff all three of them. He thinks all three are satisfying. Nothing needs an additional boost. Let's go to Hunriken's opinion, and then we're going to finalize it with a debate on which tank requires more love, all of the above, or none. We'll do that as a question. Go ahead, Hunrik.
I don't really have anything to say. I think everything's already been said. I'll just summarize with one last thing, which is I mentioned engagement range. That's a big thing. People have said quite a lot of times the Mag Rider's hard to hit. At range, sure. Medium to close, being able to drift sideways slowly, not all that useful. That's something a lot of people don't take into consideration because they only ever focus on the boost aspect, which is a very short range boost. And you have to actually turn to the direction you want to boost. So then if you want to move around into that rock with your boost, you're exposing your side and taking more damage when you do. So it's all very situational, the tank stuff. I don't think you'll ever be able to balance it perfectly because there'll always be a situation where someone will manage to outgun you for multiple reasons, be it the allies around you not supporting you, because they may not even be there. You might be on your own because you're playing late night. The engagement range you're going at, the weapons you're using versus the weapons they're using. Did somebody get in your top gun? Do they have a second gunner? There's a lot of stuff that gets taken into consideration when talking about tank balance. And I don't think it will ever be perfect because there will always be situations.
As far as titling is concerned, how do we... Thank you so much, Hunrik. I'm trying to depend on the title here. Which tank needs to be re-looked at, or which tank needs more love?
I don't know. I would say, should the tanks be looked at, yes or no, and that's it.
Should the tanks be looked at? Should the tanks be looked at? Good question. And then here we go. We have VS Mag Rider, NC Mag Rider. VS Mag Rider, NC Vanguard, TR Prowler, all the above, none of the above. Those are the answers you pick. Is that okay with you guys?
It's perfect.
Sure.
All right, here we go. We're going to send the poll. Amazing that I have only 5 selection. That's the max I can do. And here we go. Now the point is now out there for you guys. You guys can select what you guys want. I hope you guys heard. Oh my god, I screwed up. All right, looks like we're good. Boom. Refresh. And it's good. You guys have 2 minutes to vote. Please go ahead and click on the right side. There is a chat section on Twitch. At the very top, there's a down arrow. Click on the down arrow. You will be able to vote. It right now says current poll at the very top of the chat, next to stream chat. You'll see a down arrow. It says, should the tanks ... Push the down arrow. You'll read the rest of it. And you can select what they should do. And it looks like you guys are focusing on that. And it looks like, should the tanks be looked at? And it is currently at a 1 vote for Mag Rider, 1 vote for Vanguard, 2 votes for the TR Prowler, all of the above at 10, and none of the above for 2. Unbelievable. Nice job. We have 1 minute left to have this entire vote go and get concluded. And we're going to go and grab the next individual. First off, I want to tell Dara, thank you so much for your time, man. I appreciate it for all the 3 questions you put out there. It really meant a lot to me. And they were really good questions, man. Thank you.
You are very welcome, comrade.
I love your accent. And then we've got SW Clone. Thank you, man. Feel free to stand by and then enjoy the rest of the questioning. Thanks for giving us your professional opinion on vehicles. It really meant a lot to me. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no problem. Glad to be around.
For sure. Now let's go ahead and see. There's about 20 seconds left. It looks like the TR Prowler has gotten 3 votes on it, and all the above with 14. It looks like TR Prowler will get in second place compared to none of the above. And all of the above is at 14 votes with 67%. And that voting is officially over in 3, 2, 1, done. Whoa, 15 votes for all the above. Fantastic. Let's go and accept this title. Boom. Shakalaka. All right. Now we're going to go and save. And that is now saved. Let's go into the next subject. Dara, thank you so much, and I'll see you soon. As soon as this entire event's over, I'd like to say hi to you guys on Need Permission channel and when this stream ends. We have 2 more gentlemen left. We're going to go to Dr. Ace and User Me's channels. Let's go and pull their names out. Who's next on the list? It looks like it's going to be... Dr. Ace does have an answer on there. So we're going to go to User Me. That is the next one. User Me's question needs to be updated.
Oh, username.
Username. Is that what it is? Oh my.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Username, yep.
Wait, you asked a question, really?
Yeah, that's the question. Let's get a chance to see that question.
Oh no.
Live on
It was a little late. It was a little late, but yeah, he asked it.
Let me see what's going on. Desktop. Where is it? There it is. Boom. Planetside outfits. Planetside debate. His is a number 8. User Me.
I want to speak.
Update.
I'm gonna do this.
Boom. All right. User Me's question is now being ready to be answered. Awesome. So let's go and ask User Me if he maintained TOS. I'll be right back. All right. User Me, how you doing? Username. Sorry, I keep saying User Me. What's up, buddy? It's actually you. Dr. Ace is after you based on voting. So Dr. Ace, you're the final individual that will go next. Username. Can you maintain TOS, which is for Twitch Twitch? Awesome. That means no racist directory, all that stuff. And also family friendly means no cussing. Awesome. Thank you. Let me give you that. No! Big bad dragon. No, bad boy. Alright, I'll see you guys in just a minute. Let's go drag him down. Alright, so we've got right now, username is in our voice chat. We're going to unmute now the system audio so we can hear username. Username, can you tell me about yourself? And how long you've been playing Planetside for? What is your outfit, your location, overall? Who are you?
QC, we can't hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like his microphone... Run! He's actually... no, run! Username has muted himself. Completely. Gone. GG.
He's probably just figuring stuff out. I think almost everybody in the channel, everybody except for Henrik and Archie, you guys know him. His Discord broke.
His Discord broke. That's insane. Let's see if I can get this to work. I'm going to go give him the live title. Maybe you can talk with the live title. Let me go and unmute. And is that working?
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
That was it.
Hey, there he is.
Hell yeah.
What's up, man?
That was
love
probably
you,
it.
QC. Thank you for asking this.
Love you too, Canadian.
Ah, there it is. The love is happening.
I sense some bias going on.
What? Oh, Canadian and username are going to be answering this. That's for sure biases. I can tell. Just kidding. Username. Tell us about yourself. Who are you? How long have you been playing Planetside 2 for? Am I muted?
I've
I'm
been
muted.
playing since 2014. and I'm in B-Way, who and in I suck at flying, and I am a mostly retired pilot.
Why are you making us work, man?
Awesome. So retired pilot comes back to Planetside 2. He's not that great at flying. How long you playing Planetside 2 for?
Since 2014, 6 years.
6 years. Fantastic. And so it seems like you have a thing towards Valkyries and lock-on rockets being inside the
Yes.
Valkyrie. How many times has that specific person tried to find you?
Honestly, you have no idea how many days were ruined by Vods with lock-on launchers.
Wow. I've seen it on a specific streamers doing it. There's a streamer, I forgot his name. He's a VS main. He does it all the time. Valkyries. But other than that,
Yeah.
it's a very good strategy. I gotta say, it allows you to survive, and you have a lot of fun. How many people can be in a Valkyrie?
6.
Okay, and then how many of you do you have against them?
1.
Okay. I'm going to read your topic now, and we're going to discuss why you think this needs to be adjusted. You just said 6 versus
Yes.
1. Topic. Use of lock-on launchers from a Valkyrie in a rumble seat. Argument number 1. Lock-ons have a 300 range to give a space above the base where aircraft are safer. Being able to use that launcher from a Valkyrie rumble seat can make that flight at any height. Ruins the purpose of 300 meters range. Arguably, number 2. Blatantly unfair game mechanic. These lock-on weapons are not meant for air-to-air combat. They were meant to make the air go away quickly by doing fast, heavy damage. It's easy to tell this since when you compare them to Tomcats, which were designed to air-to-air combat, they are much, much stronger. Argument number 3, which makes it harder to balance the Valk as a whole. On one hand, when relying on the normal Valk weapons, it's in a bad spot. But on the other hand, it's blatantly OP when relying on lock-on and the rumble seat. So players who do not want to rely on this unfair mechanic are stuck with the underpowered vehicle. So, here's my argument. I would like to hear your point of view, why this needs to be basically adjusted. But remember again, it's 1 versus 6. So that means you're looking at the Valkyrie wrong because you expect it to be 0 people in there. But the moment that you know it's 6 people moving around, it turns into a juggernaut. That means you're looking at it as a very weak vehicle and all of a sudden turns into a very powerful vehicle. If that is the case, because it's such a severe change between completely useless to a completely powerful, I can understand the severity of that feeling, where every time you look at a Valkyrie, you're throwing a 50-50 coin toss. They might be in there. They might.
Basically, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I do agree that teamwork makes the dream work, right?
Oh, I like that.
But
I'm taking it from you.
But it's to a certain extent. Like, for instance, it takes like 3 lock-ons to just insta-kill an aircraft. And so going near a Vouch and just getting locked on instantly by like 2 guys on the rumble seats makes it pretty much impossible to retreat or even engage. It's basically just you die. And it's just no combat, you know? And that's really what I hate most about these lock-on weapons that are
Okay.
used on bouts.
Is this going to be traditionally on a map based, or you think that on Indar and Esmir is not a problem?
I'd say the only continent where it's not too much of an issue it's Hassan, because you have trees for cover. Because that's also a pretty strong reason why these lock-ons were different for air-to-air. Like, if you compare them to Tomcats, they have the swarm mechanic, where you can dodge them without relying on terrain. But since these ground-to-air lock-ons were designed to be used from the ground, there's usually trees and stuff to use cover against it, which is not present at like 700 meters in the sky.
Interesting. Well said. So, what is your stance? What do you want it to be? Lock-on rockets cannot be shot out of the vehicle, or you want it to be a longer lock-on capacity to give you a notion of, holy sh**, there's no lock-ons on ground. It has to be an aircraft because it's now an additional 2 more seconds to lock on.
I do believe they should just remove the ability for them to be fired from rumble seats.
Wow, a heavy nerf. Okay. And your reasoning behind it, and then we'll go to the next person.
Yeah, so, well, as I said, it's really like my three arguments. Like, they weren't designed to be used in the sky, so they're not like meant to promote combat in the air compared to, say, Tomcats, which were balanced like specifically for that type of combat.
I used
And
to
then there's the
sit on top of my Galaxy back in the day with lock-on rockets on
Oh,
purpose
boy.
with an entire 48-man team as a joke. And
Well, that's pretty funny, and it's
yeah.
it can't be abused much compared to Valk. Like, you can't just move the gal when you're on top.
Right.
And
It was just for like giggles. So it was able to be used back in 2012. Now, the ability to say it's not meant to, they just gave them the ability to use it. And they even advertised it that you can use a T2 striker from it or things like that. And that's how the Valk was basically pushed to say, now we have infantry combat in the sky. So if it's just meant to transport people, then there's no reason for that to be an air-to-air vehicle. I'm just trying to think, was this...
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that's where my third argument comes in. I do believe the Valk, like, if you don't rely on knock-ons, right, that the Valk is pretty much useless in air-to-air combat. And for that to be changed, obviously there's many things that should be looked at and
Let's
buffed.
put Maxes in the Valkyrie.
Well, I mainly mean
That's
like
possible.
the gun
No,
under
I'm saying, like,
the
if you
Valk,
take the
right?
lock-on away, let's put Maxes in there so we have bursters running around like... It's like, oh
People-
my...
People already do that.
Really?
Yeah, there's already a way to do it, but
You
it's
can
pretty
glitch a max in.
All right,
But, so,
fantastic. That's interesting. And so my next question to you right now is: you're on the fence of removal of lock-ons in the Valkyrie. You gave us your points. They see the arguments. Let's go and check out what a Canadian thinks, and then his 3 minutes will be up. You will be able to rebuttal username, and then we'll go back to Canadian. If anybody else wants to add, let me know. Go ahead, Canadian.
Before I start talking, I want to say I had no clue QC asked a question. We were in no way colluding. I didn't even think this question would be asked because I've been trying to get this fixed for 2 years. Oh, yeah, 2 years now. And people have been trying to get other issues with the Valk fixed for since its inception. 100% agree with everything QC said.
Awesome.
As an individual unit, if you take lock-ons out of the equation, including strikers, the Valkyrie was good, and then CIA came around, and then they completely ruined the Valkyrie. Right now, you have the repair stacking, which means a single ESF shooting at the bottom armor of a Valk, because the Valkyrie can always position its bottom armor to an ESF, means that it's 45 seconds straight shooting at it at a 250 nanite vehicle.
How would you feel instead of nerfing the Valk, give a weapon to the ESF that wasn't used as often, the air-to-air capacity, to explode into the interior and kill the units as well as the vehicle?
Well, okay, so you could do that, but the way
To
you
give
have
it
to
an
change
opportunity,
is
to
you
give them
have-
an opportunity to kill the users in the vehicle, so that way it's almost similar to other video games when you've taken out the carriers and interceptors. They no longer have that strong capacity, even though you're repairing like crazy and
So
still survive.
I have a counterpoint, and I would ask you to address it when address any issues you have when I'm done, because there's so much I have to say about this.
Feel free.
It's
Go ahead.
kind of ridiculous.
I won't say that.
So
Go ahead.
Valkyries as a vehicle, not completely overpowered until you stick 6 people in it, because it's a single unit moving around the map at a decent speed. It can chase any vehicle down in the game. It's as bad as being chased by a Liberator. It's just a bully in the sky. You look at whatever you want, you kill it. Somebody's occupied on something else, you just get within 400 meters range and you lock it to death. You see a tank, well, you have annihilators. And on top of that, it loses absolutely nothing. This is a troop transport, so what happens when somebody dies out of the side? They just respawn. And it's the most demoralizing thing to have to grab 2 people, because somebody's chasing around a continent with the Valkyrie. It's a super predatory vehicle because the HP pool is it's a completely unassuming vehicle because most people use it for transport. But the moment you use it offensively, that vehicle is broken. I was saying 2 years ago that a Valkyrie with lock-ons is more dangerous than a Valkyrie with strikers because the strikers is a very clear area of denial, very clear way to dodge it. Lock-on is literally just the Valkyrie turns sideways and it looks you to death. And as soon as you start engaging it, the worst part is that the lock-ons just drop out and the Valkyrie just flies in a circle. And like I said, 45 seconds to kill a Valkyrie from the bottom with a nose gun and not much better DPS with Tomcats or a Worm means that you're dead to 2 volleys of rockets, period. So you can't really kill a Valkyrie alone, but it can chase you across a continent. I don't really want it to be plausible, but I want it to be possible. And right now it's really not possible. And unfortunately, if I see a Valkyrie, I just grab another ESF, but that's not the case. Most people fly solo. I don't fly with a buddy because I usually don't need one. I know newbies definitely don't fly with a buddy. As a good pilot, I don't really see a way to beat this strategy of just dropping lock-ons and then, oh, if the ESF runs away, well, just redeploy the heavies back up into an ESF. It is one of the most, it's the worst experience that exists right now in Planetside. And not a lot of people get to feel it. And that's a good thing because there's just not much you can do against it if it's like 1 a.m. in the morning and you're being chased across the continent by 6 dedicated people. It just sucks.
I can feel the pain just from hearing it in your voice and username. I can see it in your post. 100% agrees with you. The Valkyrie sounds like a whale.
I also do agree too.
Oh.
Alright, with that said, I'm gonna head on out. I will see you guys
Thank
later.
you so much, TTB Shades, for stopping by. Everybody in chat, and
Bye,
just give him a huge
Shade.
round of applause. Thank you so
See
much
ya,
for all the work
Shades.
you put
Guys,
in.
behave yourself.
Thank you, buddy.
See ya. Yep.
Oh, and this doesn't just involve ESFs. The Valkyrie, if it ganks a Galaxy, if it ganks a Liberator, it has enough HP and maneuverability to just sit there flying around a rock and dropping heavies. And unfortunately, there's not much you can do about it. So even a Valkyrie is 6 people. It trumps an MBT. It trumps anything that's slow enough to not get outside of lock-on range. So if it gets beside something, it's dead.
I agree.
And you don't just, it's like a router base. It doesn't make sense to just go say, hey, well, it dies to 2 people, so let's just go hunting around a continent and find it. You know how many Valkyries there are to find, you know?
Right.
It's not
I agree.
something that's very good to do.
Do we have anybody in our voice chat that wants to talk about the opposite side, saying, no, don't touch the Valkyrie? It's fine. If not, then we just move forward and we just start the poll. We did have a one-sided bias conversation at the moment.
Can I put forward a solution?
Yep.
QC's solution is to not allow Valkyries to lock on to people. I think I'm
I think
not
you
sure
should
that's
increase
possible.
the delay. That's what I would say. If you're in a vehicle, just increase it like as a debuff. Like if you're shaking, you can't get that thing. Just add like an additional 2 seconds to it.
I think that's fine.
Yeah.
If it's possible, either make it so that you have to have like a very clear window of opportunity against a vehicle, make it so that they can't fire, or what they should be doing, which is how the Valkyrie originally came, is 1, repair should stack, because I don't think having the effectiveness of 3 people repairing in the power of 1 actually does any good for anybody, because I get it that it's not fun to repair, but at the same time the Valkyrie's effectiveness with repairs and its effective HP is so much higher than more vehicles in the game. Than most vehicles in the game, because it has the mobility to boot. And then the last thing I'd like to see is actually having to choose between fire suppression and squad spawning again, because there's no reason you should have this effectiveness without giving anything up. You're effective against everything because you can run anti-armor, you can run the VLG, which is still a really strong gun. It shreds armor, it shreds a lib, it shreds an ESF if you can hit it. It's not that hard to use anymore. And then on top of that, you have heavies. So why not make it so that if you want to drop them out, you want to use these super aggressive and then basically AA nest anywhere you want strats that you actually have to suffer to some degree, and you can't just play every single role that exists. I think it's the true multi-role vehicle in the game. It can do literally anything.
Okay. Well said. We're gonna go ahead and start the vote. In case if the username wants to add anything, and if not, this is the question I have for all of you. Valkyrie dash infantry inside dash lock-on capabilities. The responses are reduce lock-on timers, keep it as it is, remove lock-on in Valks. Those are the three options. Are you guys okay with that?
I would add a revert option. Just revert to pre-CAI.
What was the reversion?
well.
What would that do?
It would change repair stacking to where one repair isn't nearly as effective, so you'd have to stack repairs to not die faster. The Valkyrie's base HP would be a bit higher.
So I'm just
It
gonna
would
say
have
like
more vulnerability to Dalton, and that's it.
Then I think I should change the terminology to
You could just say rework the Valkyrie.
rework the Valkyrie.
Or
Yeah.
rework other things.
Rework the Valkyrie. Rework Valkyrie infantry inside lock-on compatibilities. I'm gonna say yes. Reduce ability. Yes. Increase ability. No. Keep it as it is. Okay? And ability is like lock-ons, reducing the repair, just to look at the damn thing. Sounds good?
Yep.
So it's the terminology for the question is rework Valkyrie, infantry inside, lock-on compatibilities. First question answer will be yes dash reduce ability, yes dash increase the ability, no, keep it as it is. Sounds good?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yep.
Starting the poll. Guys, go ahead and check out the right side. There's the Twitch chat. Feel free to go ahead and click on that current poll. It says rework Valkyrie dash. You can do the down arrow, click on that, and then you will have an opportunity to select what you would like to see out of this. This will give you an opportunity to see what the current group over here is right now looking at, and give us an opportunity to know what are your thoughts. Do you want to rework the Valkyrie with the infantry inside lock-on capacities? Do you guys want to reduce that ability? Do you guys want to increase that ability, make the Valkyrie even stronger? Or no, keep it as it is? When it says reduce the ability, it doesn't mean like delete the damn lock-ons. It means rework it, reduce it, make it a little bit, less intensified. When you see a Valkyrie with 6 people in it, it sounds like Canadian can't go to sleep at night. Let's give him a chance to sleep, guys. Oh my god.
I haven't slept in 2 years. Please help.
Oh my god, I just got a raid. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, kamikaze.
Ladies and gentlemen!
He pressed it!
We have the one and only Kamikaze78 here tonight. Coming from his stream. Let's give him a round of applause. You all know what to do. I'm a little drained. I've been streaming for the last 7 hours and 30 minutes, but I'm going to do it for you, Kamikaze. There we go. Shots! 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 Hey! Shots! 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 Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, Kamikaze, everyone! If you don't know him, you're a Twitch streamer for Planetside 2 and all the content creation. Check him out. Live on YouTube. Tonight. And on Twitch. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ewok, for doing it at SoTwitch.tv, Kamikaze78. Feel free to click on his name and give him a follow. If you don't know that he's all into Planetside 2, he has all the facts, all the details. It looks like we've just done our final vote. That vote just went through. Rework the Valkyrie infantry inside lock-on compatibilities. That question was out there for you. 12 votes for yes, reduce the ability, and then no, keep it as it is, and yes, increase the ability. Thank you so much. Alk, if I can read it right. Alchemical why can I read the name? There it is. Alchemical Guns. Thank you so much, buddy, for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and start taking that screenshot. There it is. Boom. Nice job, guys, on the vote. And let's move on to the next topic. This will be the final topic of debate here tonight. I hope you guys are ready to hear Dr. Aces. Thank you so much. Username for coming by, man.
Thank you, Archie.
I
Hang on a
appreciate it,
minute.
man.
We're ending soon. It's only been 7.5 hours. I thought we were going to debate.
Let me eat! I'm just kidding.
Next one's 12 hours.
No. I see new people showed up. We're not grabbing those new people for their questions. We will pick it up next time. And we did do a vote load earlier on Discord. You can go check it out on the ArsheeTV. There's a channel for it. The channel is called Question and Answers. I asked you guys if you guys want to see another one. And it looks like you guys were interested. So I appreciate it, guys. Let's go and grab Dr. Ace and get an opportunity to learn his question, and then we'll finalize it with his question. Dr. Ace, how you doing, buddy? Dude, I'm sorry for the wait. It's 7 hours, 30 minutes later. My stomach's going... Dude, I would love it. I'm gonna go eat a bunch of I'm gonna be a bunch of protein downstairs. Do some push-ups. Yeah. I know. Seriously, man. If I see you an RL, man, I'll get you as many churros as you need. Dr. Ace, you already have the endorsed by staff. You know the rules. Thanks, man, for stopping by. Let's do this. All right. All right, so we got Dr. Ace in the house, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to basically finalize it with these gentlemen. This is the final debate question coming from Dr. Ace, and I'll use the button for that. Ladies and gentlemen, the final debate answer, and the ones who stayed behind. We have Dudus Flutus, Dr. Ace, Henrik, and Canadian Pride. Let's see Dr. Ace's question. All right, I'm done. I'm out of here. That was pretty funny. All right, here we go. Dr. Ace's question. It's an ESF. Oh, shit. I just totally screwed up. All right, here you go. Dr. Ace is now in the house. We have him here, and now everyone's unmuted. And you guys missed Canadian Pride's perfect, humorous, comedic joke. We missed it. All right, so we're going to go and start with this question. Dr. Ace, can you tell me more about yourself? I know who you are, but imagine you didn't know me. I'd like to start from the beginning. How long have you been playing Planetside 2 for? What is Orax? And then we'll discuss what your question is. And tell me how many.
Sure, I'll try to give you the elevator pitch for that. Hi, I'm Dr. Ace, former semi-pro Overwatch coach. I a long time ago played Planetside, left around like before Valkyries were a thing, and then came back with Escalation and got somehow got dragged into all this nice, wonderful community. I've been doing a lot of video editing recently, so I do that personally. Orax is the core of Orax is the Emerald 2-time silver TR Emerald Outfit Wars team, and we went in, decided to go make our own outfit after a minor bit of drama happened, but you know that's behind us now, and we're having a lot of good old grand old time, and you know getting involved with the community, lots of joint ops, got some of our guys good relationship with B-Way, you know, learn with those guys, have a lot of fun. Just today actually I was doing some filming with an NC outfit. It was a ton of fun. So look out for all that stuff. But myself, I personally really came back to Planetside 2 because I'm a pilot at heart. I love flying. I'm probably going to take a break from Planetside 2 when Star Wars Squadrons comes out.
Ooh.
I'm not going to lie. But Planetside 2 always got a special place because it's just you never get an experience like it, especially as a pilot, because adding it as an element of, you know, a wedge of the pie of infantry play and armor play and air play and the mix between there is something that I don't think can be replicated or ever will be replicated in this game industry.
Well said. We're going to go and start with your hot take now. The hot take. I'm going to assume that's the topic. An afterburning Reaver shouldn't be faster than an afterburning Mosquito. I'd like to know what that is and why. Mosquitoes are going to be the Terran Republic. Reavers are the new conglomerate. Did it say somewhere in the facts that mosquitoes were supposed to be faster?
So I'll unpack that because the backstory there is last night someone in my outfit said, "Hey, this debate is happening." It's like, I should go check that out. I've been on Arshee's debates before, so I saw that. Oh dear, it's tomorrow, and let me just put something in here real quick so I don't miss out. And the real thing is talking about ESF's balance, the barrier to entry for ESFs, the basically sheer cliff of a learning curve, and how that's artificially high for several different reasons, and then talking about how kind of a general view of game balance and how you have to take it holistically. So I'll try to go through that really quickly because I know people are tired. Been here for several hours. I don't want you to keep your food for too long.
Thank you,
So
buddy.
basically, barrier to entry for ESF play is artificially high, and I kind of think ESFs maybe need to rework, uh, or there's some other solutions that could be found from within the community. But the first thing is mechanical reasons for why the barrier to entry is too high. So for people who don't know, ESFs is Empire Specific Fighter. That's the fighter plane for each faction. VS has the Scythe, Reavers are for the NC, and the Terran Republic has the Mosquito. They all have the ability to have a vertical takeoff, and then once they start going a certain speed, their primary thrust source shifts from vertical to horizontal, and they fly more like you would expect a normal plane to. Because of how the mechanics for this work, they are really less traditionally fighter planes, like you'd think of a jet, like in modern America, like not necessarily American, like modern Earth fighter planes. They're more like attack helicopters now. You have to think about fighting with them. Fighter helicopters with a fixed nose gun. And this is shown in the meta of how the ESFs duel each other, which is typically done in hover dueling, where you get your vertical thrusters locked into the vertical thrust position and hover and shoot at each other. You do this because you have a much more control over your craft. You can dodge better and you can aim better while you're in the vertical thrust and hover mode. So learning how to do this is a little bit complicated because of how the mechanics work. I'll get into that a little bit later because the nitty-gritty of it is relevant to the balance. But basically, the hover dueling is a little unintuitive, and the mechanics of learning how to keep your ESF in hover while maneuvering has a very steep learning curve. And some problems like mouse acceleration does not help with this. Essentially, in ESFs, the faster you move your mouse, how fast you move your mouse affects how your crosshair, your nose, your angle changes. It affects how your control changes on your craft, and so that does not help new players who are trying to learn. There's some community reasons as well. Why the barrier to entry for fighter play is very high.
You have about 20 seconds to summarize your point. And then if you
Yikes.
don't mind, I'm going to ask you to change or edit, if this possible, the PS2 debate topic to define the topic that we're discussing today. Because right now we're talking about Afterburner.
You have me lost right now.
Yeah, because
Sure,
you have the title as Afterburner is for Reaver and shouldn't be faster than Afterburning for Mosquito.
It does connect, I promise.
Okay.
So, and this is kind of where we start to connect it. All right, I'll talk a lot faster now. So the community reasons is that about 98% of the good pilots play NC because the Reaver is unquestionably the best ESF for dueling. So new players trying air on other factions basically stand no chance. Sky Knights is the term that are used for a lot of these elite pilots, and a lot of them don't want to teach new players, which is a little bit of a community problem. There's also a bias against air quotes vehicle roleplay mains, is a term I've heard direct from a lot of elite fit infantry outfits. So why the Reaver is OP? The Reaver is far and away the best damaging nose guns at close range because of its base speed is slow, but its boost speed is stupid fast, is more maneuverable in vertical thrust mode, and better speed burst to dodge. It's easier to go from horizontal to vertical thrust because vertical thrust is determined by speed over the nose of the Reaver. But you can also run down any ESF because its boost speed is faster than any other ESF. And if you have the extended fuel cells, which most is the meta for air-to-air dogfighting, then you can just run down anyone else before you have, because the time to kill on a Reaver is so short because it has such high DPS with its nose guns. It's impossible to get away from an ESF if you're losing that fight.
Okay.
And
And
that's
then,
kind of
so the
that's
total
the
argument that I'm hearing right now is make all ESF same speed with boosts.
No, it's a little bit more complex than that, but I'll go ahead and edit the thing.
No problem.
The
I was just
I
saying,
did
like,
not have
I don't.
permission.
I'm trying to identify how to give a question over to these individuals to basically counter you or add to you. Is we know that ESFs can run faster. I played Lineage 2 back in the day, and archers with with the additional buff on top of them, Song of Wind, would prevent anybody from outrunning them. If you are a mage and try to shoot the target, all they have to do is outrange you, and you're just dead. This is a little different, where the nose gun can actually be shot from distance. But what I'm hearing is, if I'm a mosquito going one-on-one against a reaver and I want to run away, that reaver can chase me till my death do us part. I know that positioning is very important. If you're a mosquito and you position yourself in between yourself and the enemy and you're going dogfighting and you know behind you there's sky guards to defend you, you can bait them into your teammates or into a space that is your friendlies. But is the speed that significant to where no matter what I do, I'm not going to be able to get away from you forever? It's like to the point where you're running 30% faster, or are we looking at like a significant decrease of, I mean, like 5 to 10%?
So the problem isn't that it's vastly faster. It's only like 10 kph faster. But the problem is that you can't gain distance on them, and managing distance is incredibly important in ESF duels. So essentially, if a reaver gets you within that optimal engagement distance, you can't get away from that optimal engagement distance, assuming pilot skill is equal or the reaver pilot is better. And because most of the best reaver pilots play, or most of the best ESF pilots play in C, you're usually going to have the skill disparity is usually going to tilt in favor of the NC pilot.
Can I ask a couple questions for clarification?
Thank you so much, Canadian. Go ahead and basically finalize that, and then give
okay.
Dr. Ace the chance to change the topic.
Yep. I wanted to ask, when you say most of the good pods play on C, did you mean all servers or just the server you play on?
So I don't have as much experience with other servers.
What server do you play on?
Emerald and a little Connery.
Perfect.
But from having talked to other people, from having attended, PSU events, there are a lot of good pilots on all factions. But I think my experience has been, and this is definitely true on Emerald, that the majority of Sky Knights, people who focus and primarily play Reaver or ESF pilots, do play NC in my experience.
Okay, and then you want to be able to create distance from the reaver, right? When you're talking about speed.
That's like a little. Like managing distance is very important, but that's kind of like the what I'm trying to talk about here is how it's very difficult for if you do lose the distance on a reaver, it's next to impossible for any other ESF to gain that distance again. And
okay.
Because of the reaver's nose guns, that's a death warrant.
Okay. Well,
Canadian, can you summarize to me what is a question that we can form out of this? If you don't have, I'm currently trying really hard to figure out what kind of question I can create.
I'm just gonna tick off every point. Not sure this is a question you can really create, because there's a lot of
points in there that
really
is kind of, yeah. And I'm trying, because the whole point of these debates is that at least at the very end of it. Thank you so much for the follow, Kes Kim. I believe I had another follow earlier. I didn't get a chance to say thank you to Will. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And so, Kenny, go ahead. 3 minutes to you.
That's his rationale. That's. Oh wait. Before I start, that's your rationale, right? But you still just want to change the afterburner speed. Overall?
I don't even know if changing afterburner speed is the correct thing. I think that if you're looking for a specific question out of this is, should the devs look at ESF balance?
Okay.
So when we're going to ESF balance, we're talking about everything on the ESF, not this question. I should just remove it.
You can just say should ESF air-to-air balance be touched on? That I think.
Okay. I just removed it. I removed it because I don't want to get confused by it anymore, because I know that we're having two different good debates here.
Yeah. So when we're talking about the Reaver in relation to other ESFs, first thing, culturally, Emerald has a history, yes, of having a good outfit on NC, but it also had a good outfit on TR. If we're ever talking about a lack of good pilots on one faction, it's always VS, and that is because of the community. In terms of pilots right now, there's an equal amount of pilots on TR and NC. Pilots are opportunistic; they'll just wipe whatever exists and move to another faction if they want to. But you have usually anywhere from 3 to 4 pilots on each faction. I'd say TR have more people on Emerald for sure. Connery doesn't really have any good pilots, period. So that's not really a question you need to ask. Cobalt only has 2 good outfits, and they don't really fly very often. Miller, I haven't played on Miller in a while. Soltech is VS versus NC constantly with 2 gang squads, from what I can tell. And then, well, Briggs doesn't exist. Rest in peace, Briggs. Shed 1 tear for Briggs. But if you gave the Mosquito better afterburner, what would just happen is that Reavers would be able to be run down. The biggest difference in terms of chasing ESFs is, do you have extended afterburner tanks? And I want to make a clear differentiation between extended afterburner tanks and external. And do you have Racer? Because it's true, in external afterburner tanks, Reaver will chase down anything in the game. But at the same time, if you have external afterburner tanks on a Mosquito, you can maintain distance well enough. If you get into a situation and you get stuck in an engagement, as the skill goes up, your chances of dying if you try and run away go up as well. It has very little to do with the actual balance of the ESF itself. I agree with your point on the Reaver and the Hover. Maybe not for the same reasons, but I think the Reaver's afterburner performance and vertical thrust and hover just makes it a different kind of ESF to aim at, and it just hops around and annoys the crap out of people because it can move in ways that no other ESF can. And then you have the Scythe, which is just Mosquito, but straight upgrade in a one-on-one fight. But on live, it's the worst quality of life because it's slow. It's as slow as the Reaver, and it doesn't have the afterburners of Mosquito. So it's always technically on the defensive. And yes, it has better DPS weapons, but I mean the weapons are close-ish. Yeah, the Reaver's Mustang and Vortec are excessive. I agree. If I were to see something change though, I'd rather first see the Scythe hitbox changed and then see the Reaver tweaked a bit with its acceleration on the afterburner. As for NPE, no, you don't really need to get into hover to engage people. The problem is that people expect that they're able to stay there and engage somebody who's hovering without having to hover. If you don't want to play with hover, then why do you expect that you could just keep engaging the same target constantly? Because that's not what would happen in jets. You know, you get behind them, but you finish them off quickly.
Expand that last point a little bit more.
If you were to play in a game with a lot lower time to kill, like we could say War Thunder, World of Warplanes, or we could use an extreme circumstance with more similar time to kill, like Star Wars Battlefront. You get on somebody's tail, and they never turn around to counter you. They try and outmaneuver and get behind you, but there's no opportunity to turn around and actually face you. So if you end up in a situation where you're facing an enemy, and they can always just face you, then you're going to lose, right? But I could give you a 2-hour VOD of me flying around on live without hover and doing just fine. The time to kill accommodates for not using hover. Matter of fact, hover, if you're a good enough pilot, isn't really relevant because you can just jump somebody, and before they can turn, they're dead.
I would contest that. I think that is true, but only for highly skilled players, because the biggest thing for ESFs is not it's not the movement. Movement is a very high skill floor or high skill ceiling ability. It always is. But for ESF specifically, it's aim, mass acceleration plays into that, but really just fundamentally because it's a fixed nose gun, aiming in ESFs is not easy, and
Oh,
because of that,
don't
it like
contest you on that.
Do
I,
you
I
think it's
don't. I
easy,
don't
Canadian?
contest. No, I don't contest him on that. It's not.
No,
It's not easy
sorry.
because it's
Oh,
unintuitive.
you agree.
The acceleration we've been asking for to get fixed.
Yep.
Since I started playing the game, because as time went by, I started to notice it, and that's not really having remembered playing the game before the fix.
Awesome.
And when it comes to control interface, people should have the option to choose the inferior but more intuitive control of yaw being on mouse and pitch being on the y-axis, yaw being on X, and then roll being on your keys. I think it bring about a new sort of flight style, but I still think that the current way would be better. Just things could be done to lower the barrier of entry. I think the biggest barrier of entry is always going to be nanite cost, and we have one step closer.
So I don't think that the nanite cost honestly is the biggest barrier to entry, because like all things, and this is, I think there's probably a lot of this would be its own discussion topic, which may be something for the next one of these. But I think that Planetside 2 as a game should be balanced as an MMO first and an FPS second, and that's why I was one of the people big supporter of outfit initiatives and doing things to make outfits more important and make them a bigger fundamental pillar of the game, because you have to have a community for a game like this. You have to really support the community, and that's one of the things I think Rogue Planet Games does really, really well, is supporting the community. There's some things that could be improved, but overall, I think that's really to their credit, and that extends into airplay. And if you're doing things like even outfits that aren't great in the air or don't really know what they're doing, they know enough to have someone who knows how to pull an ant and get a light air pad. And when you're doing that, nanites aren't a factor.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
was gonna get to
jump
that.
in real quick and just to finalize the examples between the two of you. You guys had some solid points. This is the last debate. I'll let it go on a little bit longer to give everybody a chance to at least have their points of view. Here is my solution as far as a question. We're looking at the TR ESFs, NCSFs, VS ESFs needs to be looked at. And then we're going to ask you guys to basically pick, is it the TR ESFs, NC, or VS that needs a little support? And we're talking about this in regards to Dr. Ace's approach. Are we talking about air-to-air, or are we talking about in general?
We could talk about, we'll leave it in the sphere of air to air.
Okay.
Because if you bring in asymmetrical game balance, then it gets kind of wonky.
So we'll stick to air-to-air, and then what's the other examples that you want to basically add in there, Dr. Ace? Because I'm going to be making a question soon.
Like in terms of another question for poll.
Yep.
I think that the most important thing to me is about the barrier to entry for
I think if we had, let's just imagine, again, I always try to solve everything with this nonsense until it exists, but this is not real nonsense. If we had a new player experience with tutorials attached to aircraft where people are doing these tutorials to do these accomplishments, to hit those specific timetables, like you see on these other games, the barrier to entry to air would not exist. Everyone gets a chance to go and do that same skill tutorial, and they all know how to do that maneuver, or else you can't beat the tutorial. And if you do the tutorial, you get bonuses. You know, similar to Modern Warfare. I was just pushing that same thing.
I think that fundamentally that idea is good, but there are some problems with its implementation, because like asymmetrical warfare is the name of the game for Planetside 2. So if you don't know how to use Amasi in those situations, you're gonna have some problems.
I see.
I think that
I think it would just help at least make people feel confident, where instead of going out into the real world with your vehicle and then instant destroyed because you're hovering so slow and then freaking AP lightning just kills you. Damn you, Jaden. But yeah, long story short, I do agree. Aircraft is extremely hard. It feels like another language. So I think the NPE would solve a lot of our issues, and then we should tackle what are the next things. So for now, I'm thinking as far as the question is concerned, to give everybody something to poke at for what we just heard. TR ESFs, NCSFs, or VS ESFs, all of the above, or none of the above. What do you guys want them to really look at? We want you guys to select between these 5. And we're going to go and make this final poll. TR ESFs. Faction ESFs. Which one should we look at the most? And it's going to go TR ESF. What is it called? Earth Defense Fighter? I'm just kidding now. Empire specific fighter. NC specific fighter. And then VS specific fighter. All of the above, none of the above. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and send this in. This will be, the title says, Faction ESFs, which one should we look at the most? Or, no. What is the terminology that we did earlier? Which one should get reworked?
I don't know. At least 2 of the 3 should. Well, actually, all 3 should be looked at.
I
So
think all 3 should be looked at as well.
Okay, so then we're just going to say which one should be looked at the most, and we'll just basically leave TR, NC, VS,
would-
all of the above, none of the above. Sounds good?
I would have Mosquito, Reaver set. I just have the order which you would want them to actually be looked at, and then all of the above or none of the above.
Mosquito. I'm just
So,
going to say Mosquito Reaver instead of the
Mossy Reaver Scythe.
Scythe.
And then
Scythe and all the above and none of the
Reaver
above.
Mosquito, and then
Oh.
same difference, yeah. Like post the order, like change the order around. Mosquito Reaver Scythe.
Oh, got it.
Reaver,
So left will be the most important, then least, and then go from there.
Yeah, which one do you want to address first, then the next, and the next, or the worst offenders?
I have a feeling we'll see that. We'll see that with the votes.
Yeah.
And how many people have Mosquitoes, Reavers, and Scythes separate? Let's vote this, and then we'll confirm if we need to basically change the vote.
Mosquitoes are broken.
Yeah. We'll see right now. This is going to be error to error. We're talking about just error to error. ATA. Faction, ESS fighters, error to error is the topic. We're not talking about...
While this is going, this is sorry.
No problem. We're going to go start the poll. This is about error to error only, not Banshees, ground pounding, none of that. Just error to error, Empire-specific fighters. Go ahead and select what you want right now. Do you want the Mosquito, Reaver, the Scythe, all of the above to be looked at, or none of the above? That means you like whatever is current to the game. This will be one of our last votes for tonight. I hope you guys know where to find it. I will do one last speak on it. You will see on the very far right, there is a current poll at the very top of the chat. It says Faction ESFs, while, which, ... You can't see it. Push the down arrow, you'll be able to read the rest of the question, and then you're good to go. All right. It looks like there is coming up with the all of above is right now being looked at. Scythe, Reaver, and Mosquito. All of these are now in check. All of you guys are right now pushing all of the above at the moment with 7. And then you're looking at none at 2. Reaver at 1. Mosquito with 4. And Scythe at 3. Dr. Ace, go ahead. Handle it for the next minute while we've got 1 minute while this vote goes through.
Yeah, I was just saying it's kind of interesting. I had a talk with the guy who was one of the other guys when we were waiting above. That basically, in my opinion, it's kind of changed on this talk with Canadian and got some really good points. But like the VS and TR have really good surface to air options in the Lancer and the Striker, where if you have like 3 to 5 people with those, you can kill an air farming or a ground pounding ESF before
All you
they
need
have
is
a chance.
2, actually.
Well, mathematically, yes, but if you if you have 5 striker heavies, the ESF is dead by the 3rd shot of that volley.
I mean, all you need is 2. Like specifically for VS, you need 2 Lancers, and you kill whatever you look at.
Well, you need 2 Lancers, but you need them to hit. And like Lancer being a more skill based weapon, it's a little bit.
I mean, if you have an understanding how ESFs
All
move,
right.
I agree.
We just got the last one. It looks like Mosquito was in second, and it's all the above on the polls. Look at that. You can tell the order is right there. It goes Mosquito, Scythe, and then Reaver. Naturally, we get our exact answer that we were looking for.
So I can actually explain this result.
Yes, you can, please.
Because the Mosquito actually, factually, not only is the Mosquito most used because of Banshee, but Mosquito is generally the most well-rounded ESF. Now, in my opinion, it's the worst ESF, but it's well-rounded enough to where skill in the air is always more relevant than the actual ESF you're flying.
Really?
To a point when you get into the Scythe, in my opinion. And same with the Reaver. But if you know what you're doing in any of the ESFs, you can trump any other one. So there's a lot of people who are decent in Mosquito, but not like absolutely killer. And there's a lot of killer people in all the ESFs, but you really focus on the average. So I'd say the average skill for a Mosquito is probably higher than other factions, just because it's worse, weirdly
Interesting.
enough. And the Scythe is just hard to hit. It's the hitbox is a very very obvious thing to be annoyed by, which is why that's after the Mosquito. And you have Reaver on the bottom, which is the hardest to utilize, but if you're perfect, and technically it's the best one to have.
I actually kind of have had a opposite experience with that, where I find the Reaver much more intuitive to me. But you're not the first person to have heard say that, so I'm probably just weird.
No, not at all. Not at all.
For me, that's the way everybody has always expressed their feelings when they've been talking about the ESFs in general. I think it's the reverse order, or jumbled up, but that's with like 2,000 hours in an ESF. So
Well said.
Again,
Well, hey,
you can also think about the fact that, hey, the other two factions have air to ground to air options that are very effective, while NC doesn't. So, playing the other factions into
Sorry,
NC
guys,
is
if
very
I
easy.
can quickly
We're-
interrupt,
yeah.
I have to stop because it's
We're
been 8
gonna go
hours. It's
basically
4 in the morning
finalize
for
it.
me. I
No
haven't even
problem.
eaten dinner yet, and this is going to go on for another hour.
You're
So
100% right about that, Henrik. We're going to go ahead and finalize this last statement. I'm going to give it back to these individuals here. Let's give it to Henrik right now, guys. Everybody, thank you so much for stopping by. This was the final debate question. We get the chance to see it there. Henrik, do you want to say anything basically about this whole debate in stream? And at the same time, I do want to get a chance to see you guys for the second one coming up. We will need to revise this to make it to where it's faster and more exciting for you guys. This was my first iteration of it. Thanks, guys, for being super patient. Once again, thank you, Dudas Flutus, Rapid, Dr. Ace, Henrik, and Canadian Pride. If you guys want to say something to the entire chat, anything because of all the time and effort you put in, Vono Greenbug Community, Henrik, please tell me, so that way you can get out of here. And then we'll do a Canadian.
I don't want to keep adding to the actual...
No more. The TRNC, the entire debate on this over. Just talk about straight up the overall experience tonight. Did you actually have fun? Was it actually, this was viable? Was this exciting for all of you guys in chat? Henrik, what is your opinion of tonight, other than how long it took?
Test, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Sorry, I couldn't see it. Yeah, I absolutely loved it. I really enjoyed it. I hope everyone in chat enjoyed it. I know we don't always agree on everything in the Planetside 2 community, but it's good to talk about things and maybe give some ideas to the devs. So I hope everyone enjoyed this. I definitely want to do this again. This was interesting, though definitely for a shorter period of time. Please, please.
I'm saying no because the people up there are saying pull me in the chat. I'm like, no. If we bring more people into the chat, we will never leave. But Henrik, thank you so much for stopping by, and thanks for all your awesome opinions and point of views. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and give it over to Canadian Pride. Canadian Pride, what about you, buddy? You want to say anything to the chat and everybody in general? And did you have fun?
Thanks for watching, guys. Most of you guys in chat seemed pretty open-minded. I would remind you guys that, and I was just looking at the chat, some people were putting points up that were directly contradicted. There are a lot of experienced people who are talking here, and I think what they have to say, their testimony, is very important in forming your opinions, because they notice things that nobody else notices, which is part of why they gain a lot of experience. I think that having more concentrated streams, like stream that's focusing on air, stream that's focusing on armor, stream that's focusing on infantry, that only delves into the effects in other areas, like infantry's effectiveness versus armor and infantry's effectiveness.
We'll go basically back into that, Canadian. Just want to make sure you say hi and bye to everybody. We all need to go eat. I love you, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Canadian. You're the best,
I think
man.
that'd be awesome.
No problem, Canadian. I'm gonna die. I gotta go eat. You're the best, Henrik. Thank you so much.
You send
it to me. We'll talk more about it.
See how the community reacts.
For sure. We'll do this
Bring your
again. I look
friends
forward to
next
having you
time,
come back.
guys.
You had some amazing points. Hands down, Henrik. Thank you so much. And then let's go over to Dudas Flutus. Dudas Flutus, thanks for coming back after your match on PIL. And want to tell everybody in chat, thank you so much for everything. Did you have fun?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I did. I think it's going to be interesting to see how the second one is going to be. Well, I think it's going to be interesting to see how the second one is going to supposedly be faster.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Reddit's going to talk about. If half of them basically hate it and they want to blow up and like, I hate this. I don't know really what they're going to say. But thanks, Dudas. I appreciate for you stopping by. And everybody in chat, you guys are freaking awesome. What about you, Rapid?
Yeah, I had a ton of fun. I think two things is to improve the flow, and a lot of times it was very staged, I say, where it felt like there was a lot of pauses in between, and the conversation was slowly because we just tried to keep it to a certain parameters.
It was hard. The moment I left it alone at the very end, if you watch that clip, I just couldn't tell when they're going to end. I mean, I hit 3 minutes. I'm like, 9 minutes. I'm like, I have to cut it. It's almost 10. So it's like, when the flow happens, time flies. And so if I don't put it on time constraint, you can see it's been 8 hours later already. But at the same time, thank you, Rapid, for stopping by. I appreciate all your fun facts and that you helped everyone out.
And the second thing I'd say is I don't know, I think it'd be better if we had people arguing the points that were experienced. I feel a lot of times people suggested things and they couldn't really defend them as well as someone who's educated in that field, like play devil's advocate and say, okay, here's the reasonings, let's talk about them. A lot of times people would come in and they wouldn't be able to defend their points, while others would be able to defend their points. And I would, create a interesting discussion. A lot of times that we were talking in the background and just texting each other, the people in here, wanting to expand on conversations, but just really couldn't. So I think next time, have the topics as ideas, and we can expand on them as mentors. Would be my opinion.
Awesome. Well said. I agree. At the same time, Dr. Ace, thank you so much for stopping by. The final question tonight. We got an opportunity to learn about ESFs versus ESFs on the skies. Hearing what Canadian and Dr. Ace went back and forth on. These two know their stuff. Looking forward to seeing you guys next time on Planetside 2 Debate Channel. Tomorrow is Connery's largest event that I can imagine. 30 plus Bastions will be pulled. My voice will be gone. If you guys are coming to watch that show, make sure you guys bring your earmuffs. No, earplugs. That's the wrong one. All right. Fantastic. It's going to be a lot of work, a lot of screaming, a lot of yelling, and it's going to be out of control. Who's going to win? Is it going to be the Terran Republic, the NC, or the VS? Let's go ahead and raid somebody that we all know. Came and stopped by and said hi to us and started this raid, his stream. N7 Picard is the one that streamed, raided me last time. I'm going to give it right back to him. Thank you guys so much for all their efforts, guys. Let's go and make sure we throw some emotes at N7 Picard and some love. And then I'm going to let him know I got to get something to eat and head out. Again. Wait, Kamikaze's online. Raid him. No, Kamikaze's offline. Unless if he's online. He's offline. He's offline. Yes. Offline. All right, let's go ahead and hit Picard so we can maintain Planetside 2. Damn you, worst case. I was like, what? All right, guys.
We need a round of applause.
Thank you, everybody. This was our first Planetside 2 debate. I honestly thought that we were going to have to delete it. I'm not a single clapper. That was amazing. Once again, this has been an opportunity of a lifetime. I appreciate all of you guys for stopping by. Honestly, I thought this was going to go south many times in my head. And this was really cool. Once again, have a great night. Clap emote, how? Take care. Wait for it, guys. It's right now going to take about 3 seconds for it to move over before we get a chance to end the stream.